NetEase. Want to make sure competition's solid. It's always going to be exciting. Just calling out Daltouche, by the way, because we're trying to add him in-game as a friend to get him in the lobby, and he has denied the request a couple of times. So that's also one thing. A lot of our creators have, a list full of friend requests. They need to accept the friend requests from our admins to get into the lobby, so that's going to take some time to get through there as well. But
all of the lobbies are set up and ready to go. So that first round, we'll see that Team xQc against Summit to kick things off.
Yep. It's going to be hype. We just need to get a ready check from someone. We're jumping in. So here we have our bands of protects. You'll see them. They're going to get that out of the way at the start of the game. And down the bottom of your screen, of course, is Team Summit.
So it'll be Team xQc here. First option. In terms of bans, get rid of Hella. Hella is a character that can just take over these lobbies. So getting it out, and Daltouche was actually hovering that to maybe play it.
I mean, really powerful. I do think like on Royal Palace, there are some maps where Groot is just so good because we're playing within like a small square at times, throwing up those walls. They attack for Groot if people get too close to them. And there are other benefits you can get as also from like the Ironwood wall, which is the one that has a longer cooldown. Groot can obviously, gain sort of defensive benefits from it as well.
Yeah, but poor Groot leaves already, but the rocket pick, okay, yeah, so a rocket protect and then a Luna snow protect. So with rocket protected, maybe we see like a Punisher lock, maybe we see a team try and like ban it, get it out, because that Punisher rocket combination's like that's just filthy stuff.
Chat, we know obviously that between xQc's video here and his audio is a bit delayed, so we're gonna get that sorted out for you guys in a moment. The game audio isn't delayed though, so that's pretty straightforward. The Hawkeye ban is gotta be targeted. Someone has to explain to me how this has happened.
Moxie, baby. Moxie playing the Hawkeye, right? Potentially a targeted ban.
What do we say?
All right, so I'm a Frost ban as newest tank, newest Vanguard in the pool, but extremely strong against just about all the Vanguards.
I think her reveal video definitely caused a bit of a stir. She's a great frontliner.
Playtime.
And purchase of the skin as well. I'm pretty sure, but obviously she's got such sick stopping power. Literally being able to grab someone. It's like a command grab from a fighting game. You can grab someone, sort of slam them and kick them. So if you do that close to the edge of a map, you can quite easily knock them off. That's obviously a real thing in Marvel Rivals. The Doctor Strange protect here, getting locked in for Team xQc. It looks like he's even we're seeing players hover the heroes that they may be intending to play here as well. So xQc might be thinking he would have liked to have played Groot.
Bro, I defend it.
Do have J3 get his protect there for the Star-Lord. So there's still a potential for that like Star-Lord Adam Warlock team up.
What does Jay also play?
Okay.
You sure?
So banner being taken away. I mean, I don't. That's something I expect Tyler 1 to play. I think Tyler 1 is always looking towards those kinds of heroes as more macho ones. But banner really powerful. Obviously, Hulk Smash feels a little bit like the command grab that Emma Frost can put down, just locking someone out of the game for a little while. Adam Warlock is a very, very reasonable ban here. J3 might have been hoping to have Summit just back him up and give him that powerful team up that would allow Star-Lord to resurrect after he gets taken down. It's very, very good.
Yeah, you could actually hear Felix there, who was asking kind of like what else J3 plays, and with Star-Lord potentially an option, right? Getting rid of the Adam Warlock, you can still play the Star-Lord, but it doesn't make it as strong, right? Being able to kind of have that revive there that you can get with that team up makes it extremely good. So it looks like J3 are already going to be pivoting off of that, going to the Winter Soldier.
We might even be seeing like a single Vanguard setup here for Team Summit at this stage. I mean, unless he himself is planning to play when he was hovering the Adam Warlock earlier on. So we'll wait and see. But it's going to be Mantis and the Lunar Snow. Team xQc. Okay, we've got Captain America, the Thor. The Seagull would be absolutely crazy.
I like this.
We so rarely see the Thor at the top level. Also, the Storm is much less seen at the moment. But Thor is sick, man. Such a good bruiser with a big nuke of an ult that can drop down and just blow people up.
Yeah. Moxie on a flying character, xQc Seagull just going all out at the back line there. That's what I want to see. So gonna see the Captain America in the hands of Seagull, and Moxie gonna end up playing the Wolverine here. So gonna be a pretty nasty dive combo.
So we're out to Bifrost Garden first, folks. It's a pretty open area with some high ground that you can use to drop down on, and we're gonna be on board with xQc. Captain America right now, very, very good. Gets a nice little buff. makes him feel like less of a wet noodle, and also he can deflect projectiles with that shield, which is big for some of the larger projectile-based ultimates in the game, and we are going straight on in here, Mr. X.
Just chill.
Yeah, look, I mean, I'll dive deep in, but a nice stun that comes in there from Mr. Raffle Waffle, and also for Summit's team, interesting enough, they're going with a solo Vanguard setup, right? J3 in Deltuche picking up the Winter Soldier Punisher combination, and then you also have Summit playing the Star-Lord with a really nice play from Moxie there, getting in, pushing the tank back.
He's hooking.
Seagull able to find that first pick here, but straight away, xQc knows he needs to go through these squishier characters. It's such a good matchup to dive into the Punisher like that. Captain America can close the gap, shield up, deflect those projectiles, and then get to punching. So Seagull is definitely the backbone of this team here. Very good at controlling space on that Magneto with splash damage on his usual projectile. Means that if you don't have a shield of some sort, you're probably always taking damage from Mag.
And Seagull can give that bulwark over to xQc, right? So when that Captain America wants to use that leap, go on in, you get that extra protection from the Magneto, and then also get Moxie in there on the Wolverine. Going to be very difficult, especially for like Nora, right? Playing the Mantis. Mantis doesn't really have any mobility, so going to be very difficult to stay alive.
She has to hit the sleep, and even then, it's not a guaranteed thing. Good pressure here being put. Deltuche trying to zip line away. They do escape. Summit is able to take E-Rob down. He had his ultimate, the CYA, ready to roll on out. And this is a bit of an over push here for Team xQc, but they've already got 60% now to work with. Hello, Windows. Kraken Impact comes in from J3. Sir Pineapple flattened, and unfortunately nowhere really for Seagull to go there.
I mean, J3, I mean, how many did he get there with that Kraken Impact? It felt like 2 or 3 players at least, where that sets them up to be able to get control of the point finally. But Team xQc, they're going to come back here, Mitch. 6 ultimates in a great spot to be able to flip this. I'm going to use that Capel to open things up.
Freedom charge popped here, and it's obviously pretty powerful. You give an overshield to all of your teammates, and you knock people up when you shield up. Meteor M, though, could be dangerous, and Flat's lost it. Got soaked up, as far as I can see. If you don't deploy Meteor M in time, you lose it. Moxie takes Flats down with him. That is nasty stuff.
Moxie sent himself off the side first, and then just kind of pushed Flats with the momentum off as well. But that's going to be Team xQc getting above 80% here on the point. Meteor M here for Seagull, right? So you're going to be able to soak up a lot of the projectiles from like J3, Deltuche, Summit. Could get a massive one off. And Seagull actually gets a pick really early on a J3. That's massive.
Summit goes in with the bulwark and tries to go for, well, I thought he'd go for a blasted barrage, but he actually holds onto it. He has his ultimate Galactic Legend available. Might look to pop it now. He's got a bit of air. Who are we looking at right now? Okay, Thief just taken down instantly. Looking for the Lunar Snow. Good target priority there for Summit, but unfortunately the rest of his team are absolutely crumbling. And Bifrost Garden ultimately not as close as they would have liked for it to have been. This is going to be cleaned up now. Seagull, of course, on the mag, trying to block the portal. No chance for any contest.
Pretty dominant there from xQc's squad, being able to kind of use that combo with the Magneto. xQc on the Captain America. We see as they go into Throne Room, if we have any type of changes going on, hey, that's us. We're still here. It's just our voices, though, now, most of the time.
I mean, we can jump straight back into the game, basically, here, because there's another round, of course, still to play. We are headed in. 30 seconds before you start for
Team
Team
Summit
xQc.
make any changes? So it looks like Team Summit, potentially here, you're hovering over 3 strategists, right? So Summit hovering over that Cloak and Dagger. Nora doesn't want to change because still has the ultimate here. Has that Soul Resurgence going into this next half, so doesn't want to move off of that. But potentially triple strategist solo Vanguard option here.
That's, again, it's a little uncommon with this setup to go for the triple strategist, but still very powerful. Like having that raw healing output might be needed because Seagull's been a bit of a problem. Just that constant pressure coming in from the Magneto. The splash damage is not, like seeing J3, for example, get picked off at the start of that fight means maybe the healing leaves a bit to be desired. So here comes your gaming warlord at the front. xQc obviously using that third person to look around the corner. There's the bulwark into blaster barrage combination, and straight away xQc's into the back line. J3 gets picked off, but great freeze from Mr. Ruffle Waffle. But there it is, the BRB deployable from Rocket Raccoon lets you res that first player instantly.
Yeah, you might as well just aim to go for the back line, right? When the BRB is up, you're able to get that cat back in the fight. As Flats and Co, though, pushing down from this high ground advantage. We'll see if they're able to kind of make a good use of a nice bulwark, protecting himself here against Moxie. But it's just so much space taken here by Team xQc.
Good healing, though. The Dagger Storm comes down. That's what Flats is healing from. And great work there by Moxie. Takes him outside of that healing area. Okay, starting to see a bit of action, though, here. Looks like Moxie out of the game. We're on board with xQc, who finally brings Summer down. That's the Cloak and Dagger out of the game. That's a lot of healing no longer available. We missed that. So Pineapple with a massive eat spits Nora and Daltouche off the map.
Oh, that is pretty nasty stuff. Nice freedom charge as well there from xQc, as it's going to be their team getting in control. And then, you know, E-Rob's got that CYA here to be able to use, right? That extra damage for everybody. They're in a really good spot, already at 40% on the point.
And they're going to push up now. A bit of a spawn camp. Seems like a pretty reasonable game plan. Right now, the strategy has been giving Moxie the bulwark, Matt. I'm just sending him in with only one Vanguard. As soon as Flats is out of the game, it's really hard for Team Summit to break back in and even hope to gain control of this point.
You see the natural teamwork between Seagull, xQc, and Moxie. You know, just they have this died down perfectly as Flats gets picked up. Nice bulwark being able to keep himself alive, but the pressure's so much here for Team Summit to deal with.
And it's creating zero space when he gets brought out of position like that. There's no response. It's hard. You can obviously try and hit the Wolverine with a bit of CC. Nice pick by Daltouche. That's one of the healers down on the side of Team xQc. He's still getting topped up pretty well. Looking to back away maybe towards the point. A good tactical retreat here. Thieves, looks like they got slept by Nora briefly, but they'll be able to pick themselves back up. Daltouche has a final judgment ready, though. Powerful ultimate indeed. But that is the perfect pick off that Meteor M. Mr. Ruffle Waffle out of the game, and you've lost two healers on Summit's side. Nora has it all to do.
Yeah, I mean, Nora made a pretty nice play. Used Soul Resurgence trying to keep players up, but that Meteor M so difficult to dodge. As potentially Team Summit, they're going to have to get a touch here to keep this one extended.
J3 taken out already. Star-Lord off the map. There's not a lot of stopping power left here for Team Summit. And a fate of both worlds. Lunar Snow's ultimate here popped by Thief. So a lot of healing, and there's an opportunity for Sir Pineapple to go for another eat there, but it may not matter. Team Summit can't get the point, and that is a very clean first match win here for Team xQc. Just like that.
All right, so 1-0 here for Team xQc in round robin play. That'll be a win here against Team Summit. So we'll get an idea of what's going on in the rest of our games, but they make pretty quick work of them. That strategy is going to be tough, right? When you get that Captain America into the back line and just putting so much pressure. They tried even 3 strategists for Team Summit. Just you weren't able to keep anybody alive.
Yeah, we'll try and in the future get your scoreboard for you so we can go back and you guys can make sure you clip the evidence of your favorite content creator either popping off or struggling there. But look, I mean, triple strategist is not unheard of in Marvel Rivals, even at the top level. It's done. It's normally done with like the healers that have like that highest level of throughput. Lunar Snow's in there in the mix. Okay, awesome. We have our scoreboard.
Let's see the scoreboard. Let's see what happened here, right? So, Moxie doing a decent amount of damage. E-Rob just full support duty on the rocket.
We have more practice like
that.
Chat was kind of spamming that he was the MVP there, and I mean, look at the healing output. Just a machine back there.
It's actually sick. That's tough. Summit obviously, switches over to a healer after the first round, so don't hold too much against him. It looks like he was definitely more in Cloak than he was in Dagger, if I'm going to be honest with you. I did see a couple Terra Capes thrown out from Summit there.
Daltouche and J3 putting down some serious damage. Just not able to really kind of find much of anything in terms of kills, right? Because it was all healed up there by, E-Rob and co. So, being able to come through there. The rocket's so difficult because you can play so far away with the Rocket Raccoon and just spam the healing. And then you're always going to get some type of value out of the CYA and the BRB, right? So it's a pretty good hero. Put E-Rob on here through the rest of the day. Chad's pulling for an E-Rob Rocket Raccoon MVP today. I think that's what it feels like they're pulling for. Sounds like we already got like match 2 coming up. So
I mean, if that's true, that would be crazy. Getting a lobby filled at that rate.
It would be an all-time record.
Yeah, I mean, fingers crossed we'll be jumping in fairly soon. But for now, you're stuck with us. Yeah, I mean, Rocket's kind of sick. Obviously, like has really good mobility. The guy can wall climb at all times and has also like a jetpack booster, so it's really hard to dive. Look, I thought like Daltouche on the Punisher looked pretty good. He's definitely the hero for players that come from other shooter games, right? Has a automatic rifle, has an assault rifle, has a shotgun, pretty straightforward play. But against like the Cap and Magneto combination, there's a lot of shields. It's hard to break through them. The Cap shield as well, like to deflects those projectiles back. There's not a great risk of you getting hit by them. They go in random directions, but it's still tough. So that's why we saw xQc constantly just like running up to him, focusing him down, finding
beat him down.
That's the first target you want to go for in a lot of these fights.
And then a lot of the times, even when you're kind of putting down big damage, right? Seagull's got building up that meteor M of the Magneto so fast, right? So it eats all of those projectiles coming on in, kind of turns it into damage, going the opposite way. One time they put so much damage into it, it just kind of like overloaded. But the other time, he was able to kind of get a long distance kill onto Nora, where she was playing quite well there for Team Summit. So we'll get some score updates for you guys on some of the other games going on, but we'll be going into the next xQc game as soon as it is ready.
Yeah, so still a lobby to build up here, so you're going to be stuck with us yapping just a little bit longer. I do want to say, I don't know if xQc thought he'd get that level of value off the E-Rob pickup there. That's worked out really well for them.
It was pretty good value. I mean, look, Rocket, especially because they're playing solo Vanguards, right? He's not going to get dove like nobody. There's not Necros on Spider-Man flying above his head, right? So in that type of game, yeah, just E-Rob just pumping out heals from that back and just kind of taking orders there. Where I think like that Seagull Moxie xQc combo, being able to use those bulwarks like onto the Wolverine or the Cap, I mean, that is just going to put a lot of pressure on other teams here throughout the day. Where a lot of some of the creative tournaments, I don't want to say a lot of them, but you just kind of like, oh, let's just throw whoever on support, right? Or a strategist here in this case, where a lot of the times that's where like the teams start to fall apart first, is when the strategists end up dying, right? So, but you get 3 out there for Team xQc, you just kind of roll on forward and you're in a good spot.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how I felt about the DPS Jeff from Sir Pineapple there. That was
he's slippery, Jeff.
I mean, I've got to say though, it is used in like triple strategist comps. Sometimes we see at the top level teams will pick like 2 more reasonable strategists, and then like Jeff ends up being like a flanking DPS.
Can I was gonna say he can flank. The heal has like unlimited range right on it, and then if teams start to just like collapse or put some damage into the Jeff, right? He just like goes underground. He starts swimming up walls. It's impossible to track him. So viable strategy. Very annoying character to have to deal with.
Any map that has like a ledge or like a place to split people off, which by the way, almost all of them do, even some of the ones that you like wouldn't expect. We've seen it on like a Hall of Jalia, for example. You wouldn't think that map has like a lot of ledges, but they're off to the side. Like we've seen Jeff's like climb the buildings to get across to the other side to find a ledge. So obviously you want to make sure though, if you do end up swallowing any hero that has mobility, like Doctor Strange, for example, he can fly. So you need to sometimes jump off the map with them or get right on the edge. And basically,
if you do swallow teammates, make sure you don't chuck them off as well.
Yeah, you can release your teammates and opponents with different buttons independently. So it is kind of sick because there's a ton of utility there if you want to protect them from like a really powerful AoE ultimate. Last night we think we saw on Rivals Fight Night was someone eating in their entire team as a Meteor M came down to potentially below the. Oh no, it was an Iron Man ultimate. The
Iron Man ult. So yeah, the pulse cannon. So you can do it. So it sounds like we're actually going to be jumping into Shroud's game, see where that one is at. So I'll get a POV here of Shroud and Co. So it looks like this is just their first round. It looks like
we should have won that first
round. Is going to end up taking this one here. So looks like Shroud didn't get a chance to see who they're playing against. They're actually playing against Super's team off the rip. So the Super and I believe Tyler One's on this team as well.
Is Raging Garlic your boy Super? Oh, it is. Yeah, Raging Garlic Super.
He's not going to pressure.
He's adopted that name pretty much across the board.
It's just amazing. Obviously, Tonka Tonk is Tyler, so I'm not surprised to see him on the Venom. I think he's a Venom and a Hulk player primarily. So, plenty of those characters that can really satisfy your masculine urges. Let's just put it that way. But pretty close game in the first round by the looks of things. So I'm kind of vibing that. We're going to have Throne Round up next in this one as well. And this is a game where the Hela isn't banned. So kind of the perfect hero for Shroudy. Hit scan based, almost no damage fall off, which means she's still two-shotting you at like max range.
Yeah, it's kind of wild that a game with Shroud in it, you kind of let the hell on through, right? Feels like a character. I mean, he's like 18-1 at the moment. Feels like a character that he would just dominate on. So we'll see them come out of spawn with a Punisher in the mix here as well. Invisible Woman.
A little Emma Frost mag frontline. That hits kind of a little diff. Lulu as well on the most based skin in the entire game. I won't be taking any further questions on that. Just on the Invisible Woman. Okay, so yeah, Team Super are trying to make use of the Bulwark and the Blaster Barrage play over the top. I like that. Super's able to find that first pick off here. A bit of a rough start for Team Shroud.
Yeah, super committed to playing the tanks here. Natasha, the only one left for Team Shroud. It looks like gonna back on up, but I would love if we eventually could get comms of the Vanguard combination of T1 Super there. That's got to be some powerful comms running on in. Hey, and you can get Twitch Turbo here. If you don't want to see this ad coming up, you can get Twitch Turbo coming on through.
Bro,
Right after Shroud's commercial break, we'll be back with the game.
That is so good. I was curious what product and or service would be marketed to me by Twitch's sort of analytics.
Hey, that's as good of a subtle advertisement as you can get. So you guys don't want to see the ads on any of the streams. Just get Twitch Turbo.
Twitch Turbo. I mean, that's a great plug for that. I don't know if we're on that platform right now. Obviously we are on XQC stream, so big shout out to those of you over on Twitch. I'm sure you guys will have Turbo, and you're not being interrupted. So we're gonna jump in. It could be one of them. It could be one of them hefty 3-minute ones. I don't know if Shroud is disabled as pre-roll ads. You know what I mean? I don't know if he's running them in the right cadence.
Right? Yeah, he could have it set up. I mean, we cannot get back into that one for like 12 minutes.
It's a shame. I wanted to see what kind of semaglutide would be marketed to me today. Do you know what I mean? That's
yeah, it is. Yeah, I'm curious. I know chat would be curious what ad they were going to be served through XQC stream on Shroud stream. Okay, so we're back. We didn't miss much. Only 75% of the point.
Okay, yeah, rough stuff. So, Goddess of Death active here for Shroud. It's not that powerful against teams with shields, but if you can pop up from an unexpected angle, this could be potentially devastating. What? Sorry, IK Bliss. That Meteor M just absolutely boomed her into the next dimension. But he's not going to be able to walk away, and you can see just how powerful Hela is when no one's looking at them. I guess a lot of heroes are strong in that context, but this will be Team Shroud actually getting some time in the sun. On the point.
That's Giga Brain stuff from Shroud. They knew they were going to lose the first fight and lose the point, so run an ad while they get together and group up, and then come out of the ad with control of the point.
Yeah,
right?
I come out of the ad.
Fans want to see. Yeah,
exactly. We didn't have to watch 45 seconds of his team getting bent into a pretzel. Now, we just skip forward, and they're doing pretty well. Okay, so now they can play from behind these shields. There's so much that let Shroud just free fire from behind you, so their double shield based front line. Space, by the way, has played a character like Magneto in a previous game and has been one of the best in the very world. It's quite similar.
T1 trying to back up there on the Venom. Pretty large target there on the point.
Some main character energy going on, I won't lie.
Yeah. Shout out to Richter OW, new sub, Shroud's channel.
You got them, anyone got them primes? Keep them coming. Check your Twitch Prime, folks. Use them on XQC stream, though, let's be real.
Yeah, use them here.
Yeah, don't worry about Shroudy. We're just doing, this is just a charity.
I love this energy from T1. He sees Shroud on the Hela in a long hallway, and he's like, I'm just going to run in a straight line at Shroud. See if I can hunt them down. I like it.
Super aggressive here from Shroud. But again, when Hela eliminates someone, their soul kind of blows up. It's called Nasser on Crowstorm. So it's very powerful if the enemy's grouped up and Hela's able to get eliminations. They just take all this AoE damage, which is really scary. Dokibird gets rezzed here with Cocoon Revival, and Lydia might be in trouble. Yeah, that's a tough one to get out of. You, of course, would have to switch to Cloak and then use your right click to avoid that one. But they're going to be back. So both of those strategists, both Aiko and Lydia, back in the game, of course, because of Karmic Revival. That's Adam Warlock's ultimate. Unfortunately, that's just more people to be shot in the head.
Yeah, and Adam Warlock is extremely strong in terms of strategists if you kind of can master the playstyle, right? Because it's primary fire with criticals gives a cooldown reduction in terms of the healing that you can put out, and then also a team-wide resurrection opportunity. I mean, you're never going to turn that down. As Shroud, that is 36 kills there. Kick things off. That's a way to start. I mean, he is just...
That's the game. I mean, bro, we ain't messing around there. That looked like it could have gone either way. So Team Super get handed a fat L there by Shroudy and co, and they'll go up to 1-0 in this round robin.
Yeah, I wonder if they regret not banning the Hela there against Shroud. Just ban anything that resembles a hit scan against Shroud.
Honestly, in general, that's something that you want to try and get rid of. I think, especially if you have a specialist on your opponent's side, or if you yourself, if you're in a game and you don't want to play Hela, you don't know if your team is sort of hovering it, then you want to avoid it. She's very, very potent.
And so the next match we'll see here on this channel, we might jump into another game. The next one we'll jump into for XQC will be against Super. So We'll get an E-Rob versus T1 matchup, right?
Ooh,
I mean, really early in the tournament. I mean, especially, are you going to have T1 on Venom just trying to chase down the Rocket Raccoon of E-Rob?
I mean,
is that what we're going
is it
for
up
here?
to you? Is it really up to you? I don't know if you really have a say in that, Matt. I've worked shows with Tyler before, and it's not up to you. He will do what he does, force of nature, much like your boy Felix.
So also to give you an update, it looks like in the Tens versus Necros game, it looks like that is a Team Necros win to kick things off for them as well. Guru's name in the game is Tim the Tatman, but it is Guru. But he goes 30-2, and Necros on Iron Fist with a solid 29-0.
We didn't really get to see the scoreboard of the Shroud game, by the way, but Shroud ends up with 21 final hits. And I think the entirety of Super's team has like 28 final hits.
Shroud has 21 final blows in that game and goes 36-1. Yeah, not bad. I'm sure he's pretty happy with how his team kicked things off.
I mean, yeah, like Gale and Super had very good games respectively, but unfortunately, the backlines got pretty punished there pretty badly. So, okay, we're moving along, folks. Not too shabby, honestly. This could have gone either way. I'm just gonna keep it a stack with you all, but we're heading into round 2 in just a moment. And again, we're sticking with the top games there. So it'll be Super Shroud, Tens, then Necros that we're getting to cover here. So, relatively. I felt like the game. Okay, maybe xQc's first game wasn't super balanced, but pound for pound, these teams are relatively similar in terms of rank. We've made sure of that.
I think xQc's team had a really good strat though. I think they just kind of ran at the back line, right? Just cause chaos. I think that's exactly what they want to do. They want to play fast, and they want to play aggressive. I would worry about Necros going back and forth between Iron Fist and Spider-Man, though. That seems like that would be a bit of an issue. I believe also looking at that one, Guru was playing Wolverine, right? So you have a Guru Wolverine Necros Iron Fist combination with 3 strategists. That seems like it could get pretty nasty, could get out of control there. But we'll see how teams adjust.
So xQc is the only one that's playing Captain America at the moment, which is pretty surprising actually, considering he just is got insane crowd control. So we're getting ready checks from our first game here, guys. It shouldn't be too long from jumping into our Bands of Protect for our second round of round robin. So we're doing 5 of these, and this will decide our seeding heading into our 6-team single elimination bracket, obviously with 250k on the line. Yeah,
Team xQc at 1-0, Team Necros at 1-0, and then Shroud's team at 1-0, right? So those are the 3 teams that end up picking up dubs there in our first round. So we'll see in the second round we do have a matchup, right? It's Shroud it's xQc versus Super, right? So that is a matchup between some teams that have performed quite well. The xQc versus Necros game, which is the last one of the round robin, that one's gonna be tough. That may determine like who out of some of these teams gets a bye.
That's true. Yeah, obviously 2 teams get buys, and we're kind of hoping that xQc their team ends up. I think so. In this round robin, 5 teams, you probably need 4. I'm gonna say you probably need 4 wins to secure that spot. There are like a bunch of ways we can break that tie, obviously, because there might likely be a team that's undefeated. If that's the case, then things get much easier for us. But if we end up with 2 4-1s that are top seeds, then we try and see like who won when they played against each other. Everyone plays against each other, so all of a sudden the tie gets broken instantly, and we're good to go. So Guru being called Tim the Tatman, by the way, is going to throw me for an absolute loop. Like that is unbelievably troll. Who is obviously like a pretty notable streamer these days in his own right.
I mean, Guru, fantastic Vanguard tank player in like all different types of games, right? So it is quite funny.
Do you remember when we met him?
Yeah. I believe Tim actually just opened up his stream one day and like checked the leaderboard, and I think Guru was number 1, but had changed the name to Tim. So
legendary.
It showed that Tim was number 1. Pretty funny stuff.
Yeah. All right. We are seconds away, folks, from jumping into our second matchup of this round robin. Hope you guys have been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't tried Rivals yet, I strongly recommend you jump on in. NetEase getting behind this tournament as well as xQc in terms of prize money. So big shout out to the 2 of them for making this happen. It's kind of sick to see our favorite creators go at it. I was really hoping for a bit more smack talk in our draft, though. Everyone was so.
I think they were so
in.
under pressure and didn't want to put together a terrible team that I think they kind of focused on that. A group ban off the rip. I mean, we can't. Are we ever going to see group today?
Okay.
If we're watching xQc stream, maybe not. That's definitely being targeted. Oh, the fingers are steepled.
Deep in thought.
I want to hear this
The
strategy.
protect.
I want to hear this draft.
Yeah. Okay, makes sense.
So we don't hear xQc's team comms, just his.
Oh, 2G. So they play for us.
Okay, so the Jeff, the Land Shark Protect.
A Jeff and the Rocket protect.
That, okay, I mean, E-Rob's going to be happy with that. To be fair, protecting the Rocket team up is pretty good. Punisher and Rocket now combo in such a way that Rocket can deploy a turret that gives the Punisher unlimited ammunition. So he obviously is using a machine gun, an assault rifle rather, and he never has to reload during that duration. And that's on top of the fact that Punisher can get into a turret and just spray people down as well. So lets you just basically vomit bullets, and the Captain America's been targeted already.
I know. I was gonna say Team Super. They have watched some of the first game. They got rid of that Captain America, which was so good for xQc. So
we definitely had Super versus xQc in like an actual esport game before, right? I'm thinking about a San Francisco Dallas matchup. We definitely had these two play against each other. Good old days. Hawkeye Protect.
Well, I guess the Hawkeye got banned in the first game here.
Yeah, I mean, Seagull is that the guy he will pick the Archer character, folks.
No.
Hawkeye's really interesting. Someone we see only very rarely, like at the top level, at the esports level, we'll call it. But is really good against flyers. Is one of the best at sort of grounding them, which makes him like a reasonable pocket pick. Okay, maybe Hella's a little bit better because she is hit scan, but Hawkeye is not to be sneered at. Like decent up close, but getting to slow people down with those arrows. Slow is really powerful, of course, in Marvel Rivals. Definitely something that is worth keeping an eye on. And his ultimate creates after images of people that he sees, and he can shoot the after images instead of the people. And the after images, by the way, they don't move, or they get like spawned at regular intervals.
This could be pretty sick though for Moxie, right? Being able to potentially play like a Hawkeye here against some of the stuff that Super's team's going to play. It looks like Super's team going to run with that triple strategy yet again. I mean, we got T1 versus E-Rob here, Ico xQc. We got Super versus Seagull. I mean, this is a pretty stacked match here for the second one of the day. Moxie Gale.
This comp is very reasonable from Team Super. Venom can dive in and have backup there, from the Star-Lord. And of course, the Star-Lord can get revived because Adam Warlock is in the game. Adam Warlock recently got buffed now that he gets like cooldowns on his main heal based on hitting critical hits. So he obviously wants to hit those headshots.
Are they going to be able to keep the Venom alive though? Right?
It will be really hard with this composition. Obviously, Mantis is able to give a heal to someone and they can just walk off. It gives them like a heal over time, a little buff that they can have also to their damage done. So she's great paired with some of these divers. You just have to be in line of sight to them to heal them, obviously, by throwing that blessing on them, so to speak. But it will be tough. I expect to see Tyler 1 get focused down here, but here comes Team xQc, folks, in the second game of their round robin. We're on deck with the man himself on Magneto this time.
Yeah, will Tyler be able to dive the dominant force that is E-Rob's Rocket Raccoon? So
oh god, yeah. He'll be going for his brother.
Yup. See if he can get that dive. Get a little 3P angle here, seeing if anybody's around the corner.
Venom, man.
Right.
They're already calling out there, Tyler.
Yeah, straight away. So straight away we see the Thor. Thor is so good at displacing you. He can basically just charge you away whenever he sort of wants to with that storm surge. So a lot of mobility, and now of course that he's inside his awakened state, he hits very hard.
A lot of disruption though from Tyler. He's able to get in and get out with his life. Super is actually able to get Moxie on the front side, but Moxie does end up getting rest. It's good positioning here from Team Super off the rip.
Yeah, good. I mean, honestly, a lot of pressure coming in from this Team Super roster. You can see Moxie's the one that actually gets burnt down first. xQc slept, but healthy enough for that not really to be a huge problem. Mag Cannon also really good against some of these diving vanguards, Matt. You can sort of knock someone away with that right click on a regular interval. Gale was hiding around the corner. He's going to back out already. Galactic Legend build up. This is dangerous. E-Rob just gets melted down And that is 2 strategists for the price of 1. A very successful Galactic Legend.
I'm
And
going
Sir
strength.
Pineapple, even if
like
you're
nothing.
in the ground there on the Jeff, not going to be able to live through that Star-Lord ultimate. It's going to be a
If
little
you
bit of a
distract them,
reset
it'd be a
here
big deal.
for Team
Yeah.
xQc.
Yeah, agreed,
So we'll
agreed,
see
agreed.
the
Angles,
lead.
angles,
You know,
angles, angles.
Moxie on the Hawkeye, like, you can just pick one of these players off so fast, but doing a nice job. I mean, look at the space that Tyler create.
Yeah, and honestly, with the bulwark, he can be that aggressive. He also, is able to use the symbiotic resilience there to stay healthy. You get more shield the lower in health you are, so you basically have to kill Venom twice to get rid of him. Here's Seagull, though, in the awakened state. Charges forward with that Storm Hammer, getting behind the Magneto. They're trying to isolate Super if they can, but Fate of Both Worlds going to get popped now. Big healing in the middle of the fight. Gale taken down by Moxie, though. Connects with a big arrow. Karmic Revival coming in, but here comes the drop, and Seagull gets that huge ultimate down on Doki Bird. A flattening here. Thor is popping off.
Oh, I mean, Seagull just taking players out off the spawn. The God of Thunder is huge, and then just picking up the last few stragglers that end up getting res there. That is a sick play from Seagull. It's going to be immediate red here from Super, trying to eat some type of damage. Stay alive as he's going to take out Sir Pineapple. So this one not over just yet.
Moxie low. Ico Bliss able to run him down. And at no point was there really a full cap. Only just now have Team xQc been able to flip the point, and Seagull's definitely helped them with that awakened state. He does a ton of damage, and all of a sudden his Mjolnir Bash turns into like these lightning clumps.
Good.
Big game so far from Seagull.
Yeah, Ico and Super were able to stay alive for a pretty long time. Got them like an extra, maybe like 10% there on the point.
Yeah, what did they have for supportals?
How they try and set up Gale, not close
I don't
to
think
that
that.
Galactic Legend just yet.
Like a
Dude,
little bit.
this could be a huge eye from xQc, right? Everybody gonna have to work through this choke. That's gonna be the bulwark used already.
It can be blocked though. Eye of Agamotto with a Doctor Strange shield or a
I'm
Magneto
gonna
one, so xQc positioning pretty aggressively, slept there briefly. Nice hit there from Ico Bliss. Thieves taken down. Galactic Legend from Gale. Collects 2, no 3 kills. 2 of them again being healers. Nice Eye of Agamotto there from xQc, though. Gets on in there, and the Maelstrom does do a ton of damage on the backside. Ico Bliss, they're going to be brought back into the fight with that BRB, and the round is done. Team Super, get on the board early.
Also,
an eye there with the God of
Thunder
Thunder there from xQc and Super, but they push in, they get a few kills, but everybody else
so one of the one of the main problems is they're using like Star-Lord on the way in with shield. I think we just gotta maybe like save a cooldown or whatever to like just not take too much time from that, because he's getting so much value off of that. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that combination, just the Magneto Bulwark with a Blaster Barrage, is the E ability from Star-Lord, is like free damage for the Star-Lord. It affects in an AoE, and it's hard to punish him for that. So sometimes you have to wait it out, or just save your big healing cooldowns to cover up the damage, is kind of what xQc is suggesting here.
Okay, I'm
gonna
gonna
actually switch here, so not play the Hawkeye. Moxie's actually going to play this.
ITB.
This is pretty similar to like what they ran the first time, but was the ban of the Captain America, which definitely seems to have changed things up a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Playing more of a static style, right? This shield comp, it does allow Seagull just to be a bit more of a bruiser. That's someone like kind of like Captain America who wants to run into your backline. Thor loves to be surrounded by people because he gets more runes when he uses that lightning realm, which means it's easy to get awakened and do huge damage. So something you've got to respect. Yeah, back on board with Sir Pineapple. Didn't see any big eats in that previous round, but at some point you start to play a little bit more carefully around Jeff the Land Shark, lest he spit you off the map. And it's harder to get those big mass eliminations on a map like Spaceport here, Matt.
It was like they were just trying to deny the space here from Team Super on entering on in, and it felt like they got it, but then Gale just goes to the high ground there. Face of the Abyss there from Tyler 1. Not going to get much there with that, but it's going to be Team Super who eventually battles through that choke and able to get the point.
We're doing the same thing. We're going to go to first.
All right, so Moxie dealt with here. Definitely one of the natural predators to Venom is Wolverine. Someone who can go drag him out of position, lock him down. Any kind of crowd control is very good against Venom because he doesn't actually have a way to stave that off. If he doesn't have his shield cooldown available to him or doesn't have a chance to use it, he's easy to blow up. So coming in though, we've got a CYA for E-Rob. So damage booster for the whole team. And a last stand for Moxie who can collect multiple people with that Wolverine dive, slam them down. Really devastating. Great catch though here onto Super. And again, he gets bulwark straight away. So amazing response there. Coming on in, he just barriers himself, can't be picked up. CYA though is in play now, Matt. Damage boost available for Team xQc, but I think they would prefer some more healing.
Yeah, it looks like actually Sir Pineapple goes in with It's Jeff as well. He gets one with an E, but And finally actually ends up making it out with his life. I think maybe even got res there. So putting down some damage at range. Looks like you're finally going to be able to take it, but Doki's going to end up using this big Adam Warlock ultimate up on that high ground. So going to be able to bring a few players back.
Yeah, I think it's when Karmic Revival brings you back into the game, though it's at half health. So you need to be healed up really quickly after the fact. And if you're in like a 2v4 like you were there, you as the Adam Warlock, like, probably have the weakest AoE. Well, you don't have a great AoE heal, right? Ico Bliss also on the Mantis doesn't either. So it's like a little bit hard to get everyone back to being healthy so they can fight again. There's more work required.
Yeah, and the Adam kind of becomes the beacon after a bit, right? So becomes just kind of chase him down. And then as we saw the last time where Seago with the God of Thunder was able to just get massive damages. It looks like they're trying to get rid of T1 here. It's actually going to be
they got him.
Using the fate of both worlds here off the start. Yeah, they've separated him out. They haven't killed him just yet.
He's low, though. He doesn't have that resilience available. Have they left him alone? They might have allowed Tyler 1 to survive here. No, Thief eventually deals with them. Nicely done for the Lunar Snow. Here's an Eye of Agamotto. Big stun. Ico Bliss and Gale both hit by that, but big overshield from that Soul Resurgence. The Mantis pops her ultimate, gives a huge amount of overshield and healing over time, countering out xQc's Eye of Agamotto.
And they have to be careful as well because Lydia's got this CYA, right? So if they push in a little bit too far, maybe you see them end up dropping this. But right now, the Rocket just focused on getting the healing off. It's okay, now we drop the damage as they push on in, maybe a little bit too deep.
Okay, well, looks like they're going to stand their ground. Feast of the Abyss comes in, catches E-Rob out. That was during that ultimate. So Pineapple, though, has the Eat ultimate ready to go. Seagull's caught too far in enemy territory, and it's just a bit of an overextension for Team xQc, but Matt, it's given them a decent percentage lead at least.
That's what we were just talking about, though, right? Like, you have that CYA, you're backed up, like, closer to your spawn, you have players coming off the respawn. It just seemed like maybe Team xQc thought they could go back in yet again, and they end up engaging, but that CYA, the extra damage that Lydia gives the rest of the team, plus you get players off the respawn, you get caught off guard there a little bit.
Someone's looking hungry. So Pineapple, a big hit here could make a massive difference. You see xQc trying to get forward there, make a bit of space. He's up on the high ground, now dropping. Here it comes. Biggest shot from Sir Pineapple. Let's see if he gets a good connection. Not too shabby at all. Getting two of those strategists. Yeah, we're heading for the edge of the map, and so Pineapple's going to dodge, duck, dive, dip, dodge, gets caught by Gale. The Blasted Barrage gets rid of the Jeff, and so everybody gets regurgitated. Could have been a big play, but Gale wasn't born yesterday.
Yeah, I think Ico just left xQc sleeping on the opposite side as well, so now just trying to keep this one going here. xQc drops down. He's going to get the health pack. He doesn't have the ability to get up to the high ground here, but you're going to have what? Sir Pineapple's going to have to contest here. It's not going to be pretty.
It's not good for your boy. 99% and counting now, and that is it. Spaceport taken by Team Super, and that means that the entirety of Ben and Chala goes the way of Team Super. It's 2-0, and your boy, fearless leader, your hero, they fall in the second round of their round robin games.
Like linear damage?
There was I think the Captain America being gone was clearly something that really impacted the way that I think that team xQc wanted to play there, right? Where they wanted to use that Captain America, put pressure on the supports. Take a look at the scoreboard here. I mean, Gale played quite well. They kept T1 alive, and then Ico had a bunch of good uses of that Soul Resurgence, playing that Mantis pretty much the entire time.
Yeah, look, really reasonable damage here from Tyler 1, all things considered. Just the 4 final hits, but that's fine. A lot of the time as Venom, you want to just tie people up, keep them busy, especially your opposing healers. Make sure it's hard for them to kind of do their jobs. Great game from Super as well. Pretty filthy amount of damage for Magneto, if I'm going to be honest with you. But both teams opting for those triple strategist looks, I think it's very reasonable. It's honestly better with the approach that Team xQc are taking, right? With the Jeff the Land Shark as the third, but you can't deny that a lot of resources on Team Super side are being invested in Gale. Only 6 deaths for him. You have shielding being given by Super constantly. You have, being res by Doki Bird, given heals, Ico Bliss. And I think that's, why Gale was one of the top players coming into this, sort of had to be picked in the first round. And, there were a lot of tanks in that first round of players, right? Except for Gale.
Yeah. I also think just T1 just diving in constantly on the Venom, just a big distraction, it seemed, right? There were a few times where they tried to focus him down and finish him off, but the damage wasn't really life-threatening, I would say, for anybody on the side of Team xQc. Just kind of the space that T1 took up there on the Venom, and just you see the damage block just eating a lot of it.
So that is 2 rounds of round robin now down for Team xQc. They're 1-1. We might see if we can go and catch on to another stream.
Game.
see what some of these games are showing for us here. But I'm gonna keep it real. Adam Warlock needs a ban, you know, during the start of the game. At least get rid of him. You can target the Star-Lord, but there are like a ton of really good flanking duelists that you can opt for in this game, right? Iron Fist, really powerful as well. We're going to this is Necro's POV, so we have some Human Torch gameplay. Ah, yes. Very reasonable and based.
Allowing a Human Torch, no, at least you do the group ban off the rip here. This has got to go. I mean, you can't allow. I mean, the Human Torch, you can't allow Human Torch to come into the game.
Yes,
and hey,
we get an ad break.
Get lost. What was that? Get lost in respawn.
I don't know.
Hey,
no free promo. Yeah, they're not paying me. They're not paying us. I don't remember what the product was.
Yeah, it was something with pomegranate and watermelon. You know, both those flavors are pretty cool, but. Nobody saw it. I didn't see nothing.
I didn't see it. You know,
nobody saw. You guys in the chat didn't see anything.
No.
Keep it low.
Like that Men in Black, like flash you out there. So that's something we haven't. While we got time to yap here, we have not seen a bunch of Human Torch today. One of the.
But you see why though? I mean, he's filthy. Like you should not allow him through.
Yeah, he can do a ton of stuff. Really mobile. Basically, like you know, Storm is a bit more floaty as a flying hero. Whereas Human Torch has like a ton more air control and can be really quick. He gets around the map super fast. He's also got two like really good team ups in the game right now. One where he teams up with Storm to turn Storm's tornadoes into flaming tornadoes, which of course is very reasonable. And
which he definitely needed.
Yeah, it's a very measured response to whatever your opponents are doing. It's just to hit them with napalm.
Flaming tornadoes.
But obviously, the Fantastic Four all have a sort of team up in the game as well when Invisible Woman is with any of them, which gives them like a healing over time plus overshield. So it's super handy because you're in the air, you take a bunch of poke damage, right? Being able to pop that ability and just like heal up is so good. And look, Necros has Supernova ready as well. Necros, by the way, just finished. He just finished an unranked to Celestial stream this morning. And he made it.
Right. He didn't miss anything. It's 1-1. Somebody won that round, the last one, that we got rudely interrupted through.
This is Team Necros versus Team Shroud, by the way.
Yep. And then in Summit's game against Tens, the Team Summit took the first round. So didn't win the map just yet, but took the round. So.
All right, so we are moments away. Right, so Supernova is ready. This kind of allows Human Torch to turn any of the little blazing blasts on the ground into columns of flame. So makes that very powerful. The flame fields get stronger. We're just performing a portal here. Team Guru, excuse me, is going to have them come from a bit of an odd angle here, at least is the idea.
Yeah, I wonder where they're going to be coming from here.
Yeah, this is
the longest TP ever. Okay.
Wait! Okay, this is right where the opponents are. So you can slip through the back of the portals you see there. Yeah, they're looking for a Supernova at point blank range here. I love that though. Okay, good pressure being put down. Right. Space was actually able to hit the chokehold on Necros while he was up in the air, which is pretty crazy.
Yeah, that's pretty filthy stuff. I mean, they're trying to catch them off guard there with a TP and then a cheeky use of the Human Torch ultimate from behind, and it gets caught out. I believe Necros' chat thinks the portal was diabolical. Yeah, they think it was terrible. Like, and we'll blame. It's always the vanguards and the supports, right? I mean, those are always problems.
Look, I will say that, like, just because there's a portal doesn't mean you have to go through it. You can also shoot through it, so that might have been a safer option. You'll notice here that basically with these right clicks, you can set up a pyro prison where you sort of link the blazing blasts on the ground, like they make a wall, like an area, and they do damage over time to people inside of it, as well as burst for anyone who crosses it. So it's like, it's amazing for like controlling these chokes and controlling the space in general. Necros almost has another ultimate. That's just how much damage he's vomiting at them right now. Oh, strangling prison combo as well. That is nasty. Eternal Bond used though, buddy up by Shroud's team. So good healing over time now for the attackers to push out onto the point. And Sweet Anita gets choked out by space again.
Yeah, pretty impressive stuff though from Shroud's team to be able to battle on through that, right? That was a pretty sick Groot ultimate there, that strangling prison. And then you got a bunch of damage down into it, but still not enough. Like you mentioned, it was an Eternal Bond there used. I believe that is Natasha for Team Shroud playing the Cloak and Dagger. So a huge play from her to be able to kind of keep that team alive, because they would have they were as good as dead otherwise.
Super sick against the Human Torch Pyro Prison. We're doing another portal play here. Doing these on a dime is a little bit complicated. I think Necros is going to make sure they don't get interrupted as they try and do that. But you see Torch just like sits above the shielding. Oh, God, here come the flaming tornadoes. Yep, that's Shroud getting taken down. It's a Winter Soldier out of the game already. And now Fate of Both Worlds being popped. So you've got that massive healing over time being provided to you. Guru's in there, has found a couple. Space eventually gets brought down. I guess the enemy of Emma Frost is probably going to be Blazing Infernos. That is thematically fair. And now they will continue to extend their lead.
I mean, not much you can do about that, right? Fate of Both Worlds used there, but still not enough to be able to heal through all the damage over time that the Human Torch is putting out. You see he's going to actually kind of link these together, yeah, and they're going to have to walk through this, right? So it's going to be very difficult. It's going to allow him to build that ult charge up pretty fast, like you mentioned in the previous fight, right? He was able to build it up right away. We just saw him use it already north of 50%.
Yeah, and this damage just won't stop coming. This puts crazy pressure on the backline. When you're doing just this ticking damage over time constantly. Terra Cape thrown out there, doesn't affect though, and there we can drop down, of course. You can dive bomb the ground with that flaming meteor ability, which is handy in a pinch, but does expose you as a Human Torch to some damage, which is why Necros is pretty happy that he has access to that United Siblings team-up ability to give him that overshield and some of that healing over time. Oh yeah, just another ultimate build-up, by the way. Just another doubt the office here for your boy Necros. Coconut Beat taken down, but things elsewhere look pretty bad for team... this squad rather is Team Super, if I'm not mistaken. They're going to get out.
Yeah,
it's not
so,
Team Super,
well,
is it? It's Team
no,
Necros.
this is not Team Necros. We are watching Necros.
He is the captain.
As Team Necros. Yep. Shroud on the other side of things. So potentially here you come back with another Human Torch ult. Have an opportunity to close it out. This is where a lot of teams have been trying to use flyers, right? Very good in terms of the meta, like Iron Man, Human Torch. Storm not as much recently, but Storm was extremely good, where you see the power of having one of these on your team. You see the movement there of the Human Torch, being able to like use that crouch and kind of like animation in the midair.
Yeah, he's looking at like a 25k game, and that's up after 2 rounds.
Yeah,
it's ridiculous damage. CYA active right now. I have Agamotto's going to freeze them up, and yep, Lulu Lovely taken down. That is the Loki off the battlefield. Strangling Prison, an attempt here to get Team Shroud back into the game, but obviously that just doesn't affect Necros at all, and they get eat up. Good countering Eye of Agamotto, though. It looks like Necros wasn't looked at through the duration of that stun at all, and Natasha and Shroud get flattened instantly. This should be a cleanup here for Team Necros. Looks like they're going to be advancing comfortably out of this round of the round robin 2.
Yeah, this one goes down to the wire, though, right? Round 3 in this matchup against Shroud's team, so both these teams putting up a pretty good fight here, in this second round. But another ultimate here for Necros. You got to ban. So this is the hardest part, though, because you're going to ban Human Torch, and let's say you ban Iron Fist, right? Then you just play Spider-Man, right? You let Spider-Man, you ban that, then he's going to play Iron Fist. Feels like you just kind of have to pick whatever you feel like the least of the worst options are, because man, he's filthy on some of those flankers.
Now Matt's been calling for a break in Discord. You got a full bladder, buddy? Is that the issue?
Yeah, I know the chat is as well, right? They're all full bladdered as well, right?
All right. Well, we'll let you guys take care of that. We're gonna go to a quick break. When we come back, it's round 3 of a round robin here at the Marvel Rivals xQc Invitational. We'll see you in a sec.
Mitch doesn't want to intro us, so I'll say, hey, what's up? What's going on, chat? xQc Invitational. We are back live in the action. We're figuring out which game we're gonna get into next. So it'll be Team xQc jumping in to the next lobby. We'll actually see. So in round 2, to give you guys an update in terms of scores, right? So Team Super beat Team xQc. Team Summit ended up getting the win over Team Tens. And then Shroud's team ended up losing at the hand of Necros. So that's what we ended up seeing there in round number 2. Mitch over there, I mean, this is one of the rare opportunities you're not going to hear him, right? Because he just keeps talking all the entire time. So he's fixing his audio. That'll get sorted out rather quickly. Oh, what'd you do? What'd you do? What happened? Did you mute yourself? Unbelievable. No, I just informed chat that this is one of the only moments of silence they were gonna get from you the entire day. So they still can't hear you though through the vmix, but I can hear you though.
Oh,
So
I'll get him to
positive.
let me know if we can.
Yeah,
I'm just
they
reconnected.
they still say you're muted. So
That's
let's
crazy.
just get him out of there. What he was
back.
trying to say.
I'm back. I'm
Are
back.
you back?
Fine.
Are you back?
For those at home, I just unplugged the cable to my mixer. It's fine. I don't think you missed anything.
Saved.
We're chilling.
Saved. I informed people where we were in the tournament, who has won in round 2, who has lost, and then where we will be going here for this round 3. So the round 3 matchup, it'll be a xQc game. We already saw them play against who? We saw them play against Super's team already, and we saw them play against. We've seen them play against. We haven't seen them play against Tens yet. We haven't seen them play against Necros and Shroud. So the game against Shroud will be next. The one against Necros will be at the end of the day.
Yeah, so that'll be end of the day. It'll be at the end of the round robin. Maybe at the end of the day if they both do well through the rest of these round robin games. But they're going to be going up against Shroud's team in this next matchup. Shroud's team, who we just kind of saw suffering at the hands of the Necros team. It does seem that the teams that have like superstar duelists are
hold on.
really
I still think we
doing
better
well.
though.
Before we even get the screen up, Groot is gone. We don't even have a
I
moment
thought
where
we
we
were
can
against Necros.
pretend that Groot is eligible to be played. I mean, this is crazy.
Yeah, Space definitely not a huge group player, I think, so that sort of makes sense. I
Free
do want
my
to
man
hear what
Groot.
the draft strategy is supposed to be. Is it Emma Frost taken away? They might look
protect
to try and
Cap.
get rid of Winter Soldier. We've seen a fair bit of that, or Hela, to take them away from Shroud.
Yeah, it'll be though xQc's opportunity here to protect. Do you consider protecting the Captain America? It was so good for them in their
Honestly,
first matchup.
it would potentially shut down a Hela pick. Oh, okay, so we're really,
Jeff.
yeah, we're really trying to like set up Pineapple. So this is like a second consecutive Jeff protect we've seen from Team xQc over their 3 games. So they're really adamant about that. But yeah, we'd like to see the Cap from X, but you know, we saw him on the Strange, the Mag. They're all good options. Space though is one of the most terrifying Magnetos in NA.
Yeah,
you know,
super sick.
legitimately spent time on Team Envy. I don't know if he's still on that roster. I think he might have. No, that was iRemix they dropped. Anyway, like this guy is really good.
Ella.
Take a listen in here. See
Yeah,
what
for sure.
it'll be a ban here. So Hawkeye gone. So we saw this targeted at Moxie in the
Maybe
first
Bucky
game
for
of
sure.
the game.
Bucky.
Moxie
We
went
can
over
all
and
the ban
played
Bucky last. I
Wolverine.
mean, we could.
Okay, there's the Hela ban.
Sounded like
Makes-
thinking about
makes
maybe
sense.
banning.
Who plays
banning
Cloak on that
Bucky
team?
here.
Oh yeah, because that
So you
lore.
just target Shroud out
Oh
entirely?
yeah. Double
You could-
strong
you could
man
do that.
to do
You could
like,
do that.
like non-easy heals.
Yeah, Space obviously
I don't know, yeah.
was on that Team Envy team. I think he stepped back recently.
I think
We
he
saw him
did.
in
All
the
good.
Marvel Rivals Invitational where they lost to FlyQuest.
I'm not gonna write it. I'm not gonna write it down.
Not the best outing for that squad.
It's all good. All good.
You,
All right,
you'd
so no-
imagine though.
I think we
that
ran out of time on that protect there, Matt. I don't think that they were able to get there in
They
time.
just- Yeah, we have a
looking click fast enough.
pass on the protect, so we didn't protect anything here. So we'll see how that strategy pans out. Maybe they didn't want to.
They're playing Torch?
Maybe they don't want to give it away, right? What they're playing, so you just don't
You wanna ban
protect. They protect Human Torch. Okay, so
Cloak.
potentially
right?
some flyers here. It sounds like they want to call for a cloak ban. Where we saw Natasha use that cloak and dagger in the last series that we took a look into, right? The Necros game where the Eternal Bond use was pretty sick.
Yeah, I think like she had great timings off those ultimates. She was able to counter to some degree that damage the Human Torch is putting in. Lunar Snow take it away. So
You still get rid of cloak.
potentially
we
you
ban
do put
Cloak.
yourself in a bit of a weird spot because then it's like 2 of the highest throughput in terms of like raw healing output strategies
Guys,
that you've
they will
just
still
sort of
get
taken
other-
away.
other heals.
But
There's
you're
no way.
playing Mantis and Adam Warlock, right? Or at least you have that option. So Cloak and Dagger is going to be banned. That's now no longer an option for Natasha.
Yeah.
Pick your hero.
So you're gonna see from Team xQc, right? Sir Pineapple gonna lock in that Jeff. I imagine we're going to see E-Rob continue to play the Rocket Raccoon. So the Captain America mixed in. Are we gonna see Shroud?
Yo,
Shroud
I
gonna pick up.
think
Shroud's
it's
like,
Seal
yo,
on,
I just
on
watched
Thor,
Necros
no?
go
Or
ham
you
on the
really
Human
know you
Torch.
done it, 'cause it-
Watch this. He's like, I'm gonna just play it.
I mean,
why not?
With Hela banned, your
Thor?
options for
Thor,
dealing with
Torch.
it are kind of limited at the moment, right? Moxie might end up picking up Vanguard here, and maybe Seagull has an answer. Also, like Hawkeye can can, and I use air quotes here, deal with that. We might send him with a Punisher, so Shroud going to something a little bit more comfortable. Seagull though on the Human Torch, this could be scary. I do think that Punisher's a pretty good option against it though. Hit scan pressure, always important. Seagull's just going to need pretty consistent healing. I like that Thieves has gone over to the Invisible Woman though. That little contact lens she can throw up, the Guardian Shield can be used on airborne targets. It's clicking, it's just point and click. It's pretty easy to give that to your Human Torch and have him abuse that.
Do you think Moxie plays a... Okay, so Moxie gonna play the Magneto, so get a Space versus Moxie head-to-head. We're gonna get a Venom here, so... Oh, they're gonna go full dive. They're gonna just play
I mean, this is a throwback to like xQc, who played a lot of dive tanks in the game that he was pro in, that we all know what that game is. I just can't say it. So that's gonna be a ton of fun. The backup for him though will be limited. He might try and link up with Moxie here and really threaten those back lines.
So we'll see if he can get good value out of the Venom. We've seen just Tyler 1 play the Venom here today. I wonder... Okay, so you're actually going to have Shroud play the Human Torch. So it's Human Torch head-to-head. I feel so bad for these strategists. I mean, there's just going to be fire raining from above, Captain America shields everywhere. You see the destruction.
That was a really good regenerative domain from Lulu, though. Comes in as the dive approaches, so you've got that sort of invulnerability. Okay, well, basically, you heal for the damage that you take, so it's not like exactly invulnerability, but it basically guarantees you can't die. So that's pretty potent. Though, Human Torch, there needs to be a discussion about how this is dealt with, I think. We have Seagull now matching up against Shroud in that regard, so it's about seeing who can have the most impact. These two can fight each other. They'd probably just rather spend their time hitting people on the ground, though.
And Shroud's the type of gamer who could just pick this up today, right? Just play some Human Torch here throughout the tournament, see how good it was for Necros, and how good it actually just kind of like is in the meta at the moment. As xQc goes on in, gets a lot of shielding here, but you see just the damage output, right? From these, fire lines all across the battlefield. It's going to put them healing over damage over time on the targets, and Moxie ends up falling.
There's a really sick pyro prison there from Shroud, honestly. He made it so it's not just a box, it's like an X in the middle, so you have to cross the lines and take that burst damage. Feasty, this is good. This is going to make xQc very tanky. 2,000 health, but, hits like a wet noodle sometimes. Definitely needs a little bit of backup, but notice he's holding onto the symbiotic resilience, so he'll have that extra shielding available once his current health pool eventually gets burned through. That means a lot of time in the fight. Without anyone really being able to get rid of him. He'll have to pop it now, and he does, but the Supernova is in play for Shroud. Massive damage over time, and E-Rob, probably not advisable to move out into the eye of the firestorm.
Yeah, not ideal. Not ideal. It just seems like there's a lack of damage output right now here from Team xQc, right? Where Space is able to stay alive. I think Lulu doing a really nice job on the Loki, being able to just provide lots of healing. Now has a dupe available, right? With that, God of Mischief ultimate, being able to kind of maybe dupe like an Invisible Woman, get another invisible barrier, but it just seems like, Shroud just putting out so much damage here on the Human Torch. Very difficult to deal with.
There are some edge cases for copying the ultimate of someone who isn't a strategist, but they're really, really rare. Very narrow. So here comes the Supernova, though. Seagull has his pop. Space with a Meteorium in play now. Comes the eat from Jeff. What is her pineapple cooked up? No, Lulu takes him down, so anybody eaten will get regurgitated back onto the battlefield. And Shroud's feeling the heat now, literally. Seagull putting the pressure down as an opposite number, but a great bulwark given over to Shroud actually turns the fight back in his favor. Now he rules the skies. Now it's getting a little bit scary for Team xQc. Shroud needs to double back to try and find a health pack and might not have its location memorized, but it doesn't matter because this might end up being a shutout. Moxie here, shield up, trying to stall as much as he can. Freedom charge even popped to drag this fight out a little bit longer. And if he can duck and dodge away, jump around, he will buy enough time for the rest of his teammates to contest this.
Yeah, Lulu with that God of Mischief ends up using another invisible barrier, right? So he had Natarsis as well, and this is going to be Thieves using the one for Team xQc. So a lot of extra healing coming in there from them. No strategist ultimates available yet for Team Shroud, as Shroud, it still does not matter though. Takes out Seagull in that 1v1 yet again.
Yeah, I mean, Seagull's getting gapped. The backup has been amazing from Space. Agamotto, we're up pretty high. Pops it. Big damage on the Maelstrom here. The follow-up should be good, and a double there for xQc. Keeps his team in the game. There's a lot of work still to be done, though, as Lulu gets 3D printed back into the game, and xQc's alone on the point. Looking pretty brave, pretty brolic, but not enough to get him the round.
Yo, that eye was pretty massive, though. right? If anybody else on the team was alive besides him, you may have been able to turn that. Shroud just kind of throwing down those tornadoes from behind as gonna be with some trash talk already in the chat here. Towards E-Rob, trying to get in E-Rob's head a little bit.
I think he's good. I think he's probably dealt with slightly more colorful trash talk than that, considering who his literal family member is. But
yeah, I don't think the "I'm better than you" is really phasing him. I think you gotta try a little harder with that.
Honestly, I'm very impressed at how well behaved Coconut B is being, because you could have taken that in so many different directions. Either way, oh god, I thought we might get the magic from Seagull, but it will be a Thor instead. Moxie's going over to the Storm.
In games like this, though, I feel like the magic can be pretty effective, right? When she starts to get rolling, very difficult hero to take out. Lots of good shielding opportunities, but they'll actually play a Psylocke. This is the first time we're actually going to see the Psylocke in play, at least on our stream today.
So Storm provides an aura. One is a movement boost, the tornado. The other is a damage boost, and she can empower that aura to add extra effects to it, like, you know, lightning strikes with thunder boost, and a slow with the tornado one. So she's very powerful, but she moves a little bit slowly, and she's more support-oriented than Human Torches, who really just wants to do damage. But the projectiles from Storm, they're pretty snappy. They fly pretty fast, and you can, you know, punish another flyer with them pretty well. We just saw that happen. But Shroud pretty printed back into the game. Here comes a Jeff Eat by the looks of things. No, it was a God of Thunder. That was beautiful stuff from Colazo. 3 kills off that one. Just grouped up with Team xQc, and they all got flattened.
Colazo works through the choke with that God of Thunder, and they're trying to back up. xQc's shield is taking so much damage, and Space uses the Meteor M as well on top of the CYA from Coconut B. I mean, there's just so much damage. Nothing you're really going to be able to do here as a God of Mischief available here for Lulu is Loki extremely good, right? Can take whether you know, it's a teammate's you know, ultimate or an opponent. And you see here, it's going to be an invisible boundary here from Lulu. You don't have to use Natasha's. She's going to be able to build up for a second one here.
That was perfect from Lulu Lovely. Copies the correct ultimate, just as the Omega Hurricane comes in from Moxie on the Storm. So there's not enough damage from the Storm. That healing over time, and also the line of sight blocking that invisible boundary provides, makes it impossible, really, for Team xQc to speed into it, to damage anybody inside of it. Bro, they are dominating.
And I think you see the Human Torch just moves a little bit easier through the sky than Storm. It's going to be an Eye of Agamotto here from xQc. Pretty massive as well. Gets 2. Do you have anybody else here to follow it up? Okay, so you're going to have both your supports. It looks like E-Rob and Sir Pineapple are there. Z-Rob actually, did he end up using the CYA there?
Yeah, I think he popped it. I don't know where it is right now is the problem. Seagull's back into the fight, though. Here comes Moxie. Wins the airborne duel, and xQc wants to portal onto the point. There are players there already, so you might think to save this long cooldown for another time. But Colazo's been picked off now, and finally Team xQc flip in their favor.
We don't let him in.
See, though, if they can hold on, right? You just have Sir Pineapples. It's Jeff available here at the moment. Team Shroud, they did a great job with this combination of ultimates before, right? You're going to have that God of Thunder in combination with that Meteor M here coming up right after Shroud's Human Torch ult.
Okay. That's pretty good, though, that Supernova. E-Rob has to get away with that good mobility. Still gets caught out. Lulu Lovely brought down by Seagull in awakened form, though. Colazo does have a God of Thunder at the ready, and it's being damage boosted right now, but he may not need it. Storm Surge forward. xQc takes to the skies. Doesn't have an Eye of Agamotto, just is very low on health. Then it's trying to drag this fight out, but he can't contest the point from above it. Realizes that, I think, eventually. Drops down and needs a hammer from Colazo when he can't defend himself.
As Shroud ended up learning from Necros, the powers of the Human Torch just seems to be so difficult to deal with in terms of a flyer. Makes it very difficult for players to track. It looks like it's going to be Omega Hurricane here from Moxie. Just wants to get over here, try and touch the point, put down some damage.
Oh, again! God,
nice,
perfect. This time, yeah, Natasha has the answer. It is the direct counter to that Omega Hurricane, that invisible boundary. Shuts it down. Colazo now gets into the cookie jar, looking for some of these strategists by the looks of things. Doesn't really want to waste time fighting an enemy Thor. xQc's a reasonable target. God of Thunder is also ready for Colazo. Big, high nuke there if he needs it, but I don't think they'll require it. Thief just goes off the map. Not a great sign, and overtime will expire. That is Team xQc falling to 1 and 2.
Yeah, that's a rough one there against Team Shroud. I gotta say, the strategist play from Team Shroud, really strong overall between Natasha, Lulu Lovely, and then Coconut B. I mean, just really great use of the ultimates, right? It felt like every time there was a big ultimate from whether it was like xQc or
what
Moxie
was the
coming
damage?
on
Was it-
through,
was it
they
like
had
damage?
something to
Okay,
be able to
cool, just
deal
like,
with it there. So
unchecked.
really
Like,
good
guns,
teamwork
like,
there
stuff.
from Team Shroud. And then when you got Shroud going crazy on the Human Torch, makes everybody's life a little bit easier.
Let's listen in here if they have anything to say post-game.
Yeah, I'm looking for
Probably
you.
not here, yeah. I think we heard most of the banter sort of during the game itself. Coconut B, not giving up, man. Trying to come in with the rocket diff, but I'm going to be real. E-Rob made a very good heal bot in that game, and frankly, this is such a strategist coded thing to do, to compare your healing numbers when they're basically the
Yeah,
same.
it's
but-
because I went left.
And it doesn't look, as
as
crazy when you look at it here on the stat sheet, but I know Lulu able to pump out like 4,700 damage on a strategist, right? And then almost 10k healing. I mean, that's pretty impactful, right? Especially when you kind of consider the extra invisible boundaries that you're able to kind of constantly generate when you have that Loki, copying the Invisible Woman with that strong ultimate. So, really nice comp there from Team Shroud as they follow up a tough loss to Team Necros there with a win here against xQc.
We'll be jumping over to some other games in a moment, but this scoreboard is pretty definitive there. I think you could see just the difference in final hits was quite drastic. And, I think Necros lets the cat out of the bag early on in the game. Human Torch needs to be banned or protected if you can possibly get it through that first round of ban. Moxie tried to play the Storm to counter it. She is more niche right now. She is designed, I think, to sort of try and confer those buffs to her teammates, either the speed boost or the damage boost. And on her own, it feels like you have less agency to take over the game as an individual. Fighting duels, you can deal with other flyers. But then Omega Hurricane can be pretty easily countered out by, as you saw, like that Invisible Woman ultimate. Now, if you combine that with a Human Torch ultimate, then it starts to become a different story. Those two are very powerful. You can play both of those flyers in concert with each other. But looks like most of our third round games have actually finished up. So we're moving pretty quickly through this round robin.
Yeah, give you guys a recap of some of the other things, right, that we've seen here in our round 3. So you just saw that Team Shroud has ended up able to take out Team xQc. Necros beat Summit, and then to update us here, Super ends up winning 2-0. Yep, we can mark that one green there. That's a 2-0 here over Team 10. So right now, what do we have anybody sitting at like an undefeated? Okay, so Necros' team is 3-0.
Yeah,
Necros' team is 3-0. Shroud's team right now is a quick. They're what?
2-1.
Yeah, 2-1.
Yeah.
Right. xQc's team at 1-2.
So is Team Summit. They're at 1-2.
And so is Team Summit.
So this means that we don't get to treat you guys to some xQc casting potentially in that sort of quarterfinal, we'll call it, as they may have to play that extra round to get them there. But hey, if they get eliminated, we can always bring Felix back in.
Well, if we can bring that up, let's take a look at some of the matchups that we have coming up next, right? Because those are going to be really key, right? Because Team xQc, they're sitting at
I don't know if you play Cloak at all.
So yeah, Tens' team coming up next, and then Necros. So the one against Necros is going to be tough, considering they haven't lost yet. Team 10's though sitting at 0-3, so this should be an opportunity to get back to 2-2.
Okay, I feel like that's going to be a decent look for Team xQc. We can talk about maybe some of the stuff that they might want to try and focus on, because they've got a really good team. Like, you've got a strong backbone in Seagull and Moxie. Like, you've got a tank there, and you've got a duelist, right? Vanguard and duelist combo that are obviously pretty experienced at the game. Looks like they're flexing around quite a lot. I think that, it's worth looking at the backline, and we are seeing them commit really heavy on the Jeff the Landshark strategy. I wonder if that's like what they have to do to set up Sir Pineapple, or maybe that's the only hero they feel confident.
Well, it seems like they're locked in, at least at the moment, to the Sir Pineapple, it's Jeff, and the E-Rob Rocket Raccoon. It seems like that's an all-in strategy there.
I think it's fine. I do feel like they're doing the right thing with it and adding an extra strategist into the mix, play triple strategist. But it often means that you go without a duelist. And then if you're up against a team, like we've seen from Team Shroud, where they have two very competent duelists simultaneously, it can become really hard to beat that, because that always ends up becoming a comparison of your, like, can you heal enough through the damage of, like, a double duelist, a standard double duelist setup. So we are should be jumping into xQc's matchup next. Obviously, Team 10's winless as yet. Hopefully,
I think though, what could have happened there with Team 10s, because they were pretty, you know, that roster looked pretty good. There was nothing really wrong with it. They played Necros' team first, and I imagine that just started the tilt. Like, I imagine that game was just like Iron Fist, Spider-Man, Groot, and then the tilt just kind of, because these games are so fast, it just started to snowball.
I want to know what is chat's. I have a nickname already in xQc chat. Thanks for that one, guys. What is that guy's nickname, guys? What is his?
Me?
Yeah, I want to know what your nickname is. I'm Blue Shirt Guy. That's fine. That's
he's Blue Shirt Guy. I think they were like, oh, he looks at the camera before. Yeah, Stare TL. Yeah, Mr. Who. I like Mr. Who. Mr.
Yeah,
Who? That's a good one.
Beard
guy. Yeah. Other X, right? Yeah, that's Stare Guy. I'm down to be Stare Guy. That's kind of cool.
Do you just stare?
Because you could do it in like multiple ways, right? Like maybe I'm like stairs, like I'm climbing, like the stairs guy.
Yeah, I don't know if you are though.
Staring at the camera guy.
I don't think I'd ever seen you take the stairs over an escalator, big guy. I think you're.
Somebody said hilarious guy. We should VIP that person.
Damn, that's crazy. That's also mad wrong. I mean, we throw a poll up on that one in just a second. Yeah, for those wondering, my name's Ubershouts. We're here with Mr. X, where we commentate esports games, and then we get dragged into stuff like this every now and then. You know, what I mean.
We've commentated xQc in the past a bunch of times, right? Some awesome moments of his way back in the day, right? We've commentated a lot of these players throughout some of their careers.
We used to sit in the scrim room for the Dallas Fuel and watch watch xQc scrim out with them. That was obviously a good time. He mentioned it earlier in the show, going to the office with Seagull on the same team. So all right, Stare Guy it is. I like that one. We'll
that's
lock
fine.
That one in. But obviously appreciate your patience so far, gang. Yeah, we're getting everybody in the lobby. It's like herding cats, trying to get them all ready to play. And hopefully, like at this stage, like xQc should be able to come out with, at least 2 wins. We feel like if Team 10s are struggling, I don't like them in the Necros matchup. I think if they just ban the Human Torch, Necros could play Iron Fist or a number of other things. So
I'm not sure I'm liking anybody in the Necros matchup at this moment. It's just kind of how I'm feeling. Are we gonna see Groot? At least we made it in to see Groot get banned.
It also increases uptime by a crazy amount.
What is your favorite meme, Matt?
Oh, my favorite meme?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't necessarily have what? You have a favorite meme? Like, do you have like a meme leaderboard at home? Like, you gonna keep track? Like, what's your deal?
I think just the chill guy is pretty good. I don't know.
Okay.
Gun on my head. If I have to really, really think about it. What do you think of? Oh, I won't say that one actually. That's a bit too political. Too political.
Oh, a Groot protect. All right, so Groot doesn't get banned right away. We actually see Groot make it through. So potentially we do see Groot end up getting some action here. So 2 tank protects, kick things off.
All right, I like this. Big shout out to the chill guys in chat. You guys know ball. Yeah. Unreal respect. So, Mac protect here. This is Tense's team.
It's Groot time, bro.
I'm sure I knew who Desert Years was. It's obviously is that
Helavan?
We'll find out who that is. We can just call him Desert Years. I guess it's also fine. So yeah, Hela taken away. That obviously does allow for the Human Torch to feel a little bit more comfortable. ML7 was the first pick for this team. 10s went for him.
Gotta protect the E-Raw Rock Raccoon.
Oh yeah, gotta keep that one in rotation.
Cannot let that one slide through to the end. And
they're gonna find out. There's gonna be a revelation for Team xQc. They're gonna find out that if they don't protect Jeff the Land Shark, it probably is not going to be banned anyway.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure that Team 10s is sitting there, now freaking out that Jeff the Land Shark may make it through.
It's got to be a mind blower, honestly. They're not going to believe their luck. That's the way it goes. Punisher protect. So, okay. All right, Team 10's making sure there's always a hit scan duelist at their disposal here.
Well, I mean, you get a Rocket and the Punisher protect amongst both teams. So the Hawkeye ban would be some, like a 5-head play here to ban the Jeff the Land Shark here for xQc at the end. To
force Mr. Pineapple to play
Sir Pineapple to play Adam Warlock.
maybe force them out of the triple strategist look. Okay, so Winter Soldier.
All right. Jeez, how many duelists do these teams think they're gonna pick? I mean, we got like.
I'm not judging.
Adam Warlock actually got banned a little bit earlier. Okay, so.
We are gonna try, by the way, for you guys to listen in a bit more in this game.
Yeah.
We only hear X's comms, but you might still find that is worth it. I loved I had a pen out this morning because I was, I just wanted to write the draft order down. And Felix goes and gets a pen. He's like, I need a pen as well, bro. This guy is locked in, man.
Do you guys not have like second monitors to do like notepad and just write it down?
Yeah, my keyboard's a bit clacky, you know what I'm saying? Y'all know. Them clicky clacky numbers. Yeah, look, I like the classics sometimes, Matthew.
So
Pen and paper, they actually put words on paper and you can look at them and you can understand what they say. You should give that a try. Maybe get one of those things where they get a bunch of papers and they put it together and like they put like a cover on the back and front, maybe some pictures.
This is what the fans wanted to see, though. Groot action.
The XQC Groot. Any Grooters in the chat? Of course,
with
there is
E-Rob riding him.
There is a team up where either Jeff or Rocket Raccoon, not both at the same time, can sort of jump the shoulders. I don't know if the Jeff one is in the game still, but I hope so. It gives damage reduction to the Rocket Raccoon to perch like this on the shoulders, but obviously it usually puts Rocket in the one part of the fight he doesn't want to be, which is the front line. So we'll see how long
pocketing E-Rob hard here. Right? I mean, he's getting the protects. We're letting him get damage reduction. He does. This is ML7 with a 6 skin. Maybe that's the difference. E-Rob needs more skins.
Yeah, exactly. Skin it to win it, baby. xQc pushed it up here a little bit. Desert Ear is under a lot of pressure. The front line, and they are dragged down comfortably. Little right-click seed bomb there to claim the elimination, but good freeze on the xQc. That was epic. So we'll line him up. And here comes Tens, gets the Punisher. You know the game this guy comes from. You know what he's famous for. This is his wheelhouse.
This comp from Team 10s is absurd, though. Magneto, Venom, Squirrel Girl, Punisher. This is a wild one here. Yeah, you do end up having ML7 on the Rocket, so he's going to be able to put down a ton of healing to keep players alive. But this Squirrel Girl, dude, very annoying to move through chokes when Squirrel Girl's in action.
Yeah, she's so good with that explosive area of effect damage. She can also lock you in place, which is pretty scary. Squirrel Blockade will just root you in place. And then, of course, the unbeatable Squirrel Tsunami is a pretty powerful ultimate if it gets ignored. Here it comes. Tsunami out already. Dean going to get a bit of distance back. And remember, Dean was one of the players that, our captains didn't about. Weren't quite sure if they wanted to bring him into the lineup, but so far he's gave a great account of himself. Tens tries to give the final judgment. Big stun we just saw there. And so Pineapple's getting pretty close to an It's Jeff to be able to lock everyone up. I think Moxie hit a massive last stand, by the way, onto like 3 or 4 people.
Yeah, and it was E-Rob who used CYA to give them a little bit of extra damage to push them over the line. Oh, look at this. Hold on. We got to listen to the comments here. Yeah.
We might need to counter the Luna ult. We can't let anybody die here.
They have no idea.
Are you sure they don't see Thief just jumping up and down like crazy?
Linode.
There we go.
We need Linode there.
All right, straight away. It's going to be a Fate of Both Worlds pop by Epic Whale there. So healing to counter out this strangling prison. And I like the idea.
I liked it.
It was good, but was everybody on the same page? I'm not sure. Thieves is able to pop his own ultimate there as Lunar Snow. Great AoE healing, but it's after they lose a player, so they don't have any damage follow-up left. Eventually that ultimate will expire and Thieves gets pinned to the wall.
I like the decision, though. I just think it's a really nice ultimate there by Epic Whale. Not really caught off guard. Maybe we were right where like seeing Thieves up there was like a dead giveaway, right? That there was going to be players coming from that angle, but the idea, just surprise attack there with the strangling prison made some sense. Just not able to get it. Let's see if we can get a big It's Jeff here. Opportunity to get some environmental kills for Sir Pineapple.
Yeah, definitely is edges to this map. Okay, I like this flank angle. Jeff is so good at taking these off angles and pressuring, but there's Dean with the Squirrel Tsunami, by the way. They chow down on these, and E-Rob going to fall to it as well. And guys, you can damage the Squirrel Tsunami. You can destroy it. Stop it from running rampant across the map. That is so much value there for Dean. And then goes Fan. She is not messing around. Great dive. Not sure if... So Pineapple did that intentionally, but probably would have been a good idea anyway, especially with the final judgment in play. Team 10s are looking good, and they're looking to take away the round. These might try and touch here. Obviously, gets that speed boost after a short time. Tends to able to bring Seagull down with that shotgun. There's got to be a touch at some point. It's going to be a portal coming in. He's xQc leading from the front. Halfway to an ultimate. Big eat. He got xQc, though. He will be ejected unceremoniously. Oh, no!
Come on.
They spat him off the point.
Brother, come on.
Oh, you're kidding.
Man.
Yeah, I mean, I was honest because when he spit me out, they threw me across the map.
Bro, that is...
It's a losing fight.
You've got to be really careful.
Okay.
with that,
yeah,
that
you gotta be
Jeff
careful.
Guys, okay. Now it's gonna be like
Let's listen in.
here's what we're gonna do. We need to give up the first part of the first fight. We walk up. They're gonna use a combo with Rocket, the Rocket Z. Everybody hides. We all hide. We cannot. It's too much. We cannot find that. And then we go.
Okay.
Bible strat.
Decent idea. Obviously, like, what he's referring to is the team up between Rocket Raccoon and Punisher, giving Tens unlimited ammunition, lets him just spit bullets out. I'd be more concerned about a Meteor M coming their way as well. They're taking a Moon Knight here, man.
Yeah, they just can't end up, like, losing a player here early on, right? They have to get that ultimate out, even if they give up, like, 10, 15% on the point. But, yeah, a Moon Knight here for Moxie. So, a little bit of a different pick. And Sir Pineapple going to go away. That was his last final stand there as Jeff the Land Shark going to go now and play Star-Lord.
So now we have a bona fide double duelist look here for Team xQc. They're taking a neutral fight, and yet they see the Z-Pack, we call it colloquially here, being given over to the Punisher. So that unlimited ammo is something they respect. They want to back away here. That's fine. The point has unlocked, though, so it can be contested. It can be fought for. Fan gets into the backline. Looks like a Feast of the Abyss to be popped. And Moxie, how are they within shotgun range? It's unclear. Tens is able to bring them down either way. That might have just been the rifle. Regardless, not good. Here's that Feast. E-Rob under serious pressure. Pops a defensive CYA.
Oh, nice wall.
A good wall, but damage boost here. Team xQc aren't able to make any use of it. They are in disarray, Matt.
Well, I think they had already lost Seagull at the moment when the CYA comes down, and then you don't have Moxie there either, so you're not really able to benefit from it, like in terms of your duelist being able to benefit from it, right? Like, Felix was able to get some extra damage down on the group, but he's not going to be able to kind of like 1v1 the Venom here as Fan looking to make it out here, going to splash back to the rest of the team, maybe get a bulwark just to secure getting her back to the point, but already 30% here from Team 10's. Oh.
Okay, well, that strangling prison for xQc is a little bit too short. It doesn't catch anyone out. It frankly just misses. Clearing the BRB here is good. He calls that out. Now, of course, there's going to be a Fate of Both Worlds for Epic Whale. No reason for Team xQc to fight. They're waiting for all six players to be here. There is a Hand of Khonshu up for Moxie. Big AoE damage at his disposal if he can get it off.
Yeah, it's just like the team of Tens, right? They don't exactly want to play close together. It'll actually be Tens using a Final Judgment. They'll push on in behind this. It'll be a Meteor M invested here, as well as also another CYA here for ML7. So it'll be Thieves just trying to keep everybody alive. The Fate of Both Worlds ends up running out, but they're not finding the kills. That was a Hand of Khonshu as well used there.
Yeah, didn't really catch anyone out. I think Moxie wasn't able to find the spot to use it well. Epic Whale, though, got dealt with. And Fan, she's been a problem. She is a Giga Chad, hitting that back line. She's also built yet another Feast of the Abyss. She has the resilience available. Pops it here, built ultimate fighting Seagull. Now, Venom can headshot with those tentacles. Hard to nail, but really increases your damage over time. Good job by Tens trying to hide away from the Galactic Ledger, but eventually Sir Pineapple will connect.
I tell you what, though, I mean, that was a sick play by Fanban, able to just kind of keep that contested, because xQc, he is getting dangerously low here. Is you're going to get a TP coming in here for Moxie, and you're going to have one coming in for Team 10s, as Team 10s has not given up this point. xQc trying to stay alive, but nobody else there.
This could be it. This could be all over here, and now Team xQc, this is the winless Team 10s. They're able to take them to task pretty quickly. The Squirrel Girl gameplay from Dean So Cool, by the way. Not too shabby at all. Squirrel Tsunami available, but they're holding onto it. No need to make use of it here. And as a turret set up by Tens, he is Bing chilling in the background. Nobody looking at him whatsoever. So Pineapple with a blaster barrage, trying to find some extra damage, but there's no time left. No chances for Team xQc. And that's Krakoa done and dusted. They will lose the map.
Yeah, that's going to be that first match win there for Team 10. So we were talking a little bit about it. They were, looking quite poor up until this point, but they looked pretty good in this match here against xQc squad, where they put things together pretty quickly being able to take them out.
It's too much damage. Like, even though Ten's not like an elite player this game, like that damage shit is just it's just dumb. It's so much damage.
He's not wrong. The Punisher here
whatever.
Is really, when it's backed up by the Rocket Raccoon, like that combo has to be looked at, I think, in sort of the ban and protect phase. And we've seen this, right? So far, our competitors have mostly been looking at getting rid of individual heroes and not the team ups themselves. But the fact that Tens and Dean combine here for 21 final hits, and look, at no point is there ever really an attempt to play a flyer to punish the Squirrel Girl. It's going to be a tough game to win.
But also, you think about it, where you are as Team xQc, right? You're going to play the Rocket Raccoon. E-Rob's going to play that the entire time. But you don't actually get the benefits of it. I mean, you do get the benefits of the healing and the damage, right? But you don't get the benefits of the awesome team up because you're not running the Punisher, where the other team can take advantage of that. So that's a little bit of a miss there, potentially.
All right, we're going to be jumping momentarily into Team Necro's game. They've won their first round of their particular map, so it should just be a singular round that we see from them. I guess we're playing Krakoa in this particular round. So in we jump. We're on Carousel is the map. We've got some Iron Fist gameplay for you. Iron Fist very powerful because he essentially locks onto the target that he's sort of fighting. So he's quite sticky in terms of that aim. It's pretty easy to get this very, very, very close range damage off.
The hardest part with Iron Fist is like safely closing the gap, right? Not basically losing your entire HP pool before you get into like an effective range where you can actually do something as Iron Fist. But a player like Necros knows all of the routes on, a character like this to be able to kind of like circumvent all the other damage that's going to come through and be able to get in pretty safely.
His right-click Dragon's defense is pretty good for crossing those gaps because he just takes a defensive stance and then he can block incoming attacks, like have some damage reduction, and then he gets bonus health when he comes out and it gets like an empowered left-click attack. So he wants to bait people into shooting back at him when he has that ability available. Then he becomes really devastating because his sort of melee combo does a bunch of damage and can sort of knock you back. It's really, really powerful. So also, every time he hits someone, it reduces the cooldown of his right click. So he can just keep right-clicking, blocking. Living Chi is what we're seeing here as an ultimate, is that he just gets longer attack range, like he grows those spiritual arms. He hits very hard, and again, his right-click gets reduced even further.
I mean, you just see the movement. It's like, well, how is anybody supposed to kind of get track him? Gale does end up taking out 2 there. But I don't think it's enough, right? That was a cracking impact there from Gale. As we see Gale actually get resurrected here as well, so he'll be back to the fight on the Winter Soldier, so not out of it just yet.
I mean, it's tough. I mean, someone has to do something about Necros here.
He's going into their spawn.
Yep, in the spawn, making use of that strange portal himself.
Punch them back into it.
Still, the rest of his team having some issues. They're obviously on the precipice of winning. They had a pretty comfortable first round take here, so I don't think you're too worried. Team Necros are set to be going 4-0 here. This is Team Super that they're playing against. Super still on that tank pick. Gale, of course, is always going to give you a good game, but Necros is built a little bit.
But when you watch Necros on heroes like this, it looks like he's playing a completely different game than other people. I just like don't. I mean, I get it, but I also don't get it at the same time, if that makes sense. For like, it's just so crazy the plays that he can make on whether, I know it's an Iron Fist, a Human Torch, a Spider-Man per se. It's just really impressive stuff. So see what angle he comes from here. He's going to get charged up in terms of HP, as his ultimate as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's just no way. Like, as a rocket, you need to basically climb a wall away from him, but you can bank jumps. You can, like, triple jump in a lot of these situations. Here's another Living Chi. You notice he doesn't have to get quite as close to his foes in order to beat their brains out. But honestly, elsewhere, Super's done pretty well in that fight. I think, like, a Maelstrom follow-up there was able to find him a couple of eliminations, and now you have to face the Kraken impact down on your own. There's a lot of TPs on Carousel, so it can get pretty confusing. Krakoa is the newest domination map to be added to the game, and quite a few of the maps do have those like crazy TPs. It's all in thing with the Royal Gala, I'm sure you know all about that, Matt. The lore behind Look,
that saga. I am not a lore expert. I know who everybody is. I've seen the movies. I am not a lore aficionado.
True, because to find out, you'd have to open those like stacks of paper with writing on them. And
no. Once they make it a movie, I'll know.
It's so good. I'm sure we'll eventually get to see that play out on the silver screen. But right now, I mean, Necros is trying to push this game over the line. Guru's on the Wolverine team. You got to watch out for that Winter Soldier. He can sort of, he has 2 forms of crowd control. Oh, that was almost the choke there I thought was going to come through. Yeah, 2 forms of crowd control from Winter Soldier. One that pulls you in, another one that can sort of knock you up. So you don't want to get too close if you can help it.
I tell you what though, Team Super, like we're watching it from Necros' POV here, but I think Team Super, with the way they're looking here, have played this quite well, and that they're trying to obviously protect Gale with their backliners, and then just having T1 go in on the Venom and put pressure onto the backline of Team Necros. The issue is you are not able to kill Necros. He's using all of the TPs. I mean, look at the movement, just kind of juking Gale there, and that will be a win. Another one here for Team Necros.
Yeah, that goes to 4-0. This team is nuts. I mean, Necros turned on his stream, and it was like 10k people in there today watching his unranked to Celestial run. So pretty known in the Marvel Rivals world. Definitely someone that's worth keeping an eye out if you want to learn, especially those high mobility, high skill ceiling characters. Necros is well worth checking out.
So let's, I would love to take a look at the group and the standings and kind of where we're at, because this next round will be our final round of round robin play, right? So we'll have a good idea of where everybody is going to be in the bracket. I would assume at this point, with the Team Necros sitting at what, 5-0 at this point, right? They are pretty much locked in for, you know, a number 1, number 2 type seed, right? So we can see here going into our final one, xQc will play Necros. That will be a tough game there. Tens' team gets a win there, so they move to 1-4, and they go up against Shroud. And Shroud's team, looking at it, is 2. So they are 3-1 at the moment there for Shroud's team. So Shroud's team looking to potentially also have like a top 2 seed.
Yeah, they're looking good. I mean, I think both xQc and Summit's team are 1-3 right now, so we'll see them take up the 5th and 6th. Oh, look at this! I'd love to see that. Okay, so 4-1, really? That just went ahead and got it done. Sure, it might be 3-1 there, folks. We'll circle back to that and find out. But yeah, Team Necros are 4-0. There we go. We're Gucci. All right, so pretty interesting spread across these two teams. This means that depending on the result of the next game, Team xQc might get pitted up against Team Shroud again, or rather, actually maybe like either Super or Summit's team. It's still pretty close to separate these 3rd through 6th seeds.
I was going to say, if we go back to the matchups, because I guess there would be an opportunity if Team Super wins, and then Team Shroud loses, where potentially they both finish, with the same record, right? So, looks like, okay, so Super plays Summit, then Shroud plays Tens. You would need Tens to go on a little bit of a run here, beat Shroud. And then for Super to beat Team Summit, those guys would be all tied up. So, in that round, actually early on, Team Shroud won, right? So they would have the tiebreaker over them in that instance.
Of course, you guys that are watching haven't played Marvel Rivals before. It's free to play, so jump in and give it a go. This is a pretty good time to check the game out. We're in Season 2, so we've already seen some pretty cool developments throughout the game, and if you're a high-ranked player, you'll definitely enjoy the challenge that playing competitive offers. Some of these games are like pretty lively. Like you see this gameplay like in I'd say like middling ranks if we're going to average things out across these teams. And even some of these compositions are fairly reminiscent of what is powerful right now in Marvel Rivals, and sometimes what we see at the top level, especially a lot of these Human Torch comps. Iron Fist is a little bit more niche, but yeah, we've been seeing it in pro games a bit more Punisher lately too.
But that's one of the cooler things about this game, is when you go up against all these different teams and different players, right? You kind of know what somebody specializes on the other side, and there's differences in every single game you play, right? Especially when we see it here throughout this tournament, where teams are trying to get rid of, certain heroes that they know somebody else is good at, right? It forces different compositions, so it tries to keep every game fresh, which is pretty dope.
Yeah, and again, these are only best of 1 games that we're seeing so far. I think our quarters are also, best of 1. So it could be pretty punishing. We're not at the elimination portion of the tournament yet, but we are seeding, of course, into that elimination bracket. Our grand final is going to be a best of 3. Worst case, like if we're getting really short on time, we may make it a best of 1. But as far as I can tell, we're doing okay here. I think we're like we're getting along pretty well. It's almost we're like maybe 20 minutes later than we thought we'd be. So. Yeah, that should be pretty straightforward. So we, of course, in the next round, hoping to get xQc into cast as well and to hang out with him a bit more. But that would require him to lose. That would mean he would be sort of out of the tournament.
Which we would like Felix to continue to do well.
Yes, I would like that. So, we'll be sort of looking into that later on. Obviously, don't really have time to interview the teams too much, but you can obviously get their thoughts if they're over on their streams. Everybody is streaming their POVs right now, which is awesome. So semifinals will sort of happen after that first round. And those semifinals, again, I think they are also best of 1s, right? It's just a grand final that's best of 3.
I believe so. I think it's I think that's the initial plan. I think it's a little bit of a play by ear. So we can take a look actually and jump into Super's POV. That is going to be Summit versus Super. So they're starting their round 5 now. We'll get an idea of what's going on there. So taking a look at Super. They're gonna get rid of that Luna here early on. They've been playing around this this T1 Venom the entire time.
Yeah, I mean that's one way of putting it. Gale's basically play whatever like duelist that they've sort of needed from him. And that's been kind of fun. Iconbliss is a really solid player. We saw a strategist play earlier on. We saw that Mantis from her. So obviously great that they have that flexibility. There's a Hella Protect in this game, which is fun. So we'll see that start to come more of a fixture. Both of our current hit scan duelists actually protected. So this does mean that like trying to go for the Human Torch is probably not advisable. It could be tough, but we've seen Shroud experimenting. I think he had it impressed upon him pretty quickly by Necros that it was a good direction to go in. Wolverine ban here.
For Team Summit, right? They have J3 on it, right? So J3 pretty good at the heroes like Hella. I think you also had a group protect, so Flats on the roster as well as Super signals there through emoting IRL that he is portaling. That it will be. This is what they've run pretty much the entire day, though. Strange and Venom in combination. Ico's been running Mantis and some of the other strategists to a really high level, and then put Gale on whatever hit scans available. That's kind of his team's path to victory.
And it's a Punisher Rocket Raccoon team up, just really really good. It's going to turn Gale into like a really potent threat. This obviously does mean that there's not necessarily a duelist that can link up with the Venom, but I don't think that's ever been an issue. Partner's always been one to kind of go his own way. Anyway, I think all that Team Super ask of him is that he doesn't just get blown up instantly, he doesn't die. You've got Invisible Woman, Cloak and Dagger as your strategist, so you've got a really good healing throughput in general on top of the Rocket Raccoon, so you should be good.
See now as the gates will open in a second. That's what I think Team xQc is missing, dude. I think if you're gonna play the Rocket, I think you may as well just play Punisher, right? Like the combo is so good. Even if maybe on some of these domination maps you wouldn't like favorite as compared to some of the other modes, it's still really effective.
And I mean, Rocket used to have a team up with Winter Soldier as well. So both of them would have unlimited ammunition when Rocket was in the game, which made him basically like extremely strong. He got buffed as well, just in terms of what he does outside of the team up, which made him, I think, a bit more desirable to play. And obviously, being able to like erase the first kill of the fight and bring the teammate back in with the BRB is really sick. And that was just very good pressure on Daltouche there. The shielding allows Team Super just to move up, get damage on the enemy turret. And you've got to be pretty careful. You don't just arbitrarily want to set up that Punisher turret at the start of the fight. You need to look for shields to be low and ask yourself whether you'll just get peppered down with your lack of mobility.
But you also want to roll the cooldowns over, right? So if you're going to use the Rocket Raccoon ability to give Punisher infinite ammo, you don't exactly want to kind of stack that on top of the turret, right? You want to kind of like cycle those. Yeah, you want to cycle those. Then if you get the CYA, the Rocket Raccoon ultimate, you cycle that in. Then the abilities kind of, you can start over again. So it's kind of how you want to play that when the Punisher's in play.
So we're going to head to xQc's match now, his last one. It's going to be Team xQc versus Team Necros in just a moment. And this, of course, will kind of decide what record they come out of Swiss with. Not Swiss, I mean this round robin with. It's probably going to be 1-4, chat. I just want to give it to you straight. I'm not. Look, I'm being a realist.
Yeah, I think I bet Iron Fist. We will not live against that.
Very fair.
Yeah,
very fair.
Oh man, what do I say here?
You could honestly just target Necros' pool.
Groot?
Take the Groot.
Groot Protect could be good.
Any Grooters? We
are still playing Domination, right? These maps at Groot is good, but when we move on to Convoy, Groot is also quite reasonable.
He's gonna protect it, I think.
Very good Vanguard.
I imagine Team Necros would protect like a Spider-Man or Human Torch here, right?
I mean, probably try and give Necros something to work with. I also do think that the Thor ban is really cheeky. Seagull's played it a fair bit. Thor has surprisingly high damage when he's awakened, if he can do that consistently. And his displacement effect is really good.
What are you thinking?
Now you've got to have an answer to this. If you can't ban Human Torch out of the game, you need someone who can target him reliably. So you know, you're thinking about a potential Hela or Punisher protect, you maybe want to make use of the fact that Erob always wants to play this.
I imagine Necros, so they ban one of them, right? Like, do you see them ban Punisher or Hela here, right? Okay, they ban Hawkeye, so Moxie has played Hawkeye. Seems like that's a hero that teams have targeted against them. So
I think so. I agree with that.
Okay, I mean, it seemed fine. I wouldn't say we've watched it take over any games.
Ban what here?
So that sometimes the Emma Frost here is, you know,
say what?
If you're trying to play something that gets up in the opponent's face, she has a raw stopping power that basically no other Vanguard can boast. Is the protect, Hela protect. So this is great. I mean,
it's worth,
very reasonable draft from Team xQc. They've made sure if they let the Human Torch through, they give themselves a consistent.
We're on better last, I think.
We'll see.
Yeah, agreed. I'm not scared of Spider-Man. Spider-Man's whatever.
Yeah, so it seems like they're gonna have to maybe let the Spider-Man go through potentially. A Mantis protect here. So that's what I guess Mantis is a hero that if you're gonna go triple strategist, a lot of people pick up. So potentially that's kind of where Team Necros is looking to go.
I've seen Aspen play it. I've just seen her play it on stream. It's not the only strategist that she plays.
Dude, they get rid of Cap and Thor. That is rough.
So it's not the end of the world because if you want to play Hela,
definitely triple heals here.
With Cap especially is
guys,
really.
I'm not kidding. If we don't die, we kill them.
So maybe we've seen Team xQc with this Groot play more of like a static front line. Could be like Groot Mag was very reasonable for quite some time. Groot Strange has also got a lot of legs as well.
It looks like potentially getting a change up here, though, for Team xQc, right?
Strategist?
Seagull hovering over the Adam Warlock. Obviously, still a ton of time to change. Does Sir Pineapple end up playing another Vanguard? Does he end up playing another Duelist, right? Okay, so looking like you're just going to play solo Vanguard here with the Groot.
Okay, that is... fair enough. We still saw Sir Pineapple switch over to the Star-Lord on Krakoa, right? So that was... We've seen a departure. We've seen like an evolution.
So I guess here would be the only thing, though, I would say, is that if you're going to play the Adam Warlock and you're going to play the Star-Lord, like, Erob may as well just play Mantis, right?
Sure.
Because you have the self-res, you have
there's no like obvious team-up synergy with the with the Rocket Raccoon here. It's just a preference. We're going to now see how you have to play as a Human Torch player against a Hela. Hela is the natural predator to Human Torch, but doesn't just counter him by being on the same battlefield. Moxie, though, a very high-ranked player, so this should be a good matchup.
If Moxie can kill Necros, this is definitely a series that Team xQc can come out on top in. So Erob rides xQc into battle. So Guru here for Necros, looking to get a TP. I wonder where it's going to go. Are they going to try and like come from behind here?
Oh, right in front of them. They want to take a close-up fight. It makes sense. We saw this actually on Spaceport earlier on from them. And xQc instantly gets burned down. But that's a great target to have BRB back into the game. Erob is trying to climb the walls. I respect it. So now xQc just looking to try and be relevant in that fight. Couldn't really get in position. Couldn't set up the walls quickly enough. That first pick really punishes them.
I mean, the burst damage that comes through the TP, there's almost no way that xQc can react there. Puts in a really difficult situation. So Moxie goes right away off of Hela and will play a Wolverine here. So Wolverine. But now, what do you have against this? I guess you're going to try and challenge Human Torch consistently with a Star-Lord. I guess that would be the plan here.
You can try with Adam Warlock, Matt, but it's not great. He does have pretty good projectile velocity, so you can see here that's exactly what Seagull is trying to do. The headshots matter. Getting cooldown on your healing plus a good headshot modifier. You hit fairly hard, but yeah, getting off the Hela is pretty scary here. Look at all this CC. xQc frozen up. Walls coming back up now, and there's already a supernova here ready for Necros. This is a great place to use it too.
Inside this close area, and you're also going to have a strangling prison here. Oh, I mean, just not going to be able to live through that.
Karmic
can have more follow-up here. Cosmic Revival used, so Seagull's actually able to get 2 up.
Okay, back at full strength. Team xQc now. What can they do? God. Yeah, xQc trying to get towards Necros. He's stuck in the corner. A nice little seed bomb that does hit, but of course, he gets living Meteor away. High mobility with that dive at his disposal, and there's a sleep that comes in from the Mantis. There's an Eye of Agamotto, and of course, there's a Lunar Snow stun available. So much CC. It's a nightmare to play frontline against this comp.
the CC from Team Necros is crazy between like Aspen and Pika, and at that time it is Guru coming on in there with the Eye of Agamotto. Yeah, it feels like every time X starts to get moving, it's just some form of CC that comes on in. It's gonna be Team Necros. They're gonna chase them back towards the spawn door as they're gonna push right up on in as you see X try and take this battle against Necros in the sky.
Yeah, that's one answer, but you just don't, as the Vanguard, want to be having to worry about the Human Torch. It's not your job. It's just not. xQc with a Maelstrom there, decent damage in the front line. Moxie goes very deep. We're looking to try and drag someone out of position. And this is tough stuff. We are on the precipice here of going 1-4 for Team xQc.
I mean, nobody's been able to deal with what Team Necros has been pumping out all day long, and they obviously have a really skilled roster. Obviously, I know with Necros and how he's able to play all the different like flyers and flankers. Right, Aspen has been a really strong support player in all of the games that she's competed in. Guru's strong as well. And then Pika back there playing the Luna Snow, right? Just gotta land those Fate of Both Worlds. So you need it back there playing the Rocket Raccoon, where you know, a lot of teams, they want to like up the pressure and the pace on the opposing team, maybe make the supports panic a little bit. I think for Team Necros, your supports are pretty chilling, right? Because he is putting so much pressure on the opponents that there's not really a chance for them to focus you.
Also, Aspen is cracked.
Yeah, Aspen's crazy.
The Mantis gameplay. It's really hard to pull a fast one on her. She, of course, has like self-peel in terms of the sleep. She can also empower herself to do more damage, which is generally a thing that a lot of Mantis players will try and do. They can hit extremely hard. Might be another portal being set up here by Guru, who is a Doctor Strange aficionado. He is a bit of a specialist. We'll see what the direction will be behind him. I don't think, yeah, xQc just realized the portal. Moxie's in there already. Not sure if that's really where he wants to be. xQc's been blocked from the rest of his team. Just the physics of the portal, the way it works, is quite interesting. It can be used to block doorways from people, but now look how split Team xQc are. Oh. I love the Fate of Both Worlds here from Thieves. Pretty good time to pop that ult.
Yeah, but it's going to be that Soul Resurgence here from Aspen on the Mantis, and Pineapple up in the sky here. You're using that Star-Lord Ultimate, the Galactic Legend. Seeing you can pick up more than one. Just a lot of survival here from Team Necros. They're going to be able to kind of take the point first.
Okay, Karmic Revival already popped here, so it looks like, yeah, xQc is going to be able to get back into the game. Here come the rest of them, though. Remember, Necros got picked off, but he's got such mobility that he can return to the battlefield quicker than others. Eye of Agamotto. E-Rod caught out by that one. Nowhere xQc could have gone, and Thieves try to get back over the wall.
The tempo there from Team Necros is pretty good, though, right? Because they see that Karmic Revival coming in, and they see a few players around the corner. And Peekaboo ends up using the Fate of Both Worlds. They end up pushing right on through that, and then using the Eye of Agamotto as they come off the spawn. So just clean those players up as soon as they came back to life. So now you have a CYA and a Strangling Prison to work with. But dude, already 36% and counting on the point for Necros.
I mean, they are looking comfortable here. You mentioned it. Big CYA damage boost. They're ready for Sweet Anita. xQc needs healing badly. Soul Bond here comes out for a time. You can make use of that now to get forward, get a bit more aggressive. Strangling Prison, good catch onto 3, but Soul Resurgence, or there was an overshield in play. Tough to break through that at the best of times. It all falls flat. Let's listen in quickly. There needs to be a plan now as Team xQc are running out of time.
Watch out, guys.
Much
We're
to
down
discuss.
a little bit.
I mean, look, I think you're in a rough spot in terms of you don't really have any ultimates to work with, right? Moxie getting close to a last stand, but it's going to be a supernova on the other side for Necro. So even though Moxie gets 2, it's going to get 1 is going to get res here. Noko comes back into the fight. Benefits of the BRB of Sweet Anita. And I mean, Necro's just cleaning everybody else up.
Yeah, and xQc, you heard him. I can't do much here. It's really difficult for the group to make that space. You need something that directly sort of answers the threat of the Human Torch. And even when you have it like this, I think the Punisher is a good
quick games. Holy shit. That
response
is so
to
lucky.
Sir Pineapple.
These are best of one, so
late.
no chance to really recover here. That's the game. Already done and dusted, folks. We're at the end of round robin.
Unlucky.
No, I mean, dude, it's so difficult when you want to get rid of the Iron Fist, right? And then you're like, like they protect the Human Torch, and even if the Human Torch isn't working, right? You know, Necros could flex over and play that Spider-Man, where we see in this game very difficult to deal with here. So that will lock in Team Necros as the #1 seed.
I don't even know what's killing us. I don't even know.
5-0 here for Team Necros. I mean, look at the
I don't know what's
damage,
killing us. The 16,000 damage Human Torch might have had a say in that.
There's like, you look at the rest of Team Necros, and it's not like anybody's doing anything crazy. Else it's just the amount of damage that Necros is putting out in terms of the other damage dealers. I mean, it is just it's not comparable really at the moment.
You know, it's tough. I think like Pineapple got banished from Jeff duty after, you know, causing Felix to C9 by spitting him across the point on
That was the last time we saw him on the Jeff, right?
Yeah, we've not seen him then. It looks like he was given his marching orders pretty quickly. So we are going to head over and catch the tail end of the Team Super matchup there, because that actually is a game that has some consequences. It will help decide the seeding somewhat. This, though, does banish Team xQc to 1-4 rather. So they are potentially locked for 6th seed unless... yeah, I mean, even if Team 10s loses their game, it will be 6th seed for xQc's squad.
Yeah, and it just depends on who they end up having to go up against. Potentially Team Shroud or Team Super. As right now, I believe the game with 10s, that game, 10s team won the first round. Get an update, see if they won the second one. But this is the final round of this game between Super and Summit. So this one going the distance.
Yeah, these guys are really evenly matched. So I'm not surprised. I think they were both at like 2-2 coming into this game potentially. So that bodes well, I think, for, you know, what our semis and finals could look like here. There's definitely some parity amidst some of these teams at the mid of the table in terms of their round robin standings. J3 on a little winner soldier action. You'd love to see that. Also someone who played at you know, quite a high level and is showcased dominant gameplay for some time. But I mean, we're talking about the man on your screen. This is the one and only. This is Super TF.
Turtle Bond here used pretty early.
Okay, so but honestly, the pick on Summon is kind of massive. That was a big Tyler 1 group play there. Making the switch over. Damn, that is a heck of a strangling prison. Good heals coming in. I think that's yeah, off the Dagger Storm. So that helps Team Super stave off the follow-up that would have come in on that massive Groot ultimate. And now I have Agamotto. That's a good catch. That is nice. And plenty of damage from a fully charged up Maelstrom of Madness. That will be a comfortable finish here for Team Super.
And I also think, the Eternal Bond comes out pretty early, but it's like 87% for Team Super on the point at that point, and they get Summit early on, so it's like, okay, well, they have to push down into it, right? But it'll be a TP for Team Summit. They're going to come right back into the fight.
Okay, I can play this. You'll notice that you'll see like a lot of strangers mixing these melee hits in here because they don't necessarily cancel your reload. Can also hit pretty darn hard, making sure you keep the DPS at a maximum. And there it is, nicely done. A close competitive game there. The Team Super will win their last round robin match. Odin's Archive, the last battlefield they claim for themselves.
I tell you what, they've been a little bit of a dark horse in this tournament. I feel like Ico's been really strong in terms of the strategist play. Right, we know that Super is going to play like a Vanguard at an extremely high level, and Tyler 1 that time. It looked like had to flex off of the Venom. We see a Tyler 1 Groot come into play, and obviously
honestly,
good enough to get a win.
Yeah, and they've been evolving over the course of this tournament. Shroud and Tens are going head-to-head. They are one apiece in their particular game. So we're going to be jumping to their game 3 in just a moment to decide, because, again, there are a bunch of teams like, 1 and 3, but very much deserving of a second win. I think Super was at 2 and 2 at one point.
We don't see the scoreboard there in that game with Super and Summit. But I would like to inform you that Gale on Punisher had 24 final hits, 44 limbs, and 30,500 damage.
Yeah.
So pretty decent game across the board for the Punisher there.
Yeah,
of Team Super.
We were watching that game, I think, just as it was starting, and I think we were like, oh, they're going to play like the triple strategist with the Punisher. Punisher will does like vomit damage over a long game. We have some games like some like full convoy maps, for example, where Punishers get like 50-60k damage if they can.
I mean, they play Lydia on the Rocket Raccoon, and she ends up with like 41 assists, right?
It's pretty
good. Hey, just stand by Gale and just make sure you're using all your cooldowns, and like you're gonna see success with that combination.
Yeah, I mean, a ton of our players are really trying to take advantage of and harness the team ups that are in this game. And I think obviously they change seasonally as well. So that's kind of one thing that keeps the game fresh. It really has a big say in deciding the meta. There's obviously hero balance. There's new heroes being added to the game. But team ups add like another dimension to that, where some of them are like less exciting, but some of them are pretty unexplored. Like there is also a team up where like if Hela gets a kill and Thor is dead at the time, he just comes back to life. Or if he's alive, he gets given overshield by the Hela. Same with Loki. So they're like niche team ups.
Niche,
yeah, but you can I kind of do some really disgusting things to them when you start stacking multiple, on your team. When you jump into the game, obviously you can see the team ups available to you. Let's get this game going. Let's get the Shroud and Tens game happening. It is round number 3 for them.
Yeah, so this one going all the way down to the wire here is Shroud's a rare occurrence where we've seen him die. I'm curious, like, with how Tens has played here, obviously when we go to the round robin, we don't have, like, how close those series were. But, like, the game against xQc, they obviously win, and then taking Shroud here to the finals, like, I imagine the games they lost were, like, close and competitive. Like, it doesn't seem like a team that's been, sometimes you have a team that's winless, right? And it's like, oh, man, they're for sure winless, right? Where this team seems like maybe they just had some really close games and ended up kind of losing towards the end.
Yeah, I think that is honestly probably the case, and that's sort of fine. No one's getting eliminated at this stage of the game, right? This is just the round robin portion of the bracket to seed for our finals. I've got to say, I'm seeing a very suspicious amount of Squirrel Girl uptick, though, Matt. I think we have a Squirrel mirror, Coconut B versus Dean's Cool, who's already shown us some of that Squirrel Girl gameplay so far.
I mean, just seeing Shroud aim and shoot on any game, it's just such an awesome thing. Just so relaxing, right? And he makes it look so easy all the time. Like, right there, he just puts a shot on the Squirrel Girl up in the sky. Like, he just flicks up. Like, he looks so casual. It's crazy.
Stair guy making Shroud look more glazed than a garden gnome out here. I'm impressed that you could descend to such levels.
Blue shirt guy explaining team-ups again.
Bro, what do you assume? You assume that like people actually read that stuff, bro? I didn't read that stuff until it was my job to do it, bro. I ain't making assumptions for anyone. That's crazy, bro.
Yeah, the chat wants the blue shirt guy to dance. You don't want to see that.
No, come on, bro. I'm white. Why you asking me to do that? That's crazy. I know why you're asking me to do that. It's not happening. There it is.
Okay, so that's Team Shroud.
Team Shroud playing Royal Palace.
Like that's one where Squirrel Girl is not very good on that point, right? So I imagine if you're going to try and run the Squirrel Girl the entire time, which at least the games we've seen from Dean's Cool, is not a great opportunity to run it there towards the end. So Team Shroud gets that win 2-1 over Team 10. So that is all of our round robin play done. So we are done with round robin. We'll now be able to kind of give you guys a bracket to see who will go up against who. Because X is going to be playing in these early rounds, we'll be watching his games. He won't be able to join us. And well, obviously, if you're rooting for his team, you hope he doesn't join us, right? You hope he just runs all the way to the end.
What do you think the odds are? Do you think he gets through that first game? Because obviously the way seeding works is that seeds 1 and 2 don't compete in the quarterfinals. So it's just 3 for, but it means that seed 3 plays seed 6 and seed 4 plays seed 5.
I'm curious on who they're gonna end up playing. I assume it's either Team Super or Team Shroud. Just off of the score lines, potentially Team Shroud, right? So potentially they can get through that one, right?
Were there any close? Was the Team Super game a close one? I'm trying to think back to that. It was like a second game of the round robin. I don't.
It was 2-0 for Team Super against
yeah.
X.
I think they were all
X's team beat Team Summit 2-0. And then the Shroud game, so they end up losing to Shroud there. So
I'm pretty sure. Waiting on confirmation for this. We're gonna have a 3-way tie for our last 3 places in the bracket, which is fun because it obviously does determine how our seedings are going to be looking going into the graphic. This does happen in round robin play. There's like a whole question of like whether you'd have them play like a map again to do it, but I probably
typically
I don't think so.
You would take the map kind of count between all teams or map win percentage, right? the the team that has the lowest win percentage would then be the bottom, and then you would just take the head-to-head between those two other teams.
Yes.
That's how we've done it in the past.
Right? In theory, with those metrics, there shouldn't be any situation where you have to those don't work.
Right.
Like one of those
so like
is going to be able to
total round count, win percentage with those teams against each other, right?
Yeah.
And then going to the head-to-head.
So we are going to take a break while our masterminds behind the scenes work that out. When we return, hopefully we'll be able to catch up with Felix, see how he's been feeling over the round robin stage so far. We'll have a seeded bracket for our 6 teams here, with seeds 1 and 2 advancing straight to the semis. And more Marvel Rivals gameplay for you right after this. This, of course, is the Marvel Rivals xQc Invitational here with Uber Shouts and Mr. X. We'll be back.
Yo, chat. Hello, chat. You guys are just figuring out the brackets. I didn't want to leave the screen on the AFK screen. We need like 5 minutes. We're trying to script the comeback of how I will come back from the loser side and then go to the winners bracket and then win the whole thing. And it's just hard. All the components, putting it together for me to win, it's like almost impossible right now. But we'll figure it out. Maybe like 2-3 minutes and I'll be done. It's not GG. It's not GG. Guys, we can still win the game. I think one of the problems that we have our guy on heals. Maybe we put him on DPS and the gun DPS onto heals, right? So that why check saying copium. Also, some people were talking trash in chat about my performance, guys. Because I am only a piece of the team. It's a team game. 6 players coming together, making strats, because I can't do them by myself. I'm doing as best as I can. And sometimes with the Z combo with Raccoon, we're just getting one tapped. But next game, I think. Next game, chat, just watch. I made some swaps on the team, and you're gonna see cinema. Prepare the cinema emojicons in the chat. That's all I'm gonna say. Anyway. Also, chat, even if, let's say, I'm knocked out, it doesn't matter much because we're going to I'm gonna cast probably a little bit. I'm gonna go them in the catcher booth and cast a little bit, but we'll probably win the game. And if not me, it's probably gonna be Aiko, let's be honest. But anything for Tyler not to win, it will probably make me happy. Or Necros. Or Summit. Yeah. Anyway, chat. That's yo, production, do we have a ETA on seeding? Do we know who's gonna go against whom first? Sorry. Yeah, 3 minutes, chat, and then it'll be done. Chat, I thought about doing Cloak and Dagger, but am I muted? No, it should be fine. I was muted for a couple seconds. Oh yeah, because production guy was talking to me. It's all good. It's all good. What else? Do we chat? Do you guys know where the bracket? Oh, sorry, production. Do you guys know where the seating is at, so I can see the who's winning and losing? Oh no, you're good. I think we're 1 and 4. I would probably we could make a comeback at that. I think we're chilling. Yo. Oh, I don't think I can hear you guys. I think I'm gonna sound scared still because I went full cam and I'm fuck. It's all good. Chat, you guys can hear them, right? Nah, GG. Today you're the best. A thumbs up. Yup. Paranoid schizophrenia. It's all good. It's all good. I think even if we end up last place, I think we get some prize money for surely, right? I think like 15K. That's not too bad. I mean, I'll take that. Splint to 6. Splint to 6. Interviews. Yo, production, can you guys put me? Is that possible? Can you guys drag me into voice? Would there be a duel like in the catcher booth? I can do interviews or what? Yo, hello? Yeah. Yeah. And then we'll just need well, I'm getting feedback from Uber.
Oh, that should be all sorted. What's good?
Let's okay, apparently seating is ready, isn't it?
Stuff up. Oh my god, I got jump scared.
And I think we're close. I
Okay,
think
so-
they're
Actually scared
doing
of
the
the
map.
Shroud and Necros have buys, right?
Yeah, they should, yeah. What we're trying to figure out, right, is the seedings from 3rd through 6th, because that kind of decides what the matchups look like. We kind of know you guys, I think, probably 6 seed here, but it's like 3 and 4 that we're not sure about. And obviously, they're in different games, so they have to check like rounds 1 and like who those rounds got scored against.
Yeah, I just put that on so that oh yeah, there you go. There we are.
Yeah, we're back. How you feeling, bro? Look, you guys had a good
Bro,
start. Good start.
It's all good. Yeah, we're a little bit defeated. We had a little problems with our team. But we're trying to fix it on the fly, you know, because we didn't really know our strengths and our weaknesses, you know. So like,
Yeah.
we have to kind of navigate around those flaws and try to find a winning combo. Because, like with our character pool, we don't really have a full team. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
But I think
you were talking about not having the Punisher with like the rocket, and that is something we definitely realized. Where like the other teams, like you just get like one shot with the infinite ammo with the Punisher, and then the damage, and then I mean there's no shield that protects you from that. I mean it's crazy.
yeah, even Tens like he was just like literally holding left click just the whole time, and it doesn't matter who you put behind that gun. When you have a Raccoon Z, I mean, you're doing like 1 million damage a second.
Yeah.
It is what it is. Like, it's you can try to do like other types of damage to flank or whatever. When it comes down to like just pure output, I mean, if we're playing linear sidelines, I mean, we're losing the output game 100%. So I think it's what we need to figure out.
You guys had the Jeff, right? You kind of went away from the Jeff strat. We didn't catch the conversation. What? How did that go? Like, how was the conversation? Because obviously, then Mr. Pineapple started trying to play a bit of Star Lord, and that looked a little bit better for you guys. But I think he made you C9 on Krakoa by spitting you like off the point when he ate you.
Yeah, that's tough. That's tough. It's just when people run like triple heals or like heavy damage, we just fall apart. And then the Jeff is, I mean, you need a lot of experience for Jeff to do damage and be disruptive and stay alive. And it's not, we don't have much experience on that, so we have to swap. We went off of it because we're having problems like getting value off of that, right? But some of the teams are looking really strong, though. I mean, I'm not going to take away from credit from some of these guys. They're doing pretty good. I was even impressed by Dean and what was it, Dean's and Tens DPS combo?
Yeah, Dean was on the Squirrel Girl, I think, against you guys on.
Yeah, we were getting rolled.
Yeah.
We were shocked that like that team when we saw them play against you guys. I was like, what was the scores with them against other teams, right? Because they were pretty good. Like they looked like as good as some of the other teams you guys played. The Human Torch, it feels like in everybody's hands. I mean that hero's crazy,
it's
right?
pretty awful to play against. I'm not gonna lie. It's like you're just taking damage. You're getting chipped the entire game by like some flying like. So it reminds me of like Fair Mercy. Like it's like you're just dying and you don't really know, and you can't really kill it either, because if you try to kill it, it's so elusive. It has like infinite like movement acceleration or whatever. It's kind of crazy. I don't know what to do against
So
it.
you guys like didn't like ban it. You had Moxie try and play Hella against it. It didn't really work. Do you think you guys are just gonna like ban it now, like just perma ban Torch?
Yeah, but I think they're gonna first round save it.
Yeah. So you have to first round ban it, right? You can get it before they protect it, but yeah, it means you've got to let something else through. Is always kind of the downside. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Yeah, it's just hard to shut down Torch in general, right? It's just the character's very disruptive. It's just going around. It distracts everybody, and it's like doing like 1 million damage. It's just hard. Like we'll probably find a solution, but for now we're kind of at an impasse.
Yeah, I mean, especially against that team, because if you ban the Human Torch, then like you're gonna have to deal with Spider-Man or Iron Fist or something along those lines. And like the Iron Fist is just so tanky and annoying, especially
just
like
sticks to you. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
We were equipped against that. We were equipped against all that, but anyway, I guess we're going to find out. I think the seedings are completed.
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you. So obviously, at the top is Necro's team. That they are pretty comfortably in first place. And it looks like Shroud's team is second place. So those guys skipping the first round. The first matchup in our semi-final or quarterfinals technically is Tens versus Summit. So you're going to hang out with us while we do that one. And then you are going to get that rematch against Super's team in the second quarterfinal game. Thoughts?
Yeah, it's too easy. I think. Super. Yeah, I'm not. Super. We didn't get stomped. It was pretty close. Yeah. It was a close game.
Yeah.
No, that was probably our closest game of all the other ones. I'm pretty sure. Let me just check out my loss log here.
You keep it a record?
Yeah. Oh yeah. That was by far our closest. It was a very close matchup. We ended up pretty neck to neck, right? Yeah, we did it.
Yeah.
I looked at the log. So actually, probably lucky that we got that on the quarterfinals. We'll probably win that. No spoilers. We'll probably win that. And then we would go against who? The winner of?
No, you do the winner of the other game, right? So you take on the winner of the Team Tens and Team Summit. Oh no,
no.
Bracket. It might be. You are Shroudy's team. Okay, so honestly, could be worse. Like you could have to go against Necro's team in the semis.
He
I
did
think
dodge
Necros. Yeah.
That's good. So we'll probably win the Shroud game too. So then, we'll make it to the grand finals for sure.
Hey, this is a good storybook ending. I feel it. Put the Jeff the Land Shark away.
Yeah.
Make a quick run it down.
So we had the theory craft how to win and lose to get the correct seeding, and I think we've achieved that. So I mean,
you've done it.
It's too easy.
You have like the most straightforward matchup here in your first one. You go against the weaker of the top seeds in the next one. Basically, the stage is set at this point for you guys to come in and sweep up the trophies. So I'm feeling good about that. You're off the Jeff. You're on the Star Lord now. Do you guys have like do you have a Star Lord Adam Warlock comp you guys can roll out? You think or?
I mean, we're not leaking all the strats, but I mean, our hero pool is pretty diversified. We might do that, or we might even pull out the Torch. I might be on Torch. I might be on the Skybox like a Necros, impossible to hit, just moving at speed of light. This might be me next game, Loki.
Yeah, dude. But comparing like the Human Torch to like the Iron Man or Storm, it feels like he just moves so much faster through the sky. And then there's like you can do like a melee thing where you can kind of like it makes your character like almost look like you're like crouching down constantly. It becomes so hard to hit. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty insane. It's very difficult to deal with. And even though you get him a little bit of a lockdown, he just like jumps to the ground and he disappears to the screen and you don't know where he's at anymore. It's pretty crazy. But my Cloak and Dagger is incredibly clean, but I haven't had a chance to play it. But yeah, but I don't know. It's just right now we have a little bit of weaknesses that are kind of hard to find like what to replace with. But we'll see in our first game.
What would you play in a perfect world? Like if you weren't trying to fit into the team, like what is your like preferred way?
If I play Groot, if I play Groot on a good comp, it'd be the end of it.
Yeah, okay.
Dude, we saw the one where you were going with that flank of the Groot ult, the strangling prison, and we thought that was huge.
So the strat was to use ult. They use Luna ult.
Yeah.
And then we use Luna ult. And then we have about 1.5 or 2 seconds extra time, right? But we didn't use Luna ult, and when we did, we were on damage instead. It's just an inattention error, which could happen to anybody, really.
But different game mode here, though, coming up in this as well, right? So, as we move on here into the bracket stage, we get some convoy. So, different game mode changes things up, right? Get a little bit, longer games, a little bit more momentum opportunities.
It like depends, I think, a lot on. So sometimes in convoy, when the weaker team goes attacks first, it can be short, right? If they don't get like a big total or whatever, it can sort of be rough. Then the attackers come through and just like beat their time straight away. So that's one thing kind of worth looking out for. So if you're cool, you just we might have your camera up and have you cast with us for this game. If that's chill.
I'll cast with you guys.
Yeah.
Or we're gonna go all off the cam and have a spectator.
So we can
What
take
you
your
want
camera. It's up to you, honestly. Like, obviously we don't have ourselves on camera when we're casting. You don't have to either, because I'd like vomit. I'd like swallow my mic. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a bit weird. But if you don't want that, we just turn yours off and we can just yap over the game. Whatever you want, mate.
You know what? We can have small cam is
All
fine.
right, small cam. All right, you heard that, production.
Production,
Small
small
cams.
cams only.
Small cam mid left only. But
So which kind of caster are you? Are you like the hype guy, or like Matt? Are you like Matt and you're sort of more like the big brain and analyzing type caster? What are you gonna be?
well, since you guys have everything covered, right?
Technically.
I'll fill in the gaps, right? And I'll try not to go on too big like strides or whatever.
You
Like,
can,
so
brother. This is your show. Don't forget that.
yeah, no.
You go as long as you want.
No. Hey, yeah. The role here is to fill in the gaps, and right now I'm not seeing a lot of gaps. But what we're seeing though is game one, which is was that not on the way? What I just saw?
Yeah,
what
we
was
just
that?
got Mega Trolled. We'll get thrown in there in a second, I
Yeah,
think.
it looks like the
Okay.
game is ready.
Am I gonna see it at the same time as you guys or not?
Yeah, you'll see all the same stuff. So I can hear it. Yeah. So I think we might have missed the ban and protect though. Might be the one thing.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. We may have missed the ban.
I think maybe the lobby might not have been set properly, and they might not have had the bans in
That's
there.
why we didn't see it.
That's why we didn't see it. So we're gonna roll it back a bit. Yeah. 'Cause otherwise,
Felix, how have you
otherwise
thought the ban and protect processes worked? Like, do you think it adds a lot to the game? From our perspective, watching it, it looks like it does.
You know what? It does, but I do wish, and it wouldn't be balanced, of course, but that you wouldn't be able to save off the rip. Like when they save something that we really don't like, it just sucks to see it. That like it's automatically like depending on who goes first, seeing a character that we really don't like being saved is like, wow, they're kind of demoralizing a little bit. You know, seeing like that torch being saved like instantly,
Yeah.
it's kind of crazy, no?
Well, you do have a chance to ban once before they get their first save, but there's so many options of things that you could ban. Like you can't always, like there might be, if there's multiple heroes, like because you could in theory just like ban the torch off the rip and they wouldn't have a chance to save it. But then like what else do you let through, right? That's
Yeah, exactly. No, I agree with that 100%. It's just like a strategy thing. I think the wider the hero pool you have, the less what I just said, it becomes valid, right? Because if there's, let's say, 3 big threats of a character, 1 goes through, but 2 are banned, whatever, which makes sense.
Yeah.
But it's just in general, if you're very weak, like you have a kryptonite, and they get to save first, and they save it, very tough. For us, it was the torch, but I mean, if it wasn't the torch, it'd probably be something else.
Is it like high pressure trying to figure out, because like you're still learning what your team is good at playing and wants to play, and you're timed, right? And you're the captain, so you have to do the bans and protect. Is that like pressure, like stressful for you to quickly pick the ban and protect?
Not really, because we're a team, right? Everybody's on team they're also talking, and they also have brains, so they're kind of communicating.
Yeah.
And it's not just me making the calls; it's like we're all kind of theorizing. So it's just kind of like a team effort, you know.
Yeah.
So it's also kind of fun. It's kind of like solo queue. It's like having a bunch of pieces and trying to make
something
good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely think though you guys learned a lot from the round robin in terms of like how you can approach some of this kind of group stages. Well, now the bracket stages as we move into it, where yeah, I mean now like as long as you have good comps and good ban phase here, right? You're kind of good to go. Like all that is just information gathering, right? Now you have a good idea of what everybody was there any player that surprised you on any of the other teams, like when you played any of the games, like where you were like, you know, maybe you expected them to not be as good or potentially
tens, probably tens. I didn't know he played the game. He was being really effective, even though Punisher is a pretty simple character. It's pretty crazy with the Raccoon Z. It's off the rails. Also, production just said that they are currently good to go. We're ready to jump into game one. Game one is going to be between team guys.
Tens and Team Summit. Are we going head to head here first? That's it. I'm kind of hyped. Like these guys also gave us a pretty close game. Summit's team I feel like Summit's team took a while to warm up. They played against xQc first, and that was like, it was a bit sussy. We've got a Midtown as well. So fun map with like some balconies, a bit of high ground. You can play flyers here, right? And you can also play inside the shops and buildings on the low ground and sort of dodge away from that poke pressure. It does get a bit funky though. Midway through the map, we start to like head into the open area, then we head underground, then we head up. So there's a lot of variation on this Midtown map, boys.
Yeah, it's actually probably Jeff's maybe top 2 map. Jeff is incredibly effective, and a good Jay is on the Jeff. If he's good at Jeff, even a mediocre Jeff will cause complete mayhem in the back line, and it'll cause the comms and the team structure to fall apart. And in a random kind of tournament like this, where people aren't really used to one another, right? It might be what kills them.
Yeah, I also think like the Jeff is really good here, and then the ban here is the Adam Warlock. J3 plays a ton of the Star-Lord, where like that is so strong, especially with teams that play like Star-Lord and Mantis and the Warlock, and they just have like it feels like infinite reses. They protect Punisher. Wow.
Okay, I mean, that's a 10s protect here. I think they kind of realized, I think xQc pointed this out a little bit earlier, that even if like 10s is not an elite player at this game, if you put him on Punisher and you give him infinite ammo, he still has like a bit too much of an impact on the game. So you imagine that we need to see a Rocket Raccoon ban now that they've protected the Punisher.
Yeah, if I was them, I would probably ban Magneto. If the enemy team figures out that they're kind of abusing that Raccoon Z combo, Magneto actually deals with that pretty effectively, right? But it doesn't seem like they're too worried about it because they banned Warlock first.
Yeah, oh, and then they banned Wolverine, where I do think, X, I'm curious your perspective. It seems like teams like not, even though they don't play Punisher, not getting rid of the Rocket because it seems like a potentially easier support for some players to play, right? They can play at a distance, just kind of like farm healing. So it seems like it's more of a safety pick where I don't think you needed to protect that there. I think if you're Team Tense, I think they were just going to kind of let it go through.
Yeah, maybe everybody's going to let it go through because I think Anderson wants to play it, but I don't know if maybe they analyzed that when they played against them. But yeah, Raccoon, definitely a little bit of an easier support to be effective. It's not that it's, I don't like using the word like easy. It's easier to be effective when you don't like master the game. Being at the back and doing a lot of right clicks that kind of pierce through the entire team, you're being extremely effective. And surviving it is not that difficult either with how mobile the character is.
I do want to return to the Magneto point you made, Felix, because it's obviously quite important. Because I've realized that Magneto like sucks up projectiles that are fired at him and makes his like meteor stronger. But what can happen is that if the Punisher gets damage boosted, his meteor can burst if it gets too overloaded, right? You have to actually throw it really quick with all that damage coming in.
Literally insta. I think you have to spam left click as soon as possible because literally a singular second and it'll break. If you're boosted and you're using a Punisher ult.
So I mean, dude, Dean gonna commit to the Squirrel Girl, dude. How odd is this comp, Felix? They ran this against you guys 10's team where they play like Venom Squirrel Girl. Like it just feels really like, because Fan does a really nice job of like getting in and out, like staying alive, and then just like Dean is just in bizarre places. It's not a common thing, right?
You know what? That's a good point, because the Venom, right, is gonna naturally funnel the players kind of to ball up a little bit and to be more kind of centered in one place, and having the Squirrel Girl spam the nuts across the map and having the linear damage from Punisher really wears down your team. Like your options are just kind of dwindling down because you take so much damage. It's just kind of like a natural. So it's why you kind of have to do something different, maybe like flank or like go around, or it's just difficult.
You seem like you just rot out over time. Like you're just not able to kind of heal through it.
Yeah, we saw that with sometimes with like the Human Torch comps, but it's like more upfront burst with an ultimate that like you kind of got to shoot and turn around. All right, folks, here we go. We are jumping into this first of our quarterfinal matchups. It's Team Summit going up against Team Tens. The latter have been pretty punishing on that particular hero. He's looked very good there. We're up with Fan, who's honestly been probably the biggest chat of this entire tournament in terms of how they've been diving in, soaking up a lot of attention, and also like not using that cooldown too early, like for the shield. Look at that, she has it available now, so it just gets like a K HP.
Yeah, also they're already down by 2. It's going to be probably just a reset just off the rip here. It seems like the Venom isn't causing what he's trying to cause. It's just he's dying too fast. The damage output that they have is even stronger than the one on defense right now.
Yeah, I mean, they have you have the Punisher shotgun. You're able to kind of grip the Venom back in with the Winter Soldier, and then also even like Summit able to kind of trap the Venom a little bit. So a lot of CC here. I mean, yeah, you see the stun right away. Has to use that barrier, and I mean, how do you even live through that?
I mean, you're asking for a lot. I think xQc points it out very well. You need really quick burst healing if you're going to go in like this. And the problem is that your Rocket doesn't necessarily give that to you, right? It's sort of a healing over time. It just doesn't give it to you instantly. Now, of course, Kraken Impact going to come through. J3 pops it, resets, come through finally. Now able to get that onto the Squirrel Girl. Immediately, she gets a Bulwark. Dina's trying to get away. Squirrel Tsunami gets popped there, and that's a fair bit of damage to come at the attackers, but they're still looking strong. They've got overshields ticking. And once again, Team 10s are going to have to give a little bit of ground, but the Mag is keeping the cart contested. They finally lost the Squirrel Girl, though, and their damage is still coming back into the fight.
And the whole time, the payload is still moving. The payload has barely stopped, right? And as you can see, they're just kind of slowly falling apart. It's just a little bit of an engage, dead, have to back, staggers. Not much is happening. They're just kind of losing over time, right?
Yeah, and like you mentioned, X, the Magneto really strong. You're playing solo Vanguard here for Summit's team, right? The Magneto is able to just kind of take space with the shield and also just like really good poke damage as well. I mean, you see Flash pushing right into this room, no fears. Yeah, the payload continues to move.
What are you doing if you're seeing triple duelist against you, Felix, in like a ranked game? This is a ton of damage. I mean, I'm glad we switched off the Venom here, but I don't know if the Groot's going to fare much better.
You might have to go triple heals. Triple heals is extremely effective, but I don't know if these guys have the the character pool to pull that off. It seems like they're just kind of playing the same comp and just kind of thugging it out a little bit.
Triple starter just definitely an option. Would it be enough to cover over this is a question. Here comes that Meteor M. I think it might have burst immediately, stunned up. Not sure what happened.
Yeah, I mean, Daltush is in the Punisher ult, so it just evaporated.
Yeah. Everybody's still alive. 6v6 still ongoing. Daltush sets up on the high ground and is going to do a lot of AoE damage here with the turret. Turret's down already. Up by 2.
All right, here it is. 10's back in the game, though. BRB brings him into the fray. Now CYA deployed. Damage boost for the defenders. They don't have their Squirrel Girl, but a decent amount of upfront damage. And you'll notice that Desert Ears is making a lot of room up front to allow the rest of them to take advantage of. 10's now, of course, going to be coming back with a final judgment of his own. He's found an off-angler now. He's going to go to work on them. But the Lunar Snow Ultimate, Fate of Both Worlds. Good healing for Team Summit. It's still not enough. They lose to Hela, but it's a trade. J3 fires back with a twisted voltage.
Yeah.
Dude, this is impressive that they're able to keep flats up. Just being able to just kind of keep that solo Vanguard up. X, I'm curious. What you're seeing right now, I'm wondering, at least here at the start, it looks like it's actually a little bit easier maybe to get some value out of the Rocket on Convoy, because you were talking a little bit about in the one game that we were watching, we were listening to your comms about like kiting the damage amp that comes in from the Rocket. Where in Domination, you can't really do that, right? Because you're just giving up so much percentage. But here it seems like there's a lot more angles on these maps to be able to kind of kite some of that damage amp, maybe.
Yeah, it really it's unfortunate that you have to give a lot of time on Domination, but on Payload it's kind of the same thing. You have to be very disciplined. You just have to get away from that that Raccoon Z. The output is just too much. It's worth it to just, when you see it out, just go to the side, wait, and then go in. But fortunately, the issue is not helping anybody. You're just asking to just get eliminated instantly.
Daltush already picked off the start of this fight here. Epic Whale briefly stunned up. It's going to be another Meteor M. Going to have to let the one go quickly this time, and so they do, but in the hastiness, Desert Ears doesn't really find a good target for it. Here's the Goddess of Death coming up now for Summit, and everybody on the defense side trying to back around the corner. You've got to respect that splash damage. And Felix, your boy ML7 has got that right click held down, buddy.
Yeah, of course. Also, it's worth noting that Summit's team is actually being really effective at causing a lot of pressure with a lot of the turrets from Punisher, the Hela ult, and they're just gonna repelling them, always backing, always giving ground, giving space, and they always have to kind of surrender a lot of stuff that they want to use.
Yeah, I think you're just trying to put a lot of pressure on the front line if you're Team Summit with like having the Bucky. Oh, that's a nice grab there from J3, but. Like you mentioned, like having just like the almost hit scan type of damage that comes with like Hela and Punisher, like just right up front, and just making the healing resources just extend a little bit too far for the other side. I think that pressure is a lot for Team 10s to deal with, and specifically ML7, right? I mean, he's healing a lot of that up on the Rocket.
Yeah, and also we're kind of hitting a key moment here. This is I think their first full reset where now the defense is actually sitting on the payload, and they're positioned, and they have all the space. And now it is up to the Summit's team to walk in and make the play in order to be able to attack and get the payload and secure the payload. So it's gonna be interesting to see can they actually do it, because when this happens, you never know if they're gonna get full health now on that corner.
Now, there's going to be another meter M coming up here for Desert Years, and they're going to have to pop it quickly because we might be looking at a damage-boosted Punisher ultimate fight. Daltouche has it ready. Mr. Ruffle Waffle also at the ready. See the turret set up. Desert Years is using the Bulwark to try and get some space away, but it's filthy. Unlimited ammunition. Hold down M1 for the boys and go for it. Squirrel Tsunami's going to come on in. Big damage there on towards Flats. He's got to give the space up, and oh, the rocket goes down. Looks like he was able to deploy the damage booster at least, Felix, but the attackers are now down to 5.
Yeah, it seems like they're just a defense team. Like whenever they're fully settled, they're being more effective. And I don't think they're finding ways to really get out there and gain the space. And they're just kind of being shut down right now.
Yeah, like you mentioned before, Felix.
Go ahead.
Because they're now trapped in this choke, the Squirrel Girl actually becomes really good at this point, right? I mean, especially when you're playing solo Vanguard on the other side, like you just get rid of that mag shield and then you're just walking right into this.
Yeah, absolutely. When your team is not healthy, you have less and less options and less flexibility on what you can do. And as you're walking in and your team is losing half HP there, over here, and then they have to regroup, and it's just being really, really effective. Like, look right now, Daltouche can't do anything. He has to wait back and yeah, disengage.
All right, we are in the dying seconds of the round here. 13 seconds left now for Team Summit to make a bit of an impact. xQc, I want some of your play-by-play, buddy. Give it to me.
Oh, you want me to play? Yo, Luna using ult. Raccoon Z is getting the Groot back alive. Daltouche is using ult, but he's not being supported. Not a lot of HP there. Both Luna, I'm seeing a lot of colors on the screen. Mag ult not being really effective here. He's just gonna block Summit's or whoever's ult. Alright, back to you, play. Back to you.
There we go. Thank you very much. Epic Whale falls, and that's it. I mean, you covered it, bro. The dust is already settled. Someone came up with a massive Goddess of Death, and there was no coverage for it, and also no shutdown of the Hela. Overtime will last a little while, but is there going to be a switch to a Strange to get to the cart in time? The attackers have started this push further, and now they have to try and get the map done. No extra time, and if they leave the cart for any reason, Felix, it's over.
It all comes down to the final fight here, and there's not a lot of ult on the board, only 2 ult. We only have a mag ult and a Groot ult, and one counters the other. Who's gonna win the rock, paper, scissors here? Oh, looks like we're down by 2 on the red team. Team Summit is now equalized. 5v5. Everyone's on the point. They're struggling to get value. As long as they stay alive here, they should be winning this.
An impact there from J3. That's nasty stuff. And get the reset as well. When Fan, she's going to struggle. That's another reset for J3, of course, and he can keep this pain train rolling. ML7 flattened. And finally, Team Summit break through. There's a couple of desperate fights back to back, but, you know, having the Goddess of Death and the Kraken Impact, 2 big duelist ultimates in consecutive fights, really allowed them to open things up. And it happened at a time where there just wasn't any strategist ult to cover them.
Compared to where it was, Felix, though, I feel like that's a pretty decent defense for Tenz's team. Like, you were kind of getting snowballed throughout the entire game. For them to finish with no time remaining, I mean, you basically got like 3 minutes off the clock. Your entire defense was basically at the end. I feel like they have to be pretty happy with that in an odd way.
Yeah, like absolutely. Like I always say, losing slowly on a payload like this is winning it. And they were kind of losing almost the entire time, but they just finished with no time left. So they offered a pretty good defense, but you never know because of the play styles and just overall how payload goes. Like, you know, you don't know if they're gonna get full health here. Pushing the full map though is fantastic on this map. It is fantastic.
Really sets you up here. Now you have a good understanding. What's up? But doesn't cover it. Go.
Yo, what's
you know
up?
how weird we look when we're casting?
I got jump scared.
We're all
Yeah.
like this.
I'm like, I literally have this like in my mouth.
Now I was locked in. I'm looking at the the top. It's kind of hard to keep track. When there's a raccoon in the game or any reses, it's hard to keep track of numbers. Even when you're in the game, it's kind of difficult.
Yes.
You try to do +1, -1, like you're counting cards at the casino.
Yeah. No, exactly. And you sort of do that while keeping track of like the ultimates as well. It's like a bunch of stuff to look at, but you're picking it up pretty quickly. You just get ready. I'm going to drop you more play-by-play because I thought it was kind of fire. Daltouche getting pretty low inside that turret, though. It's a bit of an issue. Force physics they're used to draw flats down to the low ground. Magneto under some pressure, and the healing's got to come from somewhere, and there's not enough of it. He tries to bulwark up, and he gets completely railroaded by this attack side. Team 10s, Felix, are off to a hot start.
Yeah, it seems like they're just being very aggressive off the gate, just going very aggressive with the Groot and the Magneto, being super oppressive and just walling them down and just running it down. And it looks like they're gonna be putting the hill pretty effectively here, just gonna swollen in.
Yeah, I think on the defense, I really noticed when Fan switched to the Groot. That's also when they started to get some nice holds and success. Summit ends up dying here late. What is it, Felix, about like a Groot plus like a Magneto combination in terms of like shielding allows him to take so much space?
So basically, Magneto's shield doesn't have any limit on how much it's gonna block. It only has a timer, right? So yeah. Groot is gonna using the first bubble and the shield to kind of walk up and secure his position, and then they can wall them off from his team, and then really just run it down and secure at least one kill. And once that first kill goes down, when a tank goes down, the team structure just completely falls apart, and it becomes a lot harder to start withstanding some of that pressure.
God, that's a huge biotic arm. Nicely done by Jay. This is really going to slow the attackers up. They had a pretty good fight set up already, but that Groot just gets yoinked out of position. I got it's even scary when you combine it with the Invisible Woman, but that's not here. Dean has to be careful now. Kraken Impact's going to come in. J3 going to go over the top, but Invisible Boundary comes up, and Tens from within it explodes with a final judgment.
The payload hasn't stopped. It seems like the train's still going forward. They're taking all the positions. Dean, I didn't know if he plays this game that much. That was a really good ult. He just causing a lot of pressure, causing a lot of discord in their comms, making them disorganized. Chaos, and choose here. Big ult here from Nora. Looks like they're gonna keep pushing it. Not very effective with the Punisher ult here. He's not getting any value. The Luna ult is up anyway.
It's pretty huge from Team 10s, right? Because the Fate of Both Worlds from the Luna Snow comes out for Team Summit, and they still end up losing flats, right? And you see where the cart is. It's so close. It's going to be a strangling prison. That's going to get Desert Ears and Fan in position to get this second checkpoint. As, like you mentioned, Felix, I mean, this has been non-stop here for Team 10s. If you were Summit's team, what are you changing up right here?
You're scared. 5 minutes on the clock for the last point. They need to make a heroic stand here on the first bend to at least get a second foul and second bend. There's not much to do now because they have no ult on the board. They only have Magneto and Hella ult. But on attack, I don't know how they're doing a good like ult tracking, but it seems like everybody's gonna dry right now. It's gonna be a little bit of a dry final on first bend.
Yeah, you're dead right. I mean, bit of an odd moment, actually. You find yourself in an ultimate trough like this in Marvel Rivals. But ML7 does have the invisible boundary, which is going to be important, especially if you're trying to run away from this Meteor M. Here comes Summit, though. Invisible boundary comes up straight away. The damage is still significant. And with the Meteor combined, it could be more than they can handle. Still, Meteor goes without a trace. Hard to see with that found value, but Tens is able to bring Nora down, and now the defenders are getting run over yet again. BRB, sure, brings the Luna Snow back into the fight, but you need more than just that one healer in the mix. And there's a risk of a reset here with the Kraken Impact. J3, Felix, has kind of been popping off every time these ultimates have been up.
Yeah, Bucky's been overrunning the entire game. It is that all of his ults are hitting, getting a lot of resets, getting a lot of value, but they are finally stabilized. The same thing I said earlier. Once the pendulum swing, once the tables flip, now they're on real defense. Now they have their full setup. Now they're in the driver's seat, and it's up to NL7's team to figure out a way to get in there.
I do like, though, for Tens' team, you end up dropping the Rocket Raccoon here. I think just picking up the Invisible Woman and playing it this entire offensive side, especially if you're not going to play the Punisher, the Invisible Boundary obviously offers you a huge advantage in terms of just support output, as if you feel like you have an advantage in terms of like the healing pressure here, then you can like up the tempo behind the Squirrel Girl and just some of the overall damage. But it's going to be Tens actually going for a Kraken Impact here. He's going to connect with one, but take it out really fast, as that's going to be that CY8 from Mr. Raffle Waffles. That damage output too strong.
It's Raccoon Z forcing Luna to use her ult, and now it's up to them to find value here, to at least get one kill. They need to find something, anything at all, while the ult is up, because otherwise, like I said, Summit's Luna ult, now it's their turn, they're in driver's seat, now they're looking for value here. They find one for two, I think. 1 for 2 for a blue team.
And Deltuch realized that they were in trouble. Medium came in, strangling Prison only on towards Nora, and Ice Art's being used to keep Flats nice and healthy. He dunks one on top of Tens. An important kill here for the defenders, but the attack is still with numbers to work with. Flats, despite this, clearly wants to negotiate from a position of power. He is sat on the cart while a fight is occurring off of it, and he's kind of ignoring the Squirrel Girl, just shielding up. It's going to be about Summit here trying to maybe find an off angle to pick off some of these squishies.
Yep. Well said. What about you? What do you think about this, Mr. X?
Well, I think they've done a pretty tremendous job already getting like 3 minutes off of the clock. If you remember, they get here with about 5 minutes, right? So being able to hold up until this point, pretty strong. Another Kraken impact. That's going to be a stun there. So Fan and Desert Years gets marked, but it's going to be Dean with the Squirrel Tsunami yet again. And this is where the Squirrel Girl can be really effective. These narrow chokes that you're going to have to play in with a solo Vanguard.
This could be it. They're all low. They're all down in numbers, and look, they're going to finalize the push here. I don't see them getting out of this. Maybe Magneto stall a little bit. That's all they got left. They're waiting for spawners here. Luna ult mentioned nobody's dying here. J3 can't find anybody. Raccoon coming in, and that's it. That's a full push. A minute and a half left. Coming to 1 minute. It's going to be 2:30 against what, 1?
Yeah.
At this point, it's anybody's game. It's almost a full reset because on a payload like this, one push can be instant by 1 minute, or it could be like 6 minutes. It's just it's very snowbally in nature.
I mean, that last corner is pretty treacherous because there's no like natural high ground for the attackers to take. Like it's really like just a drawn out fight across the map. But I'm kind of impressed to see the game go this close. Obviously, like we mentioned, both teams get a time extension, and there's really only like a minute and a half between these guys. And we said it. This can absolutely snowball out of control, especially if you start to like chain a Bucky ultimate into a Punisher ultimate when you're, have those multiple duelists just getting ults up at the right time. And I mean, we talked about it so much, but the Rocket Raccoon getting to, empower the Punisher. It used to be worse, Felix. It used to be the Winter Soldier as well could just shoot for days.
Yeah. What I'm seeing here is that if I'm in a 10's position, if I'm on defense here, right, I would really want to negate the fact that I wouldn't want to get snowball in the first corner. I would want to play back. I want to use Raccoon Z, get value, stay back, do a lot of damage, because you only really need that one fight win. If you win that one fight, you win the round. Because once you're done to push, you're probably going to do better.
Yeah, with a minute on the clock, it puts it right into junk time if you end up winning that fight. I think one thing also to point out here is that at the, for Team 10s, when they were on defense first, they were still running Fan on like that Venom. And I think that's where you were actually seeing Summit's team take advantage of it. But now with the Groot in the mix, I definitely think it swung more in favor of Team 10s. The Groot's going to be very difficult, Felix, here to get through this choke, right? I mean, you see all the walls and just the pressure on the cart.
Yeah, absolutely. But I have to be honest with you. Defending, attacking second, in my opinion, is a little bit easier, just because you know exactly where you have to end. Yeah, there's an actual mark on the ground compared to just free balling it and just pushing the payload. But as you can see here, they're being very effective on getting people off the top and off the high ground.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. I mean, I think like chasing a defined goal rather than having to set it yourself feels a bit easier, less taxing. But this is pretty big for Team Summit. Remember, they come into this attack with only a minute to work with. And so, yes, we're in overtime, but they're in a pretty good spot. And honestly, there's not like a big ultimate disadvantage to contend with. Like, both teams are kind of halfway there.
They're going to TP right into this turret.
Wow, ballsy move here. And they get a kill, but they also get the res. So, no, it seems like Summit's team is still in the driver's seat here, up by 3. I don't think they can stop this.
No, I think you're right. I mean, look at that Kraken impact there from J3 is enough to get them through. And yeah, getting pretty close to this checkpoint now. You can see now they also want to push ahead. I kind of like this idea, get into their backline, stagger them out a little bit further. Staggering definitely still a big thing in this game, but we're staying in overtime now, Felix. So one mistake for Team Summer and it could be over.
Exactly. It all comes down to a singular fight, but it looks like Summit's team is not really allowing them to really set up and even get that fight. I don't even think they're going to get a single fight on second point.
That's brutal. I mean, the Meteor M, they actually get Fan even before the Meteor M comes through. And just like you mentioned, I mean, Flat's taking so much space with those bulwarks and the shielding of the Magneto. And I mean, now you're going to get Epic Whale here, as well as it seems like TenZ's team is just kind of like funneling out. So any type of advantage they had seems like it's completely gone at this point, unless maybe TenZ goes big here with a Kraken Impact.
It absolutely is. And it's worth mentioning that the spawn's now 14 seconds. So now you have to really acclimate to that increased spawn time when you're thinking about staggering and trickling back in, because they weren't even able to get a singular fight on point 2, but now they stabilize it. They get Luna on the way in, but they're down in one number.
All right, Epic Whale is still able to at least get this Fate of Both Worlds up. The defenders are struggling to hold up under this level of pressure. Daltouche gets to come back into the fight. The attackers seem to keep on coming. Meteor M here for Desert Years. Good connection there. 2 kills off the back of that one. Both Summit and Mr. Ruffle Waffle are going down, and the attackers are starting to run out of numbers, but J3 keeps them in the game. Big freeze on Desert Years, but Fan comes back in with a boom. 3 big kills, and finally, we see Team Summit stopped.
If you really think about it, this also all comes down to a singular fight, because even if nobody is defending here and they're all on the payload, right? After 2.5 minutes, you should be at the exact same point that they are right now. So it's up to them to figure out if they want to fight early, save ults, prompt their ults, and then use their ult as a response when they want to win the fight, or if they want to force the issue and really fight to win early and just get those fight wins.
I've always been of the belief, like, if your Team Summit in this situation, you obviously know where the end line is, and you know that they have a time advantage. I've always been a fan of taking the fights more early and just getting more fights. Like, I think just having more fights, especially if you win that first fight, right? It bleeds clock. They haven't gained anything much at all, right? I think we've seen teams over the years, Felix, I'm sure you can comment on it, where like you give up so much space and you play a little bit safe in this type of situation if you're Summit, and then you lose one fight, you lose this first checkpoint already, right? And then now what? You've given yourself 2 fights when you could have had 4, for instance, right? Where I think playing close up, it's a little bit more of a high risk, but I think in the long run of the game probably works out a bit better.
That's very accurate. And sometimes even you'll get 0 fights because you never really get to stabilize, especially with those OT spawns. 14 seconds is kind of crazy. Now, if I'm Team Summit, I'm fighting on the first corner right there, right then, and I'm doing a face-off here, and I'm trying to build ults. I'm trying to get all the ults up so that maybe later on you invest 1 ult or 2 for the opponent to use maybe 3 or 4 to really secure that last fight where you have ult advantage.
Big defensive pick there, though. Good start for this Team Summit team. Saw the Force Physics pull Summit towards the low ground, but ML7 wasn't able to help guarantee a kill on them. That's another pick there for Summit. This is tough. It feels like these attackers are really struggling with the low ground disadvantage and don't have a good way of getting up there.
Unfortunately, they don't really have a play. They're playing very linearly, right? They're all playing on main. Nobody is using that little library on the left side there to cause some pressure or discord in the back line. And it seems like they're losing that linear fight right now. But as I say that, TenZ fighting back. Up by 3. Luna's gonna go down here unless. Nope.
It does feel like, though, a little bit where that's somewhat of a win for Team Summit in the sense that you win that first fight, and then for Team TenZ, right, you feel the pressure that, like, okay, now our clock's dwindling down. You have to use your Invisible Woman ult to get out of the spawn, right, and just get that first corner. So now you can come back, I think, here if you're Team Summit, right? You end up with, like, you know, this Punisher ultimate. Maybe you can get some high value out of it.
Yeah, and now we're seeing Luna using ult on TenZ team. They really want to get that 1 fight win over here to get up to point 2. Maybe get some staggers here. Maybe cause them to trickle.
I'm surprised that Team Summit didn't play more aggressive to actually get over onto the cart there. Like, because they end up using the Fate of Both Worlds there from Team TenZ and pushing on out. They don't have any ultimates at the time, but still, you can't give up that first checkpoint and then get staggered out here, and now you lose Mr. Rafa. I mean, this is going to be a scenario, just like you mentioned, Felix, where we're going to get 1 fight here on the second point that basically determines the game.
Which looks like it's probably going to be in the advantage of Summit, because TenZ team, they did use that Luna ult, and Luna ult on Summit is coming up, and they don't really have a response. Yeah, they have the Invisible Girls ult, but it's not as long. It might be not as effective as a support ult, and I think if they use their ult properly here, they should be winning this.
Summit's trying to take a flank angle. CYA is in play. Meteor M for Flats, though, to try and find an insta-kill somewhere in this fight. Summit's got a bit of an awkward spot. He doesn't have line of sight to them, Felix. He's trying to get this damage done, but everybody's in the other room.
Summit is a little bit out of position for sure. Oh, it looks like they're really pushing the issue here, and they don't really have a response. Like I said, they don't really have a support ult to sustain the damage here. They're stuck in a corner, and they have to connect the payload. Only 1 meter left.
Yeah, I mean, the J3 ultimate coming in here for the big Kraken impact, just trying to make a difference at the end, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough, Mitch, to actually kind of get a defensive stand here, as the invisible barrier and then also playing those 2 Vanguards just too much.
That's it. That is the game. A close one indeed, but eventually Team 10s are able to exceed the total put forth by Summit, but we kind of got what we asked for. We wanted a balanced game. That's kind of how the draft played out and how the seeding all worked, and we definitely got it here on Midtown. But that also means, Felix, Team Summit are the first team to be knocked out of the xQc Invitational.
They are out. They're out for the count, and it's not a double elimination, so they don't really get a redemption here. That's it. It's the end of the road for them. Thanks so much for Summit and his squad for participating. Thanks for you guys for showing up. You guys put up a really good fight. It was very close. All came down to one singular fight on double OT on both sides.
I mean, dude, J3 was putting in work. I mean, it looked like it from when we were watching the game, but 54,000 damage, 30 final hits, and 53 final blows. I mean, that is a crazy stat line there from Jay in a loss.
That is a... Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, so how are you supposed to do more as J3? I feel like that's just, you're at your limit there.
There's not much you can do. It really all came down to support ult usage. They really used that Luna ult to secure first point. But if they didn't, and they prompted Tenzin to use it instead, they would have probably been able to cancel out both Luna ults and have a better shot at second point.
There you have it, folks. Yeah. That is our first game. Of course, my quarterfinals done. That means that you're up next, xQc. How you feeling? Ready to go?
Oh yeah, no, for sure. Against Super TF's team. No, yeah. we got the brains, we got the muscle, we got the mechanic, we've got it all. This is gonna be a stroll in the park. We've been working on some strats that they don't know about, and we know their strats. So I'm out. I gotta go perform. I'll see you guys on the broadcast. See you guys later.
Man, I tell you what, chat, give some love to your boy xQc.
Yeah.
That is, you know, it's one thing, by the way, to have to be on camera while you cast. Another, just to, you know, have to jump on in there in front of, you know, tens of thousands of people. So big shout out. That was very solid.
Yeah, and like his opinions on the game, he just has a great sense of like kind of the tempo and how teams should be playing, and then just also how you kind of can take advantage in certain situations. I mean, you hear it there when he's able to kind of cast, and I think they have a clear idea what went wrong for their team during round robin play to put up a stronger performance here. I mean, mind you, Team 10s, we were like, what? They had like no wins going into like one of the final games. We can take a look at the bracket, but and then they come out, and not only do they win a game at the end against like xQc's team, but then they end up winning against Summit in the first round. I mean, a crazy turn of events here from Team 10s.
They've definitely come alive. I mean, a lot of the strategy for Team 10s has been pretty similar, right? We've obviously seen them play a lot of that Punisher style, but you know, the Squirrel Girl gameplay is working. It's actually getting to the point where you have to think about trying to answer it. The problem is that Squirrel Girl and Punisher are such an interesting combo, given that the Punisher tends to counter the things that Squirrel Girl is weakest against, like a lot of those flyers that can just sort of bombard her with like area of effect damage. Punisher will just nuke them.
It's just spam damage, right? I mean, it's just constant spam damage between the Punisher, the Rocket, you know, giving the Punisher obviously extra ammo, and then also having the Squirrel Girl in the mix. So if we do want to bring up the bracket, we can take a look at it, kind of see where things are. So that will set up a match here for 10s against Team Necros. That will happen after our next one. We're going to go see xQc face off against Super. So winner of that gets Team Shroud. Dude, Team 10s, though. I mean, when we saw them for the first time on this stream, I was like, how'd this team lose all those games? They clutched up. I thought Unsung Hero there was definitely Fan playing the Groot. I think once they switched off of the Venom and started to play the Groot with like the double like shields and just kind of keep putting the walls in front and taking space, there was really no comp change or anything there from the Team Summit that adjusted to it.
Yeah. Again, I mean, I don't know what the great answer is. I think that like mirroring the Punisher is very reasonable there, right? You just need to find a way to match that level of raw damage output. And it can make it hard to like actually have Groot set up that safe zone when all the walls are constantly just being gunned down. Groot's obviously at his best where people don't have the bandwidth to actually worry about the walls, or they're set up in a place they can't necessarily see them. Oddly enough, sometimes you want to use the walls not to block people, but just to give you extra DPS in the fight with the, people getting close to the Thornlash walls. So there's a few different ways to play it for sure.
And not like everybody else playing Squirrel Girl either, right? So you only kind of get that look against Team 10s, and then also with some of these chokes on convoy maps being a little bit smaller, depending on what map we go to, Squirrel Girl becomes even a little bit more effective. I am excited to see what X and the team has kind of changing up here. It seems like the Jeff has just been removed from the hero pool after kind of the forced throw off the side and the attempted flanks. Maybe that was like a strat that would work, but also like maybe some of the other teams are a little bit more coordinated than they expected, and now you kind of settle into something else.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like, yes, the Jeff Spit was probably the canon event for this team changer, but I'd be surprised, like, if they've changed too much. Also, like, what are they chatting about maybe while, like, X is with us casting in the booth? Like, they might have had a chance to work something out here, but it looks like they're going over towards the Star-Lord a little bit more. They're not backing it up with the Adam Warlock, and I don't know if, like, there's an idea of, like, trying to use the Magneto to give the Star-Lord just that little bit of extra durability. At least that. A lot of the time in the top level, Star-Lord is just like invested in by like 3 or 4 different heroes. Like they're using all their cooldowns on him just to make him as effective as possible, which you don't have to do. You also don't have to have Adam Warlock with him. I think it can just make the job a little bit harder because you want like the unfair edge of getting res for free or getting a shield when you're doing AoE damage. It's just nice to have.
Yeah, so it sounds like both teams are ready, so we'll be able to jump into that game rather quickly. People in chat were like, "Where is X? He's actually going to play.
He's playing.
So when he's not playing, he's with us. When he is playing, he's still with us, but just not casting with us because he's playing. Hopefully they let my man play Groot. We saw a good Groot was there in combination with the Magneto. Hopefully we let some Groot gameplay in there.
The secret was definitely out though, because I think in game 1 Groot is insta banned, and then he ends up playing Cap, right, which also worked quite well. Very different style, but. Mostly, I mean, look, if you're on this channel, you've seen X play a ton of these types of games, but he wants to be the aggressor. He wants to be the instigator when it comes to a lot of those sort of, Vanguard or tank star characters. So there's still plenty left in the pool for him to play. But I think, having an ultimate that draws everybody together and damages them is just amazing when there's so many things you could combo with in this game, and getting those big team wipes is pretty important in Marvel Rivals.
Yeah, and to remind you, Team Super, that roster was Super, Gale, Doki, Aiko, Tyler 1, and Lydia Violet. So I wonder if there is maybe some type of like targeted bans over towards like Gale, right? Trying to take away a Winter Soldier. Maybe you're trying to take away like a Punisher, something along those lines. As you will jump in here and see the ban phase for this game. So potentially that is something you see this xQc squad target.
We'll find out in just a moment here what the plan is. Yep, the Groot ban.
The Groot,
Okay.
Pretty expected. We'll get xQc's audio for you guys in a moment.
Who do we save, though? Who do we save first?
I'll have that for you. So Adam Warlock ban away. So this is still Team xQc that doesn't necessarily want to pair Adam with their own Star-Lord, also just doesn't want to deal with it on the other side. I think that's fair because we've seen Gale play a ton of that Star.
What does T1 play if he doesn't play Venom?
You'll see they're actually having Sir Pineapple hover. Okay, so they protect the Hawkeye. That's been one that's been really contested for their team throughout the day, right? Moxie has been trying to play it. They actually use Bandit.
Why not just Bandit? He's going to be on something in the play, right?
So maybe they thought that actually they were going to have E-Rob play something different,
let's just ban shit out.
Or maybe they're trying to protect it from Lydia, so they'll ban out the Luna Snow. For this team as well, Aiko's been playing a lot of the Mantis. Ooh, so Tyler 1's Venom gets banned out here by xQc. I like it.
I mean, we did see Tyler 1 play the Groot, but that's also been banned, so God knows what the pick is going to be.
Yeah, what does he play?
I have the cheat. I think I saw one other hero on his cheat sheet, so I'll double check.
I
Yeah,
would.
Hulk
I'm curious.
apparently
I mean,
is
I
as
can.
another tank that he plays, right? So that's
No,
fitting,
good.
and also an option here for sure. Hella Protect comes in.
So I think this is definitely trying to get Moxie in a
Moxie.
position where he's more comfortable.
Yeah.
But now look at this. You've allowed Punisher and Rocket both to get protected, and now Magneto's
I
gone,
did.
right? So, like, what shields do you even have kind of like a Strange,
Batman's
right? So
kinda
Loki
superior.
will go as well. Strange, Emma Frost make it through, right? But
Well, I
we're
could go-
not,
I could
not
go
having that
Cap.
group
I
mag
could go
combo.
Cap.
And
Dude,
then also
dude,
the
we could
Venom
completely
gun, it's
ignore
kind of
T1,
like
and I'm not
dwindled
gonna lie,
down
I don't think anybody
pool
else-
of Vanguard.
I don't think
Yeah,
we
if there's going to be
dive,
Punisher pages, look out
in
for these
the front line
shields
or back line.
just
I think we
disintegrating in a matter
me
of
and Steve will
seconds.
just dive.
Yeah, we do
And I don't think they're gonna
Hawkeye
heal.
out off the rip here for Moxie. Would kind of
No,
expect to, maybe see the Hela, given it was protected for that. But like you mentioned, there are shields, right, that can be used between, Emma Frost and, Strange. But with Tyler 1 being a
let me think
Hulk
about
player, or at
this.
least Hulk is the only one of his heroes that are left in the pool, you're always going to be missing one. I just don't think Tyler plays shield tanks at all. Unless you go triple Vanguard, you're not going to have it.
Yeah. Yeah, it would be very difficult to kind of make that type of thing happen. So we'll see if
gonna
for
Strange
Team
it.
XQC, right? Can Tyler 1, deal with the pressure, right? He was able to do with it on the Venom, right? But can he deal with the pressure that will come in while he is on Hulk? And we also have Seagull playing the Penny Parker. So that will be quite interesting here. We have not seen Penny Parker at all on any of the defenses. So
Yeah, if
we will see
if we
how
get
this
picked
kind
here,
of
we do
pans
not-
out.
we
But
don't get to
dude,
set up
Penny
this
Parker could be a nuisance for teams to actually walk into.
Yeah, you see Seagull hiding those arachnomines inside the spider nest so they can't be seen. This is not used, at a pro level. But there's obviously defensively, it can have a ton of application. And Penny recently got buffed that, which she can headshot now. So she actually does some pretty reasonable damage.
Yeah, I think it's going to be difficult, though. It's Super actually just kind of
Remember,
choke slams xQc here. The Emma Frost is so good against a lot of these different Vanguards because she kind of has a lot of counters. Like if the Stranger able to just kind of walk on through as Igo connects with a sweep there. So you end up losing Thieves right away. In terms of like with a shotgun battle, so Gale must have just come over the top with that.
The shield balancing here has been good from xQc, but I think the matchup for Strange against Emma Frost is terrible. Really hard to stop her, do much about it. She can, suck your soul out and sort of blow it up, and there it is. Yep, Super was able to make short work there with that spear. And there's nothing Penny Parker can really do about the damage that comes in. She's got great mobility. It'll allow them to give a little bit of space here, but this is looking a little bit scary.
I got it.
You're gonna have Moxie come out with like a big Hawkeye ult here, but then you're also going to have that final judgment on the other side from Gale as this is gonna be really difficult to dodge as Super just look at how many players he can exit that Mitch. It looked like 3 or 4 at least.
Yeah, it was a really good seduction, but the damage behind it wasn't quite there, and Moxie's hitting very, very hard on this Hawkeye. Here comes the damage boost of that CYA. What an important little fight here for this Team XQC squad. This also allows them now to set up again with the Penny Parker. Get some of these webs down. Set some mines up. This defensive comp wants to be able to win a fight here and there to reset the playing field.
And Seagull's got that Spider Sweeper ultimate, right? Can be just a nuisance to deal with once the Penny starts to get moving. As look at this, they actually caught Tyler 1 off on the side as he will get put into puny banner form and finished off. So that's also going to burn the res of the BRB. Thieves ends up using the final judgment here, thinking they're going to come around the corner fast.
It's nice to have the res, but losing it so early in the fight, you're right, Matt. It is pretty punishing. Thieves here, backs away, almost knocks Tyler into puny banner form yet again. And xQc sitting on an eye of Agamotto. The way he's juggled shield aggro so far, this game's been really good, but it is very low. Hit by a sleep, a lot of CC coming his way potentially now as a kick comes in from Super. He needs healing desperately, but it's just not enough on the side of Team XQC. But hey, back in the fight, BRB reprints him into existence.
Well, it's going to be the Spider Sweeper here from Seagull. Eye of Agamotto over the top. Seem to connect with it. That's a shield from Super. You see, like, vertically placed. That's really sick.
Tough to come back from that one. However, Tyler 1 is down. And it's a numbers issue right now for Team Super. Quietly,
dude,
amidst these fights, Seagull has been a real pain in the neck.
I was just about to say, this part of the map to deal with the Penny is really tough, right? Especially when you're asking Tyler 1 to, like, kind of dive in constantly on the hull. You can get kind of caught out a little bit in these close alleyways, especially with that penny. The bad part, I would say, for Team xQc is they used a lot of their ultimates in that previous fight. They do end up, though, having the Eternal Bond and the CYA coming into this one, though. So potentially enough damage to take them over the top because there's not a lot of time left here. I mean, we're below 40 seconds.
Oh, what a pick. Oh, it's on super as well.
Oh, that's huge.
Tyler One's going to pop, though. The Hulk smash. Getting locked up, though, every now and then by Penny Parker's a problem. And he's going to go very, very low. Knocked into puny banner form now. And yeah, Final Judgment is active. A lot of damage coming the way of Team xQc, but they are managing to get through it. Tyler One eventually dealt with now. Pineapple going on the aggressive, mostly cloak, less dagger form. And xQc gets ahead. Choke slammed out, but should have a Maelstrom to throw down. And Moxie's been doing some serious damage in the background. This is a sick hold. Team xQc are going to stop them in their tracks.
Hey, they definitely had something cooking. He was talking a little bit about it when we were cast with him and getting ready to it. And now I am a believer. You get Moxie on to the Hawkeye, right? He's able to come up with constant picks as like players are coming around the corner. And then the Penny pick. We have not seen the Penny at all today. Don't think you're going to be able to run it on offense, but at least on defense, it was really annoying for them to deal with.
Looks like we have a game crash briefly, but we can keep the scoreboard up here and have a close look because Moxie with like 10k damage is, or 16k I think is pretty insane. There is a pause in the game now. Seagull.
There is a pause, Seagull.
What are we doing?
Hey, up, Seagull. Come on. Come on now.
I don't think
Come on now, Seagull. I mean, like, yeah, Seagull's, he's flexing how much he's been,
variety streamer. Variety
yeah.
streamer. Yeah, it's okay. You know what I mean?
Hardcore WoW or something. You know, I mean, it's a tough time.
It's a recent addition to the game. In fairness, there was a problem even at the pro level where someone DC'd. We would just have to play the game, and
but you can pause it. So we'll be able to get that player who crashed back in safely. We'll figure that one out. But Team xQc in a great spot here, right? I know preventing them from getting that first checkpoint. So being able to come up with a really interesting strat, right? I know you move away from Jeff the Landshark. He is gone for Team xQc. Still playing the Rocket. I think just due to safety, right? You're playing that Rocket, but we will actually see Sir Pineapple. Looks like we'll be getting back in here shortly. But Team xQc going to start out right away.
Okay, we're playing the game regardless. I do think we have a pause, but that's fine. We're going to carry on here. Namor for the defenders, man. So that's probably one of the more different looks. Triple strategist as well. So just the Namor in terms of duelists. Something pause is bugged. That would be kind of crazy. Still, it matter. Team xQc, good frontline pressure. Chokeslam does come in, but the Mouse from Amanus finds good damage. It's a little bit hard to fight here. So Pineapple, though, is in the game on the Cloak and Dagger this time.
Yeah. So play the Cloak and Dagger on their defensive side. Is I don't know if Thief's gonna make it out there. Is just gonna end up walking into the wall. So defense here. Difference for the team of Super. It'll be Gale actually playing the Namor here up on the high ground. So you'll actually get that team up combo between Namor and the Hulk, which is very strong if you've played this on live.
Yeah, it is. It's pretty sick. Giving a laser squid to your team, sending it up on the high ground. Good use of that mobility there from xQc. Straight down is like the Dagger Storm as well, so sees that AoE healing ultimate and quickly takes advantage. However, this invisible boundary is a problem. Now Gale's going to get ahead. Horde of Proteus flattens them. Thieves and Erob devoured by the whale that, if you look closely, has feet, which is really, really concerning. Either way, it is just as deadly as a normal one. Flattens them.
Okay, so a benefit here for Team xQc is they've got them to use the invisible barrier and the Horn of Proteus on the opposite side. Ico will end up having an Eternal Bond to match Sir Pineapple's coming in this next fight, but potentially Big Eye of Agamotto in combination here with the Hunter Sight could be something that turns the tide.
I catches three, big one, charge it up. What a maelstrom from xQc. Dokibird and Ico go down. And the back line is basically torn to shreds. Seagull getting off the Penny here onto the Thor. Now he's got more of that vertical mobility to try and test someone like Gale. The Namor was a problem, but your boy King Juice here just rolled him.
And you end up holding on to your Eternal Bond here for potentially what could be the final fight, right? So You just got to make sure that Gale can get these turrets and can get them rolling, right? It can be very difficult. It's going to be Ico using the Eternal Pawn just to get them out of the spawn. So maybe if you're Team xQc, you consider backing out here just a little bit.
You can match these as well. So you just cancel each other out. If both Cloak and Daggers make use of that Eternal Bond.
I'm in there.
Here goes xQc rather pushing on in. God help me. Okay. Might have Asgard ready here. Seagull about to drop it down. This could be devastating. Look at him make use of that mobility. Crashing into everybody. Seagull finds yet another one. Moxie chimes in, and Team xQc have done enough here, folks. This is the last hurrah for Team Super. And with about a minute left in the game still, Team xQc advance in our bracket stage.
Yeah, and you see there towards the end, he was actually trying to get like a TP to block them from coming out. Seagull lets them know what he thinks about them. Seagull's had enough. You know when Seagull is doing stuff like that, you know Seagull's had a day. And I think they just need a dub. You just need a dub. When we're spamming Tyler 0 to Tyler 5th through 6th. I mean, we're just getting it all out here for Team xQc. I mean, it's like they won the finals.
I don't know if TT knows what he's like typing, like what he's.
Wait, was he actually?
Chat button is. Yeah, I think he's happy. He's chilling. He came. He saw. He turned up. He blocked 23k damage. He did die a lot, trying to flank solo as Banner, but outside of that, he's never had a pretty good impact on the game. But Moxie carries on this Hawkeye.
Yeah, sick on the Hawkeye. You see why a lot of teams try and ban it out early against this Team xQc. I gotta say as well, for Tyler 1, the performance here probably not indicative of what we saw most of the day. His Venom was actually pretty good when we saw it go through for a lot of teams, but you see Team xQc ends up forcing him off of that here in this game. So made it really difficult on him, forced to play the Hulk. Then you're trying to make like a team up work with that and the Namor, and they just never had their footing. They didn't look the same after that.
So that basically sets up now our next round of matches, because of course our two top teams can get involved. Now, I've been sitting back, they've been on a bye, but now those rosters are going to get in. Team Necros, of course, and Team Shroud have been waiting for their opportunity to take on either of these teams. And remember, Team xQc at least dodges the Necros matchup until potentially the finals. So he was sort of talking about how that was part of his master plan. However, Team Shroud are going to be no pushover, considering they pretty handily dealt with X's squad when they matched up in that round robin.
Dude, Necros' team is made it look so easy, but I feel like, at least from what we've seen, Team 10's is like kind of like on the rise a bit here, right? They're starting to kind of like a lot like Team xQc, where both lower seeds actually win in round 1. Where they're starting to kind of feel get in their groove a little bit. Like maybe that series could be quite interesting there with Necros and Tens.
I'm thinking it will take a fair bit, a bit of a step up there for Team Tens. I think you make a good point. I think they've got what they need to counter them, but Necro's the kind of player as well that if he's on the torch or anything and there's like a hard counter, he can switch or just find ways to play around it.
For Necros' team, right, you obviously have him as a duelist. You have Guru in the Vanguard role, then Aspen as a strategist, right? So you have like 3 like rock star pro level type of players on each role, right? So like the other players in those roles probably feel pretty comfortable playing alongside of them, where seems like the team's really balanced there.
Yeah, I mean, and that's been a huge component of their success coming forward. Good to see them, of course, in just a moment. Yeah. We are 6 teams down to 5 though, folks. Tyler 1, of course, Gale, Doki Bird, Ico Bliss, Lydia.
6 teams down to 4.
Oh, true. Yeah, we've had both of those eliminated.
Yeah, they just lost. Duh.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
You didn't read the graphic? We just put it up.
No, I just can't do math. I mean, Felix was talking about how it's like he has to keep count of the players like in the game. I just don't do that. Don't bother doing math on air. There's a rule amongst broadcasters. You never do math on air, even if it's simple subtraction.
Yeah. Don't do 5 minus 1 on air.
It was actually 6.
Could end up in a disaster.
So it's not just me that's struggling with math. 6 minus.
What do you mean? We had 5 teams.
Yes.
Once we eliminated 1 in a 6-team tournament, we have 5 teams.
That's right. I incorrectly
said we eliminate 1 more.
You said we were 5 to 4. Yeah. No, I've been here before. I can do this all day. I can do this all day, bro. How you feeling, X? Good game, buddy.
Nah, I feel really good. I feel we like I said, we fixed, we changed a DPS into healer to DPS, and we kind of had it down. We had it down to a science. Actually, it was pretty good. Also, Seagull is a man of the thought, and he thought about the penny, and he made it work. When when Seagull asks or says a comp or has an idea, I let it happen. I don't care if he says, "Oh, I was sitting spawn for a minute." I do it because Seagull is actually kind of a smart guy.
Well,
So
what was his logic though behind the penny? Like that's a character we haven't seen at all today. Really doesn't get played a ton much.
So it's just how sharp the corners are, right? I think that's the thinking. And on that map, I think it's kind of roundish on the first bends, but when you get to the ambulance parts, you're at a double choke, right? You have the first two corners, and you have the ambulance, and you can use both, right? It's not like if you have a corner, you have to give up the whole thing. You can just go back behind the ambulance, and he's putting the penny nest in place that it's very hard to reach, and when people peek it, they just get bombed.
Yeah, I mean, I saw a couple times Tyler 1 trying to solo flank there on the Hulk. It feels like you guys started to adjust to some of the unique play styles on this Team Super squad there and able to wrap him up pretty quickly.
Yeah, and also their best player was probably, in my opinion, a super, and he was just not being very effective. I'm not trying to blame him. I'm not trying to throw some shade, but
You're just calling Emma is.
Emma is just gonna hard to like do like a 1v6 big play that actually gets kills. It's very strong and it helps with the team structure, but when you have to carry, I expected better.
More of like an enabling character, the Emma, as opposed to just solo carry type of tank.
The strange though, let you have a pretty big moment. A big Eye of Agamotto, I think, hit 3, and then you were able to clean them up.
Yeah, and some of these games, they haven't been really good at figuring out where I was at, and I've been getting a lot of decent ults, and it's kind of surprising because usually that ult is not great because it's kind of hard to land. People are people have shields, escapes, they can shred themselves. They have so many counters.
Yeah, I think people have gotten used to that ultimate at this point. Like I think when the game first came out, it was like you'd hit like massive ones, but at this point, it seems like at least it's counterable at this level of play. I'm curious, Team 10s versus Team Necros. Is there anything you saw with Team 10s that you think could give Necros' team some trouble here coming up? They do play that weird Squirrel Girl, but I mean, when Necros is flying, I don't know how impactful that's going to be.
So they play very linear, and the way to break that is by causing a disruption somewhere else, right? Usually, like on the supports. And Necros, it's kind of all he plays. He plays like pub stomp, like flank characters. And I generally think that his whatever he's gonna play, probably Iron Fist or whatever, he's gonna pressure up the supports. And I think they're gonna have to give up those positions that they're holding so strongly.
And have you, like, going forward, have you thought much more, had time to think much more about like what you should focus on in the Shroud matchup? Because looks like he were like saw what Necros was able to do and then basically copied him straight away. Was able to like just to play the Human Torch as well. Is like a broad game plan without giving too much away you take into that game?
I hope we get the first ban and we ban it. Otherwise, it's just a very difficult matchup. Because of the strength of their team, they'll always be able to sustain and kind of leave him just to do whatever he wants. So it just kind of banning it. Otherwise, we might have to play a sturdier comp, something that maybe like goats.
Hey, bring it all the way back. Why not? Bring it all the way back. Like a little.
Did Rivals ever have like a GOATS era? Were people ever playing the triple Vanguard, triple strategist? I feel like they were right at the beginning, right?
They haven't been doing it that much. But I have to be honest with you, from my experience, when people play at high rating, it is incredibly strong. But I think people just dislike playing it. Generally, I think people in this game, they love playing DPS. So whenever you're playing solo queue or high ranked games, whatever, you're not going to see a lot of GOATs. People want to play DPS.
Yeah,
that's all.
Especially
like
because the Vanguards in this game have a lot of abilities to mitigate damage or give like shielding to themselves, and then the supports have like high throughput. So like, a triple Vanguard, triple strategist comp, like it might not even put out like really much of any damage, like any type of burst damage, but just in terms of the survivability, it's, there's no like anti-heal type of thing, right? So it would be very difficult to work through.
I feel like they don't do that much damage like some of the Vanguards, right? I feel like they've toned that down pretty appropriately. Like you know, even like Cap used to really be like a wet noodle. Even Strange sometimes with fully charged Maelstroms can you know, struggle to have much of an impact. But we're jumping into this one, xQc. Team Necros taking on Team Tens. Already the Hela ban away from Tens, even though we've seen him much more go over towards the Punisher.
So my understanding is that in this particular hero shooter, a lot of the heals, when they reach an enemy, they kind of stop, they get blocked, right? Putting a lot of bodies up is a very, very, very effective as a counter healing method. So when if you're running 3 tanks and you're just walking past them, these people in front are not getting healed.
Yeah, that's an interesting way to kind of look about it. In that type of way, like trying to block healing, whether it's like shield bodies. So that's going to be the Bucky gone. I'm curious where you go here if you are Tenz's team for a secondary ban. I wonder if the way to kind of go at the Necro squad is like he's going to do something, whether it be on Human Torch, Iron Fist, right? Like it's going to happen. I wonder if there's a way to just make everybody else so uncomfortable that like they kind of end up falling apart, so to speak. The Adam Warlock goes, and it'll be a Namor Protect. So Namor, Felix, is actually pretty good at dealing with some of these flankers, right? Just kind of throwing turrets everywhere.
Absolutely. That's the main point. I think it's why I'm actually surprised they didn't protect it earlier than that, because Namor fully counters most of Necros' character pool.
I mean, used to be worse when he had like the slowing monster. Now he doesn't have that, but still, like he's, you know, obviously he sets up these defensive zones and can be a little bit hard to put pressure on. So,
do you ban Banner here?
Ooh,
I don't even think the combo is that good. I haven't seen it that much in recent times, but it's not strong enough to just outright ban. Crazy. Well, I mean, the man's putting work. What can you say? They're banning Square Gold because Dean is just styling with the character.
Okay.
Yeah, and then Aspen's Mantis goes. So Aspen's been playing a lot of Mantis most of the day, right? They've been doing like Mantis, Jeff, Rocket play. You'll actually see now what what do you think Aspen goes to? You can also Aspen. Okay, so Invisible Woman here.
Ton of options. Yeah, we've seen her play a whole lot of this, but it does look like we got a really strong shield-based front line too, as well with the Mag and Emma Frost.
I'm actually kind of surprised they're not running Cloak here, but they are playing on offense, so it's a kind of different ball game.
The one thing though, I think it's a really interesting ban of the Mantis is Aspen is able on the Mantis to just give the damage and the healing onto Necros, and he's able to just go across the map, right? And you have the healing over time, you have the damage over time. Now without the Mantis in play, right? He's not going to have the damage boost, not going to have the healing constant, right? You're going to be playing around like Invisible Woman shields, which to me, Felix, just doesn't feel as strong.
It doesn't. In my opinion, I don't see a 10 team holding first for very long here. Their healing combo is very good for AoE, but triple heals is probably what I went for against Human Torch.
Okay, keep an eye on that now. They're going to be on this defense side first, like you guys mentioned. Desert Ears, by the way, is Mendo, for anybody wondering. I've spent some time referring to his in-game name, but that should be a pretty recognizable figure for you. Trying to play safely sort of around these corners, but God, that pressure from Necros is going to come in. Epic Wilder is looking at him. I'm seeing that health bar go down. He's already had to use the team up, Felix, just to try and stay healthy here.
Yeah, that first bend, I don't think they're going to hold it all the way. It's usually kind of a soft bend where they'll let him kind of slowly kind of drip through and kind of give it up. So I think it's just like a pre-fight.
This map though is actually a pretty decent draw though from Team 10s. They lose Vampin here at the start, but I think being able to play this map and where you have a lot of just like natural high ground on the defense could actually negate some of like the Human Torch, right? Playing Felix in the Helix in the skybox, you're not able to go there.
Yeah, they've been pressuring him pretty effectively, but now it seems like he's just kind of doing his thing. Necros is just kind of putting down a lot of firepower. Everybody's going down. Now they're up by 1. Looks like he's going to go for more. Up by 2 now. Make that 3. They're just steamrolling. Now they're going all the way through the first point.
Yeah, that's the snowball that sort of happens towards the end of these fights. I think that the big pick is Guru able to take down Mendo. I think as soon as like you lose a Groot from the map, then you can sort of create that safe zone like for your players to work around. In this case, it basically means it's just like zero pressure on the backline of Team Necros at all. So they come back in though, and there is a strangling prison here for Mendo though, Felix. So big Wombo potential in this fight. Tens is going to be on the Star-Lord.
It looks like it's going to be just one support ult against one support ult. It's going to matter who's going to get out. I mean, it's a complete wipeout.
Guru has the walls rolling and then also uses the strangling prison. As I think at this point, maybe you're thinking about what other options you can go for if you're Tens, where I think actually dropping one of the Vanguards and going with a third duelist or a third strategist probably is the right call. Here with the Star-Lord, would have been nice if you would have had the Adam Warlock, but it gets banned. But the Star-Lord can like get up into areas and challenge Necros at least.
At least a little bit. We'll see if he's effective at least shutting him down or maybe even killing the Human Torch. Now he's good.
All right, we have another CYA coming down here. Brutal Stuff Tens does get beat. Tries to get up onto the rooftops there as we were discussing to look to take a fight. Necros immediately dived down to the ground, realized what was coming for him. He's pretty switched on. He's pretty sweaty, and he is not playing about. Little double jump there, of course, for Fan to try and get away, but there's going to be persistent pressure now as Necros is he's kind of pushed the front line way forward. And now, like, the attackers just move in behind it.
Especially on the second point, there's a big house in the middle, and he can really maneuver around it. And whenever they're in a position of strength, he can just kind of straight go down and from where do the fight thing.
All right, do the fight thing. I will. We got Galactic Legend available here for Tens. There's the Horde of Proteus, though. Aspen gets absolutely flattened. There is a Galactic Legend in play right now. It's a question of whether he can actually connect some of these shots. Yet another Supernova, and oh, buddy, everybody caught together. Epic Whale and ML7 incinerated. Not a skerrick of them left. Tens will drop in again, try for a blaster barrage, but this fight is already over. It's just starting to turn to a bit of a stomp now.
Bro, Felix, I'm stealing that. I like that. Do the fight thing. I'm gonna start whenever I do my analysis. At the end, I'm just gonna be like, hey, just do the thing that you put on your fake accent. Do the thing that you do.
Yeah. Every day he wakes up, he has to do the Australian thing.
Come
it's
on,
he practices it so hard.
Can you not hit me about it, radio?
Radio.
Let's just calm down here, boy. Let's just calm down. All right, Invisible Boundary available. Pop straight away. Aspen going to keep everyone safe inside of it.
It looks like Tens, as a response, they're gonna match the Human Torch with their own, but I don't know if Tens' torch is as good as Necros'.
I mean, I kind of doubt it, and I think maybe a little bit too late here because you have Team Necros getting around that final corner over 3 minutes. You also have the CYA here available and the Meteor M. Even with ultimates here for Team Tens, you're gonna have to use everything just to get a spawn hold. Where that's a nice strangling prison there from Guru. He ends up falling, but just traps everybody before they can kind of push up and use that tempo.
Both support ults is being used on Tens' team. Both supports also used on Necros' team. Now it's going to come down to who gets. Oh, Necros goes for a 3K. It looks like they're going to steamroll past the third point and finish the map here.
All right, they've been running away with this game, I think, for the last minute or so now. It definitely looks like it's gotten out of control. The amount of supernovas we've seen from Necros has been pretty sickening. 2 minutes and 40 on the clock at the end of Spider Islanders. I'm sure you've run this map quite a few times, Felix. You know that is a disgustingly fast attack.
That is incredibly quick. That's almost perfect. It's just this map, the overall structure of the map. There's like a super high ground on almost every point. On the first point, and they're not just normal high ground. They're high grounds where you can attack from, and you can also hide there whenever you're low HP and kind of stabilize. And he's been utilizing that every time. It's been kind of crazy just seeing him just kill everybody.
Bro, at this point, if I'm any team that goes up against Team Necros, I would rather die 1,000 times to the Spider-Man or the Iron Fist than watch a Human Torch go 32-1 with 18,000 damage in the first half. I'd rather
one death.
I would take just give me whatever's behind the other mystery door other than that, because I feel like at least for me, Felix, I feel like you have a better chance against like the Spider-Man or the Iron Fist.
True, but I gotta say, if you say that now, but wait till these guys get out of spawn and they get pulled off the map. It's gonna happen.
Dude, if he does that, that would be crazy. That he's just going for TikTok.
What do you think about the Necros Spider-Man, Felix?
I think it's cool for TikTok and clips, but overall, I think it's pretty garbage. This is my take though.
That's fine. That's what you get to do. You're in the commentary booth. You give your takes. It's the job. All right. What's Necros cooking? Oh,
And,
no!
yep. There you go.
Oh, well, you called it, buddy. You called it.
Yeah, like I said, coming out of spawn, you're gonna get picked up by the super TikTok combo.
What I despise is Necros makes this look so casual, and then you have thousands of kids see this on TikTok and then just go into the game and select Spider-Man, and they just int themselves off the side. They have no clue what they're doing.
That's pretty classic. It happens in all the games. Flashy plays that make for a bunch of noobs that are gonna try and solo queue, but he's doing pretty good with it right now.
So if you're Team 10s, like, how are you countering this? Like, what is the first thing you're telling your team when you see this from Necros, outside of cussing him out?
I mean, you have to yell that stop getting out of spawn, right? And you use the right side door, and you walk in a very, very tight ball, and you go to point. You death ball on the point, because without its combo, without Venom, Spider-Man is actually pretty weak against death ball. When people are all together and they're using cloaks, right click, whatever, nothing is gonna die.
I think if I was Team 10s, I think that is great. I'd probably say that. I'd also probably look up the third, fourth prize pool. That's probably what I would look up as well. See what we're going home with. Because dude, they also, I mean, they said 240 in the time bank. As I feel bad for Team 10 because they looked better over the last few games, right, Felix? That they had started out, but this is a tough one.
That it is a tough one. It's kind of demoralizing also. Well, I mean, we're all seeing a DC now, and now there's a disconnect coming in. That's how demoralized they are at this point.
Right, well, we have to... Yeah, because when we had a pause functionality in the game, we've been seeing it earlier on, so I have that taken care of. But for now, everyone's going to go down a spectacular spin. That is going to wipe them out in this fight. Dean survives, of course, by using that little Ocean's Gift cocoon, but Necros will, of course, chase him down with a combo and finish him off.
Yeah, Felix, maybe I was wrong. Maybe you don't want to just see the Spider-Man. Maybe you'd rather see the torch.
The Spider-Man is very disruptive. I didn't even see that they had the Venom combo. I was not paying attention. But they do have the Venom combo, which is even worse. But I don't even think that's what's killing right now. It's just the how much disruption he's causing in the back.
Yes, right, he's not able to do much of anything.
No, I mean, Dean's back. This attack side, Team 10s does have everybody here in person, but this is the problem. Like, this is the snowball effect as these games go on. You'll notice that, I mean, Team Necros have just been holding on to all of these ultimates and haven't had to use them. Necros has almost built up yet another spectacular spin, and if you notice, it's pretty gross AoE damage in an area. Okay, good force physics there. That's a nice little counter. From ML7 at least knows how to deal with this. Necros is low.
Doesn't go down. Nobody really finishes them off, and it's really unfortunate for Team 10s because they're not able to use their support ults effectively. Something I say often is don't let people die, and it's kind of that simple, right? Like sometimes you have to use the ult a little bit not optimally, just making sure you get a full push and then nobody really goes down, so you get the push effectively. But every time he's been using it, they're down by 1, down by 2, and now they're losing the support ult battle.
Yeah, especially in this situation, right? Because you're down below 30 seconds here. You've already used 2 of your big key ultimates. It'll be a Meteor M here from Noko, but you do still have some kills coming in here from Team 10s. That'll be the final judgment there used by 10s, as you'll actually get this around the corner. But Necros going to be able to go in here with that spectacular spin here. I'll see if he decides to go for it. No, he actually ends up getting taken out. So a window of opportunity here for Team 10s.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to ask the editor not to put this one on TikTok. So some of the early clips were good, but that one's not going to be it. Especially since he did consume the full ultimate charge. Now go back to 0% as they try to retake this. It's going to be very difficult.
Okay, 10's going to set up now with a turret as well. You've got to fear what Spider-Man can do with ultimate, but then it's not there. Also, the Monstro spawn from Namor will target Spider-Man. It's a bit of a problem for Necros to fight through that. Big damage on the Spidey. He'll still try and go in and get the kill. It's very risky what he just did, but Necro's the kind of player to be able to pull that off. Still, a checkpoint earned while that fight was happening, so a crucial time extension for Team 10s.
They weren't able to TTP back to point in time, so they have to just give it up and go to second point. Now they're kind of stuck with a suboptimal pick here with the Strange. Let's see if they can hold on second.
Yeah, potentially, right? This is where you can actually kind of make up some ground. It looks like Guru actually goes back and switches here to the Venom. It'll be an invisible boundary here for ML7. This isn't necessarily going to, like, I mean, it's going to keep everybody alive, right? But just that barrier takes up space. It's going to buy them some area with that cart. But, I mean, dude, look at this. I mean, you have the Venom coming in, using the grasp, and then also you're getting close to another spectacular spin. On top of that, you have the CYA adding the extra damage. Felix, I don't know how you fight through that.
Yeah, you just have to wait the support ults to end, and then that's what they did, and now they're finally getting kills. They have a better support ult usage here, because now they also have, you know, they won the fight. They still have Luna ult available for next fight, and Ten's team, they're dry on support ults.
It's going to be really hard to fight back through. You notice, of course, now the team ups available for Spider-Man. That suit expulsion that lets you just sort of shut people back constantly. Oh, there it is. Tens just blows Noku up. Again, the Meteor Rem is not enough to soak the damage, but Tim, there was a nasty cellular corrosion. Ten's not able to get away from the blast radius, and there was enough damage to follow it up. Monster spawns being cleared now, and all of a sudden the defenders looked a little scary for a moment and solidified again. There's only 45 seconds left for these attackers.
That's it. That's all they get. And they might be able to get Invisible Girl ult before any of the support ults come up on Necros' side, but I'm just not seeing it here.
Yeah, they have to just keep everybody up, like you mentioned, right? They can't allow Necros and Guru to get in there and potentially get a pick off, right? You've got to get good value out of everything. And that is, I mean, I don't know what you do there. No real counter.
Yeah, Fan gets put into a webbed coffin off the map here, but Mendo picking up two of his own here. They get Necros to respawn. Now they're up by one.
We've seen this before. Mendo with those Archer type characters. Oh, gets TikToked as well. Necro drags him to his death. And now, of course, he can continue to wrap around. Still, this invisible barrier makes it a little bit hard for Necros to obviously know where the attackers are set up and exposed a little bit to some of that damage. The suit expulsion is popped and he's going to be healed up and ready to do it all over again.
Doesn't hit it quite this time, but he looks like he's going to just keep trying until it works. Fan says no thank you, just keeps walling up the side.
I respect it.
Yeah, I mean, hey, it's working out. At least they're moving the cart forward just a bit. As Tens uses the final judgment's going to be able to take out two. So even with the CYA here from Sweet and Needed.
Oh, again!
No, I mean, dude, Fan's going to be having nightmares about this.
Yeah, even the Great Wall of China can stop that pull from pulling her off the map. Unlucky.
I mean, Feather did her best there. Here comes the spectacular spin. Dean already taken down. Necro's going to get healed up inside this Fate of Both Worlds, which now means as Spider-Man, you can stick around. You just stand around, make sure you get the web traces on people to empower your abilities further. And he looks like he's ready to catch anyone trying to spawn back in. Fan, she makes the right choice. She goes through the building, but there's just nobody left. And that is going to be that. As expected, Felix, Team Necros do end up delivering some punishment here on Spider Islands and advancing to our final.
A pretty impressive performance with 240 left on the clock. 1 point against 3 plus 240. That was a massacre. But I will say though, this is probably Spider-Man's his best map. It is quite unfortunate.
I mean, and the plays that Necros was able to make, even on the Human Torch, and then going over the Spider-Man. I'm curious. Okay, so that's a 57, right? So 57 with 33 final hits. So that is 369.
It's more
12.
than the whole other team.
Yeah, it's more than the entire other team there. That is a wild stat. I don't think you. I mean, I would think, Felix, you're not able to replicate that again. I mean, that's like feels like a once in every few weeks type of game there.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. They were stuck in a respawn simulator. So Tens will fall, and I think that's a BO1, so that's going to be the end of the road for Tens team. Thank you everybody for you guys for participating. Thanks for showing up and playing. It was a lot of fun. But that will be the end of the road for them for now.
They had a pretty good run. They started off pretty poor there in the round robins, and then they win that first round there. So pretty good run, I think, for Team Tens, all things considered.
Yep. Fantastic. And I will see you guys out there because I need to go perform and hopefully duke it out and win.
That's it. The people are waiting.
Oh, yeah.
See you in just a moment, xQc. Good luck with that match. That's going to be up against Team Shroud, of course. team that looked pretty good. A tough game, I think, for Team xQc the first time they went and took them on. But, you know, it was good to see Mendo switch over, you know, towards some of those duelists. The Hawkeye for him looked pretty good. He's, like I mentioned, kind of famous for another particular Archer hero in another game in the past, but not enough. We got treated to a masterclass.
I mean, one player on the other team had more final blows than their entire team. You know, their team had great moments throughout the tournament. I don't know if I'd be putting that one in the highlight reel, though. I mean, that was a rough one. But also, it's not like every team's kind of fallen at the hands of Team Necros, right? You know, still undefeated throughout the day. Really strong team in terms of how it was built, right? I know with that draft, right? So they drafted Guru first, then they got Noko, and then they got Aspen in the third round, right? So like one of the key pickups there, I think, you know, would be Aspen, you know, in that third round. So good draft there from Necros, and it has paid off as they make it to the final.
Yeah, the team is pretty insane. And like what we were talking about, how powerful Necros was, there's still 20 final hits there from Guru, who eventually was playing the Venom. I guess just wanted maybe to add a little bit of extra, you know, stopping power to the Spider-Man combination. Yep. And like, you know, Felix mentions, not every map really works for Spider-Man in this way. You can see you need to, obviously, if you can stick a web tracer to someone, you can pull them towards you. That's the strategy. So being able to make use of, obviously, that long coastline in that second phase of the map is very effective.
Also quite difficult because they got rid of the Squirrel Girl. Dean Squirrel Girl was gone, right? He's been rocking out the Squirrel Girl Punisher combination with him and Tens. They've been linking up all day long. They got rid of that. So rough go there for Team Tens. But I also think they got to be pretty happy with their performance, right?
Yeah, I think also, like, you know, we're probably going to be seeing these bands of protects use less to deny like the overly strong things, but, you know, continue to target individuals, especially because not every tournament has teams that get the chance to play each other a second time, right? To make use of that info. So, you know, we know what Team Shroud like to play. I think like xQc also is pretty aware of like what they want to target through that ban phase. Like, what did Dean end up doing? I think Dean ended up switching to the Cloak and Dagger. I think after not being able to play the Squirrel Girl, right?
They did some Namor, I believe, as well. And look, while xQc is on with us, probably Seagull's going back, looking at Team Shroud gameplay. He's cooking something up, like a little, let's get the Penny Parker out, right? Maybe a little pocket magic pick here, potentially. Who knows what we're going to see.
I just, like, you know, want to point it out there. Obviously, there was, you know, Noko was asking for a pause in the previous game. Anyone can pause in Marvel Rivals in a tournament game. You just hit escape and you can pause from that menu. So going forward, if you are in a custom lobby, you can pause. That is it's more recently added functionality there by NetEase, and anybody in those lobbies can actually initiate that. So you know,
keep typing pause, it will not pause. You have to hit the button.
No, sadly, it doesn't quite work.
Sadly, it will
way,
not.
So, and like these things happen, right? We like plenty of these sort of online tournaments where people can sort of drop out here and then. I do want to say, probably doesn't affect the outcome of that match too much in the end. You want to be able to pause when you need to, of course, which you can. But like, I think that
don't know if we need to do a replay. I think we kind of get the vibes to that one. I think we're all on the same page there. But yeah, no, it's a really important feature to have. Obviously, it's in you know, NetEase having that feature in pretty early, so being able to do that from the player host
that
perspective,
is true. Right? I'm trying to think of other esports. I don't want to make anyone else look bad by comparison, but I think in a game that we covered for many years,
it's a pretty difficult feature, right? When you think about it, like it's kind of saving the game state of everybody at like or potentially like an indefinite period of time, right? So
I mean, but yeah, I mean, credit to Rivals because they have the pause feature, but also replays. You know, or like the ability to watch like games in client. You sort of see that even like the spec client, because there's like a mild delay in the games. You can see it come up as a replay. So there's actually like a ton of functionality like packed into a game that, you know, has only been out for God, how long now? 6 months.
Also, somebody's got to go back and clip when Guru used the Feast of the Abyss and came up with like 2 huge kills. You referred to him as Tim, so I think Tim needs that clip to just kind of use as his own. Where
come on, man,
he could have played here in spirit.
So
he was here in spirit
when he was playing for Maryville University, I think, in collegiate.
Not Tim the Tamian, Guru. Tim the Tamian did not play for Maryville University.
Tim played for Maryville. Yeah, you ask him, he'll tell you. So he's been around for quite some time. You see he's quite a gamer, and honestly, like, is like a full-time streamer now. I think you can always sort of find him over at /Guru. So check him out. Great player. He's very, very good. So, looking forward, pause functionality, definitely a thing that you can do, you know, in these tournament rooms, and we will, of course, take advantage of that in the future. But let's start setting the scene here, I guess, the stakes. xQc, I mean, getting to win that previous game is pretty big. You lock top 4, right? That really puts you in a pretty decent spot in terms of that prize pool breakdown. Of course, 125k for first. So that's half the whole prize pool going to a first place team, which is not uncommon. Obviously, you are really trying to fight for that. And Team xQc get to kind of dodge Team Necros on the way here. But this I think, like, Team Shroud have also been pretty terrifying, right? That is like Space, Colazo, Natasha, Lulu Lovely. Right. So their support line, especially, their strategists have been excellent. Yeah. And Coconut B, by the way, started on Jeff. We saw them on, we saw them actually, you know, gap Dean on the Squirrel Girl as well. So that team's definitely got some shooters.
Yeah, I've been pretty impressed with what we've seen from Shroud's team throughout the entire event. I think you know, we've seen like Natasha use the strategist ults pretty effectively. Lulu's a really high level, you know, strategist player across a lot of different games like this. So they have and look, when you have Shroud in any type of shooter game scenario, you're in a good spot. So whatever they decide to let him play, you're going to be fine.
Yeah, it's always a guarantee that he's going to turn up and basically take like half an hour to become extremely proficient.
Yeah, I mean, just a sick gamer, but I think xQc's team, they definitely figured some stuff out, right? Moxie looks sick on the Hawkeye when we saw them last. Seagull's been doing a nice job of like using Thor throughout the day. There's like been a few big God of Thunders he's been able to get off. I think if they can just like lock down that secondary duelist slot and get good value from the backline, I think they're in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, I mean, Seagull's been the only guy playing Thor right now. And like, I think like for a few people, he's got a lot of buttons, right? So when you jump in, it's like, okay, like what am I doing here? Because he obviously, you know, has these runes, and like, it's like funny, like, do I ever throw my hammer? Like maybe not. But I think like his gap close that he can use like pretty like frequently is kind of sick. Like it's a big dash with like, oh God, the cooldown's pretty short.
How are you able to play Thor with a controller with all those buttons?
I hadn't thought about it. I mean,
I mean you. I know you.
Oh no, I don't. I use a mouse. So yeah, we're good. I do that. Okay. I'm not. You literally are a pro console player. Are you projecting?
I literally have. I don't play more Rivals with it, but I have. So I can't even hate.
And the reason why, like, you might see in our Spectator, like there are like sort of controller binds. That's because our observer will use a controller to give you more of a smoother look of the map. So. Yeah, I don't know if any of our competitors today
better
are playing
for like
console.
free cam. Yeah.
Yep. But the game is obviously cross-platform. You will run into plenty of console players, so hopefully you're nice to them, and vice versa. You know,
or you just feast on them with your supreme technology on PC.
I do, because of how fast-paced this game is. I do imagine that this would be pretty hard. Like I've known a lot of console players in the past that just like transition to mouse and keyboard in some games because they felt like they're handicapped a little bit, I guess, just in you know, a number of areas, not being able to respond
as you glide through the air on the Human Torch at 240 frames. You look across the battlefield and you see the Punisher at 30 FPS just trotting up the staircase.
Say less. Yeah, obviously there's a number of distinct advantages. So what we're doing right now, we're making sure that this next lobby has that pause functionality. Now, we believe that it's sort of in there, but it's just a matter also of briefing the players on like being able to make use of that, so that there's no question about the legitimacy of any of these results. Because although it is a fun tournament, it's xQc Invitational, thanks to NetEase and xQc himself, there is a huge amount of prize money being put forward, and you know, it's a big deal for these guys. So we just want to make sure that we're lighthearted, the tone is kind of chill, but want to make sure that like everything is done to code here.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I mean, it's a huge testament, obviously, to I know NetEase getting involved with this event, but xQc and his team of like making sure, even when we kind of had like the tie, right, making sure we actually took the time to do that properly, right, making sure the rosters are as close to as even as possible. We've seen basically everybody kind of trade games with each other throughout the day, and then now obviously making sure competitive integrity is at the forefront. So pretty awesome stuff here for the xQc Invitational.
Yeah, I'm loving it. And again, we have a best of 3 in the grand final. So I think we're going to have a domination map, a convoy map, and then another domination one to round it out. So we won't see convergence today, but it has a lot. It's domination meets convoy. It's a mix of the two of them, right? It is also a map where like draws are possible. So, we're trying to avoid them as much as we can, but we will get a longer series here, and we'll get a chance to see how these teams stack up, like, over, more maps, more scenarios.
Especially with that first place on the line, right? With, the 125K for the first place, we got to see, it can't just be a best of one. Like, somebody comes in, maybe gets a nice little ban for protect phase going and comes out with something a little, sneaky and just kind of walks away with the bag. We got to ensure the people who get that money earned it.
I feel like we've seen most heroes today, right? Is there anyone we haven't seen yet?
We haven't seen Black Panther.
Did we get Iron Man?
At least on our stream, we don't know kind of what we've seen. Now, we did see Iron Man for like a second. We haven't seen Black Panther. Haven't seen Black Widow. We have not seen Magic. We have not seen Mr. Fantastic.
The Thing? Have we seen the Thing at all? I don't think I've seen him.
No Thing, actually. Yeah, that's kind of surprising. We have not seen Scarlet Witch as well, but
that's true.
Otherwise, we've kind of seen everybody else. Yeah.
Okay. Honestly, that's pretty sick. We've seen like a real diversity of different heroes right now. Scarlet Witch kind of is fun. She has to team up now, like in season 2, which gives her like an extra nuke basically if she's with Strange. So before her team up was with Magneto, literally let Magneto just like swing his sword over and over again. We used to in the past see like on maps like Midtown, teams would like run the Scarlet Witch to give Magneto the team up. He activates it, walks out of the spawn door against the attackers if they're playing close, and like just chops them up, and then they switch off the Scarlet Witch. So there's a ton of cheesy stuff you can do with that.
Look, I mean, I don't think you'd see Scarlet Witch at this level of play, right? Can be pretty squishy and easy to like take out. Like doesn't have a lot of range, right? So Scarlet Witch has to kind of like battle in the neutral, and just doesn't have a large HP pool. And especially when you're going in that category, right? You're looking at characters like Magic, like Iron Fist, right? In that kind of like medium range kind of like brawler dueler type of scenario. Yeah, but she just doesn't have the survivability, right? So you wouldn't see her selected over any of the others.
Yes. Yeah, and I was like, Magic, obviously, like her ultimate just kind of enhances her abilities, right? Makes her just that much stickier for like 11, 12 seconds, and it makes her a little bit. I would like to see her, but at this point, I think the teams are starting to really just dial in on the comps that they kind of want to play, and most of them are really reasonable, right? I don't think we've seen anything today and been like, this is trash, don't do this. Everyone seems to be relatively on the same page, and there's a lot of the team ups getting used well, and just like even if we're seeing triple strategists a fair bit, it's very reasonable.
Well, teams are using triple strategists. It feels like most of the games we watch, right? We've seen a lot of teams play Mantis today. We've seen Adam Warlock get banned out of a lot of the games that we've actually witnessed here on stream. So, and also Loki. We haven't seen a ton of Loki. I think we saw like Lulu run it earlier for Team Shroud, right?
That's
the one I can remember.
Like
and she was sick on it.
Yeah,
but we haven't seen really anybody use it. Yeah,
I think like I don't know. Loki's Deceptive can like when you've got good clone uptime and they're in the right spot, like they're annoying to remove. He can do a lot of healing. I just think like in any game where you have that like the regeneration domain, like giving that basically invulnerability is just it answers so many of those big burst damage ults that are in the game, like Meteor M or like the Pulse Cannon from Iron Man. It even like is a good answer to any wombo from your opponents to like Horn of Proteus, even though you might get knocked down, you can't get eliminated.
Right.
I just kind of wish that like they did a bit more with the offensive capability though, because obviously you do more damage with your melee as Loki when you get people from behind, right? I kind of like playing into that theme a little bit more, but because he's a strategist, it's less, of course, of about him sort of outputting damage. But the fact that like he still has that Hela team up, so when Hela like knocks someone out, like he just gets res straight away.
Just comes
it's
back.
Hella niche, but like one of the most powerful team ups, I think, because there's no like delay. It's not like a Cocoon revival or anything, and it's not like he just comes back to life.
Yeah, so give you guys a little bit of an update. We're getting that lobby set up here. Match is about to start. So to remind you guys where we are, Team 10s, they have made the grand finals. Sorry, Team Necros makes the grand finals. Team 10s, they definitely did not.
They are no longer here.
Yeah, no, they are no longer with us. But Team xQc versus Team Shroud for a spot in that grand finals. Get right into the ban and protect phase here. It looks like it'll be Team Shroud who gets that first ban.
Yeah, one time.
So this is the other team that plays Thor. Kalaz are already like hovering it. We've seen it from them on occasion. And I generally felt like the Team Shroud were pretty dominant in that matchup. Space is a extremely experienced, talented frontliner. I'd say that xQc probably has quite a few professional tournament reps against him. So that's going to be a fun matchup to look at. I think that by and large, at times we felt like the backline, the sort of strategists for Team xQc have been maybe a weakness. I think it's the opposite on Team Shroud.
Yeah, I would agree. So with the Human Torch ban here from Felix and their team, you see Shroud goes quickly to protect the Hela, right? Those are like the two characters we've seen Shroud play a lot throughout the day, right? Picked up the Human Torch after seeing what Necros did with it, and then obviously playing the Hela a ton, especially with that combination with the Thor. We'll see where they decide to go with this next ban. Honestly, okay, so they go into more. This is a team where Shroud, you could probably get rid of a rocket and they're pretty safe, right? Like, I think they're definitely capable of running some of these comps without the rocket.
Yeah, Team Shroud are like running Invisible Woman, Cloak and Dagger combinations there. Like there's like a ton of approaches. You know, Lunar Snow, obviously, like a really like an easy plug and play option. Probably the most powerful strategist in the game right now is always going to be there. I think the Loki ban's good. I think that Lulu was really effective on that one. Shroud does not have the option. The cap protect is good, especially because Groot has been taken away. So at least xQc has one of his best picks guaranteed.
Well, and you're also not going to have to deal with, like, if xQc wants to dive on, like, a cap or something with the regenerative domains keeping the supports with Lulu and the backline alive, right? So you get that out of the mix. You also get that God of Mischief out of the mix, right? Where they've been doing a nice job, like, duping Invisible Woman ults. And it will actually be xQc squad who gets rid of the Thor. So a Thor ban will end things off. You will also see a Luna ban. I wonder if Hugo just goes solo Vanguard here for xQc squad.
They're still doing the Penny Parker. God, if they get into the grand final off the back of the Penny Parker play, like that is going to be like legendary.
Seagull's like, yo, hear me out. Nobody would think we'd do it again, right? Like, yo, we did it once, but
dude, on this map,
there's no
super valid on this map, dude. Seriously.
yeah, no, it is pretty sweet.
Oh man.
We'll see if that's what they decide to do, though.
There is the cheese, where you as a defender just like put a bunch of mines in front of the front door. It does give you some ult charge, but like it's really just a flex on people. There's like certain maps where you can like, there's like a lineup you can also throw your grenades in early. But I don't think they need to do that. This map, because of its sharp 45-degree angle corners, it's really hard to take down those bionic spider nests. So you see a tuck there on the left as xQc walks past it. So that is going to be able to spread to like maximum web density. And it's going to be hard to find.
You'll have Thieves on the Punisher and Moxie on the Hawkeye. That's kind of been like one of the major differences, right? And getting Sir Pineapple off of the Jeff and playing the Cloak and Dagger. A strategist you find maybe a little bit more effective as we will see Seagull pilot the Penny Parker. So a lot of these mines going to be going down, make it very difficult to move through these chokes, costly in terms of the HP pool for these teams.
And guarding against flankers there. You can see that Seagull goes off to a corner to make sure no one can wrap on them. The attack side comp, though, is not a flanking one. You'll notice it's Shroud on the Hela, pretty up front, pretty straightforward play. And then outside of that, it's going to be the triple strategist. So this Team Shroud, guys, want to play a war of attrition. They just want to grind down this Team xQc setup. And a big part of that comes from, this pressure that Shroud's putting down. It's his second unanswered kill from the high ground. Moxie's got to get busy.
Like Felix talked about, though, like some of these areas you can play with the Penny can be really difficult. The issue is unlike how at Midtown, there's just like high ground here that you're going to be able to take, right? So you can kind of circumvent a lot of the area where those mines would be. There's a lot of pressure coming in from Colossus. You're going to be able to get healed up here, though. Keep xQc alive. Maybe potentially, looks like you're going to end up giving it. They're going to give it up here. So not able to get a touch, but with Shroud being able to control high ground, maybe the Penny's a little bit less effective.
Yeah, it's been tough, really. This Penny just doesn't really seem to be bringing a ton of value. Here comes that Meteor M. Thieves flattened. So that's the Punisher out of the mix already. Space going to get tied up in the web snare, but I mean, he already got his job done and he just walks away because there's 3 strategists to help keep him topped up constantly. Invisible Boundary is ready for Lulu Lovely, and a Goddess of Death at the ready. for Shroud to throw that down. Ideally, once the shields are out of the way, but you can pop the boundary here and take a favored fight as the attackers.
Yeah, they use the invisible boundary once the Hawkeye ult comes out of Moxie, and that's going to get Seagull going to end up using the spider sweep, just trying to stay alive, just going around in a circle, just making a minefield here right in front of the payload. They do lose xQc. There will be Moxie answering, taking out Shroud, but Shroud with the BRB comes right back into the action. Ooh, Shroud, the headshot there on Moxie. Space actually pushes up and finishes him off.
Yeah, there's no fall off there on those Hela shots. You know, especially when you're inside the invisible boundary like Shroud was, nobody could see where the Hela was, so no one really knew what angle to fear. So Erob basically got 3 shot down. It was really easy. And look at all the space space creates. Look at how far forward he gets. Shroud has no pressure on him whatsoever, and he's been doing this all game.
Yeah, final judgment used here by Thieves just to push them back a little bit, but even with that, it is Moxie going over the cap, and he gets just domed there by Shroud. So a triple. Well, actually, it's going to be 2 Vanguards, and we're actually going to see Seagull bust out the magic here. So potentially try and put some pressure onto the backline.
A bit of confusion there, I think, for Thieves. Tried to shoot his own CYA at one point. Wasn't quite sure where it came from. Coconut B was down, so there were actually 2 in play. I can understand why it would be hard to follow. Now, Space has to be careful. Meteor M can be deflected with that Captain America shield, and it hurts when that happens. They do manage to take Moxie out of the game, though. Seagull on the magic. Finally, we get it.
Yeah, we'll see a TP here. Gonna get everybody over towards the card. Oh, nice knockback. A side knockback there from Lulu Lovely. Pushes a few players back through the TPs. You see Seagull use those discs, able to just kind of stay alive, weave in and out through the point.
Yeah, pretty conservative actually from Seagull. Pretty safe player. I kind of like it. Trying to build up towards a Dark Child here to really take the game over, but Freedom Charge is active, and Moxie is very hard to peel off this backline now. Giving overshield to teammates, getting in there, and unfortunately eventually will be dragged down. Calazo able to kick him into next Tuesday. But this at least has given the defenders a place to fight from a staging ground. But the Psionic Seduction comes straight on in. xQc immediately shields up there. He's able to deal with it pretty well. Space, though, does get brought down. So Pineapple able to pick them off now. It's about dealing with the Hela. xQc almost got the better of Shroud, but he's able to escape. Yeah, big damage. Really hits hard. Eldritch Well, you can see, empowered by that Dark Child, just carves a bloody swat through them. Shroud can't do a thing about it.
And the thing with Magic is there's just such great survivability, right? You can get in, start building up some of these shields, right? It's a kind of like a brawler who can also kind of blur the line in terms of like a Vanguard at times, right? With the HP pool that you can end up building up to. So we will see Seagull continue to play that. CYA in effect here for Erob. He'll be able to drop this. His xQc squad's done a nice job putting together a hold here at the end. Oh, and Erob not able to get the ultimate off.
Big Eye, though. 3 players stunned out by that one, but plenty of durability, plenty of healing on the side of the attackers. So Pineapple brought down, xQc unsuccessful in finding follow-up there to a pretty brilliant stun, if I'm going to be honest with you. Moxie gets in there, but when Cap's on his own, he's pretty easy to drag down. And there's about 3 minutes bled off the clock there by Team xQc. They're going to have to hope that's enough for this last phase of the map.
But if you just had like Pineapple and Erob stay alive for just like a hair, like a little bit more time, you would have ended up having the Eternal Bond. You could have maybe dropped that CYA and followed up the Eye of Agamotto with like some massive kills there. I mean, that could have been huge. And not getting the hold there, still an opportunity to get a full hold here. Not allow them to complete the map, but much tougher here.
Goddess of Death coming. We'll see how that sort of goes down. Eternal Bond is active, and what a flank play. Thieves. Oh, that is devastating. Popped the final judgment and still ended up going down to Shroud's Hela. Tough to come back from that one. That is 2 very, very close together deaths here from that Team xQc Punisher. And Shroud says, okay, I'm heading upstairs. This is the correct response from xQc. Shielded out, but he can't shield everybody. Erob desperately trying to stick a fork in a PowerPoint, getting ahead of that Doctor Strange shield. Takes a bunch of damage, but still the defenders are able to hold for now. Seagull will be back in the fight soon.
Yeah, they end up losing Seagull to the hands of Space because they have no cooldown to be able to keep him alive. It's going to be the Eternal Bond here for Sir Pineapple. Oh, a Meteor End, though, from Space inside of the invisible boundary. Dropped by Lulu Lovely. So the cart will continue to roll here for Team Shroud. Is okay, so Moxie's actually going to end up using this here. So using the Freedom Charge over by the cart, just giving himself some extra shielding, just trying to stay alive and just burn clock.
Not bad. I mean, it's a decent time buy, but it's not really how you want to be using that ultimate. You don't have the ability to give that overshield to the rest of your team. I mean, he'll be back in a second. Maybe something harder hitting. No, sticking to the cap. There is an Eye of Agamotto coming up here for xQc though, Matt.
CB and Land, he's actually had a lot of good ones here today as they got to do a nice job keeping him alive, up high, drops down low. Yeah, just one.
That was Shroud caught by it, but nobody's looking at the Hella right now, and xQc is deep behind enemy lines, and there's no way to getting him out. Saving Private Ryan could never. Eventually brought down by Shroud, and again, look where he's playing from. Ultra safe all the time. No one looking at him, and a Psionic Seduction really hard for Magic to deal with. Seagull just walking forward is the worst position for you to be in.
Well, also, Natasha ended up dropping the Eternal Bond there as well, right? So you have that Seduction, the Eternal Bond rolling, the ticking coming down is, oh, look at this. They push out. They actually try and deny potential TP coming on through, but xQc gets it on down. Only 30 seconds left here for Team Shroud. So not a ton left on the clock.
Not enough healing either. E-Rob trying to send those healing bubbles, but the problem is when you're low, you get healed by your healing grenade first, and it travels slow while it's doing that. So you actually can't heal your teammates if you're taking damage as Rocket. That's a little point there to focus on. 18 seconds left in the time bank here. All things considered, pretty good defensive holding from Team xQc, especially that second phase, Matt. They burnt a lot of clock. I think the cap switch from Moxie was good.
Yeah, I was going to say, essentially with no first point defense, pretty good there from xQc's squad, right? You ended up burning some clock at the end of the second checkpoint, right? Being able to just jump out onto the checkpoint, with a magic and Captain America, right? Just cause some chaos and, keep it contested for a very long time. And then there towards the end, right? Gets below 30 seconds, I believe. So pretty decent defense, all things considering, for xQc and the squad.
Whatever you can be
I think you're going to have to see them, though, kind of step it up here on offense. I think I kind of agree with the approach here, like with Seagull playing the magic. And I would, maybe play like a Psylocke here, but try and get something here, out of Thieves playing aggressive with a duelist.
So, how are you supposed to shut down
was
Shroud like
Thieves
this?
0-12, by the way, when we pull up the scoreboard?
Yes. I mean, I saw all of those. Yeah. Yep.
Look.
No, I mean, look,
right.
in fairness, Thieves got 3D printed a bunch as well from the BRB, and the BRB was like in enemy territory at the time. So because
you're blaming E-Rob. So
no, I'm not
E-Rob
blaming
is
E-Rob.
the
I mean,
reason.
it's Thieves' fault for dying first, right? It is his fault. But
Chat, you guys heard that though. He literally just blamed E-Rob.
A little. I mean, the
You went
location
out
of
of
the
your
BRB was pretty. Like,
Right.
I'm just saying, it's not all his fault. It's team game, team effort.
Right,
0 and
right.
12 though is a little bit of a
So-
stinker.
So it wasn't Thieves' fault that he was always dead.
No, it wasn't
first.
all his
You
fault. Okay,
utilized
that was
the
his fault.
BRB,
Him
right?
dying-
But it was.
At least half those deaths are his fault.
Got it. Well,
Yeah.
look, you lock in here, and you turn up, and you get a dub. Because now you got Thieves on the Squirrel Girl. Squirrel Girl, you're bound to find a kill here, right? You just keep spamming these
Even
chokes,
by
you're going to be
accident.
good to go.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look at
The
this.
Terracate getting thrown in there with a blind, obviously, effect. I mean, xQc, do what he can. I think he's going to be asking for just a bit more consistent healing here because he's the one that needs to make the space, especially with Moxie sort of diving a little bit. So really needs to be able to be kept in the fights for longer.
Yeah, I think especially
Like
with
he's shielding.
the damage. Yeah, with the damage that they have coming out, right, from Team Shroud, you're going to need just large amounts of, HPS output from Team xQc, especially, you're just running that Rocket and Cloak and Dagger backline where they're running that triple strategist on the side of Shroud, right? So great survivability for their tanks.
Okay, and we go. Vibranium Energy Saw used. Freedom Charge now earned. Seagull's finally able to find Shroud there. Looks like an Umbral Incursion allowed him to cross the gap. Now we're starting to pop off a little bit. This is what you want to see from Team xQc, folks. Starting to build momentum. Freedom Charge giving that overshield. CYA being dealt with. No more damage boost for the defenders. And a Eye of Agamotto that catches onto the Cloak and Dagger. A good bulwark there for a safe space, but it's not enough to save Natasha. And this should be getting close to a first checkpoint now.
But hold on. I mean, Shroud's going to be able to put down some serious damage here from up above as you see Space also in the feed ends up taking out Seagull as you can't actually have players move down here onto the cart, right? So now Moxie comes on down, but Lulu's back, Coconut's back is, I mean, that looked like it was a window of opportunity there for Team xQc. And it kind of falls apart. It's all right. Now we're going to get the xQc Black Panther here. So we're going, what is this? Triple duelist here. Gonna play the BP, go on a flank.
Okay, so much to say about this. Basically, he needs to hit the spears. All right, you need to put a vibranium mark in your opponents to get dash resets. But honestly, once you do get them, you can kind of keep going. You got to hit that javelin though. Pineapple down, Meteor M claims him. xQc eventually falls to a wayward knife from the Hella. It's going to have to be another hard reset for the attackers.
This is the first time we're seeing the Black Panther here today, but like you mentioned, if you can start getting those marks and getting the resets, we talk about some of the heroes who are very difficult for backlines to deal with. When you go against a good Black Panther, it might be the hardest for a backline to deal with when you start building up a lot of those resets and you're just charging all over the map. So finds the BRB on a flank and takes it out. But look at that, the Shroud just looks him on the Hella, just puts him damage. That is a choke slam down to the ground, and then Space finishes him off. But looks like the BRB there is going to actually bring him back into the fight.
Yeah, he is here. Remember, like, you can dash pretty close to indefinitely if you work your cooldowns properly, but you've got to pop off. There's Thief. Okay, well and truly on the board there. Squirrel Tsunami at the ready. But the invisible boundary means that maybe you have to take a beat here. Looking for xQc to find a kill. Dagger Storm, though, hard to cut through that kind of healing. Does get a mark stuck there. And there it is. Lulu taken down. Beautiful spinning kick there from xQc. Looking for other opportunities now. And, of course, because of the team up, able to TP back. Don't often think about it, but the combo with magic does give you like a virtual recall ability.
You don't see it often, right? Because typically, like, these flankers, even though they do have some synergy, don't actually end up getting picked together quite often. It looks like Thieves actually used the Squirrel Tsunami there just to try and maybe get some of these players coming out of the portal here. As Collazo's going to come out, Seagull's going to be able to pick up 2. It looks like one more player has worked their way out. So this is Shroud up there on the high ground. Just trying to put down some damage. He will fall. So Team xQc will stay in it for now. They will get this first checkpoint, get a time extension. Not over just yet.
Now, that ultimate, of course, from Black Panther, pretty important. Bast's Descent applies a Vibranium energy mark to everyone that it hits, which means that that's what allows xQc to get the resets on the dash. And also, if he has his spinning kicks, he can get, obviously, also a bonus, like extra health, rather, off the dash.
Oh, he's going around the flank here. Just going to try and line up a few players here with that Bast Descent.
We drop the Panther on them right about now. No, not for the time being. Just dash through. Spirit Rend on out. Now he's gotten their attention. Does he go for the big finale? CYA's in play. You got to be careful. Another good Javelin connection. Can definitely fight this. A lot of healing available. There's the Descent. Good hit. Now dash through them. That's it. The Turtle Bond going to have to be used there by the defenders, but they've lost their Rocket Raccoon. Natasha under some degree of threat now. xQc blinded. Good Terror Cape used to make it hard for him to see from Natasha. Nice switch over towards the cloak, and xQc, unfortunately, is brought to a stop.
But Seagull using the Dark Child, though, once that Eternal Bond wears off, able to pick up 2.
Oh, no.
So potentially still in the fight, but not anymore. As Collazo will slam him to the ground, take him out. You still have space here with a Meteor M if necessary, but it looks like Team Shroud going to get a hold or at least stop them from getting a full wipe. Moxie's got to make it out alive. You cannot lose him here. I think what Felix was trying to do there is he didn't want to use that Bast Descent right away. I think he knew that Natasha had that Eternal Bond. Wanted to get it out maybe with a few marks and a few dashes before ending up using it.
Oh my god. 4 players, I think, just tempted 4 in there by the Siren's Call of the Emma Frost. It'll be 2. It's fine. Seagull taken down there by Space, and there's a chokeslam on Moxie. He's healthy enough, though, that won't be a big problem. Everybody's looking for the Black Panther right now, as they should be. Eventually, Shroud is going to be the one that gets his prize. A CYA dropped deep in enemy territory here by Erop. Hoping to give a damage boost over towards xQc. Clearly the secret weapon, but this attack's going to fizzle out as well, Matt. We might be down to last chance saloon for Team xQc.
All right, so Felix is going to go over here to the Strange. You're going to be able to get this TP. It looks like Shroud's actually shooting him out of it. He's trying to put down enough damage to almost finish him off. Almost does. Does Shroud actually just take a Moxie like right around the corner of it? I mean, that is huge because when they come through this, dude, Shroud is going to have that Goddess of Death going to be up at the go in the sky and just kind of rain down terror with that CYA. And I don't even see him on my screen.
Oh, what a rough game. Shroud, 2 in a row. Looking for Seagull next. It should be an easy enough pickup. There's the spinning disc. There's yet another knight to claim him. 3 kills for the Hella in this fight. And that was rough. A switch back to the Strange. I respect it, but it wasn't nearly enough to keep Team xQc in. Our Marvel Rivals xQc Invitational. They have been solidly vanquished.
Yeah, rough game there from Team xQc. They tried a bunch of different stuff, right? They were able to get through their first round, which was a tough game here in our bracket. but not able to advance further than that. As Team Shroud, I think, just really balanced overall, right? Obviously, Space a tremendous player, but like you have great strategists here for Team Shroud. I mean, look at it, like almost everybody above the 20,000 HPS mark, right? Shroud able to pump out damage as expected. xQc ends up leading his team in damage, right? Playing a little bit of Black Panther, but mostly on the Strange, but just did not got enough done there to be able to take it.
No, Thief's recovering as well from 0 and 12 to go 7 and 21. So to switch over towards the Squirrel Girl definitely helps a little bit there, but it just comes probably a little bit too late in the day. And you can see that filthy amount of assists that backline got. I'm telling you, Lulu and Natasha together made this team feel like virtually unkillable.
Yeah. That would be the difference, I think, in a game against Team Necros. Yo!
All right, bro.
So,
how are we feeling? Rough end to that game, but I'm glad we got some BP action from you.
yeah, no, actually, my first life was pretty bad because they used all their ults. But after that, I was kind of, I'm not gonna lie, I was kind of cooking
in our
with it.
chat. Sorry, bro. We can't hear you. Stream can.
Oh,
Ew,
wait.
Now we're Gucci.
I agree with what you said, though.
Yes.
I didn't hear it, but we agree.
Well, basically, I was doing the first life on BP was tough because they used all their ults. They looked bad. But afterwards, I was being pretty effective. I'm not gonna lie. I was achieving my goals. It's just I gotta be honest with you. That team is just that they have a strong skeleton. It's kind of hard to shake them off their structure. Like three supports. They're all helping each other, and they got like sturdy tanks and Shroud on DPS. I mean, we were having like a hard time like really kind of doing the damage that we need to be doing.
Yeah, I was just saying, like, I thought their supports, like, I think if they put up a good fight against Team Necros, it's really like all three of their supports seem to like work really well with each other. But then also there's not like a support that they're trying to like hide or protect. Everybody kind of like out there in the action, like contributing. I thought played really well. Were you trying, when you had that Bass Descent, were you trying to get that like Eternal Bond out before you used it? Because you were behind them for a bit. We were trying to figure out.
Oh no, there was a stagger. There was
Yeah.
Shroud spawned late, and we're trying to delay the fight so we could get like Shroud off, because that's most of the damage, right?
Yeah.
And he spawned and he went kind of like a far left. So I didn't expect that, so I had to go back because we couldn't continue that.
I mean, obviously, shame to see you guys drop out of the tournament at this point, but we get the pleasure of casting you for the best of 3 final, which obviously we're happy about. We're going to take a quick break and let you chat to chat briefly, xQc, and then we'll come back in and join you for that final best of 3. Sound good?
Sick. Yeah, I'll see you guys in the finals.
See you in a sec.
Yeah, see you in a few.
See you guys. Hi guys, that was just only me and myself on the main screen, just for a little bit, because I don't like having just a downtime, just like black screen. I'm looking at chat. I'm talking to chat. We don't have like on-screen chat, but I'm still chatting. Hello, chat. How did you guys feel about that one match? Tough loss. It's a tough loss to lose in the semifinals like that. It does make any player feel kind of powerless when we're kind of hitting that brick wall. It's kind of hard to find solutions when you're kind of running out of muscle. Like when you can rearrange some pieces or whatever, you can find solutions. But whenever there's like we're just not doing enough overall, it's just kind of like there's not much you can do about it. I think we were just kind of like outclassed a little bit. I think Erob did pretty good actually. I wouldn't blame Erob. Erob was getting pressured a lot. He died a bunch, but I don't think Erob was the problem there. My BP was actually pretty effective. Well, you can say whatever you want about the BP. The BP got us the 0.1 finish, and it caused a lot of them to use supports and whatnot. Otherwise, we weren't pushing that. We were not pushing that with another tank there. The last maps for finals is gonna be BO3, and it's gonna be domination, convoy, domination, back to back. Which I actually quite like because it should be kind of like condensed BO3 with double payload, with double OT. It would take like a crazy amount of time, but I think for BO3, I think that's pretty good for finals. It's gonna be Team Necros against Team Shroud. It could go both ways. I think it all depends on if they're able to keep that sturdiness and that team structure with the heals and the tank enough to make space for Shroud to do damage. Otherwise, it's gonna be really hard against that super flank, annoying like Necro's pub stomper team in a pretty, we should say how it is. It's gonna have like a pub stomp kind of tournament like structure, just because of the captain's draft and how it's gonna be in the hot and cold in terms of like overall rating and skill set. You're gonna have fewer bad players or lower players, sorry, that are gonna get dived by pub stomper characters. It's gonna bound to be like that, but it makes for interesting solution finding. 5 lords is 3 people who can't even queue ranked. That's a fair point. That's a fair point. It's all good. We lost fair and square, but now it's time for me to pass the torch and for 2 other teams to have the finals. PL3. We will see. We will see. I think we drafted better. I think our team definitely won the draft though. In terms of pick and bans, we did pretty good on that draft. I think we kind of did good. We got absolutely stomped the first time, and now we actually put up a fight that was actually pretty good. That was actually a good fight we're able to put out because our draft was pretty well crafted. All right, Mod's gonna open the betting in chat prediction. Best of 3 winner, and yeah, I think right now the casters are on a little break because they've been casting all day back to back. So that's all good. That's all good. I haven't seen how the meta has been shaping up. I don't even know if we're playing meta comps. It seems a little bit more diversified and not as healer oppressive than last season. Doesn't seem too bad. But Torch, I'm going to say, I don't enjoy playing against Torch when your team doesn't have something that actually hits Torch. I feel like I'd be losing my mind in slow queue if they have a torch or whatever, and I can't help anybody. You're just getting burned to a crisp, and there's nothing you can do about it. It's just kind of annoying. Was Erob setting ult for next tournament? Actually, we were talking about that. On second point on defense, I was yelling for him to use ult because I'm not gonna blame him though. We did a billion of mistakes, but sometimes it just comes down to like the timing of that one button that costs us a point. But I probably cost us one other point, and other teams probably cost other teammates probably cost another point. You know. Anyway, I do think though I didn't have the time to look at the stats and look at the game ongoing when we're playing on defense, but we were unsuccessful in some ways, and we just kind of kept doing that instead of fixing it. We should have done some proper problem solving before the round was over. Like we just let the problems be problems. That's not good. But
so
it's all good. So,
what do you think? So we've had a break. Thanks for giving us that moment.
Yeah.
Sorry, chat. I hope that was okay. Hanging out with the juice for himself for a bit. You have played against Necros and Shroud's teams respectively, right? We're going for a best of 3 now, so we're actually doing domination and we're doing convoy. What's your first impression coming into this game, having played both these sides? Are we gonna get a close game?
Yeah, I was talking to Chat about this, and I actually think it's gonna be a lot closer than what you would think, because the style that Necros used to play, like the diving the back line, stomping, kind of like less experienced players, doesn't really do that well against a pretty strong, like a pretty backbone team, like triple support with 2 kind of stationary, big solid pieces that they're playing. It's gonna be hard for them to get value. I actually think that Shroud has a good chance playing this, but I think it comes down to what they think about Torch overall. ban it, both play it. I don't know.
Yeah, I think one of the things we also talked about was like Shroud's team is one of the only ones that here today that we've seen is able to run the 3 strategists with dropping the rocket and still being like pretty comfortable. That they're able to play like Loki, Invisible Woman, and Cloak like together, and they're able to kind of do a lot of that stuff. So I kind of agree with you. I think if you play those strategists, especially if we see Loki come into play with like those regen domains, if they dive in and then basically all that damage is just turned into healing and you're able to keep people up, I think it could be quite competitive.
Quite competitive. But now we're heading already into the pick and ban, which I like. A nice, swift, good start with everybody being punctual. Thank you. Well done.
Yeah, we love it. We love it when we're on time. It's going to be Red Side's ban first. That is Team Shroud, of course, going up against Team Necros. And I think Felix posed a great question, right? Do they try and match the torch, Team Shroud, or do they ban it and try and set them up to play that Hela? Because I'm not going to lie, the Hela looked pretty bloody good just now.
Very good, especially with that triple support. He was getting topped off like every other second. It was very difficult to actually get the kill, especially on third. On third, Shroud was just never actually going down, ever. It was very difficult to play against. And now the ban comes in, they're just going to say, no, we're not going to play against that.
Yeah, they're going to get rid of the Hela. I wonder, okay, so they're going to protect the torch. I assume if you're Team Shroud, you protect Punisher here, right? You don't want that to go through. Okay, so they protect the mag here.
This is for space,
Felix,
yeah.
what are your thoughts about that? Yeah.
Interesting. Now that kind of locks both teams just playing torch. It's not, I don't think Necros plays any characters that actually is effective at countering torch because it's mostly hit scan that you would use. So that pretty much guarantees a torch against torch combo.
You might be right. Might just have to see him mirror it. It's funny, like we see torches fight a fair bit, but they're so mobile that sometimes they try and focus less on beating each other up and more just getting like good damage because it feels like it's a battle of which torch can spread more AoE and be more of a nuisance. The Hawkeye gets taken away here, which is an interesting choice, but again, I guess it's troublesome against flyers.
I think they're just shutting down Shroud's options if they're not playing a torch. But I don't see them getting off of torch, especially not in domination.
Yeah, so I'm curious. We'll see what Shroud goes to protect here. But I think the way you would almost attack this if I was like Team Shroud is I would try and just limit the support options for Necros' team, right? We know obviously Aspen is like a incredible level of support play, but really we've seen Anita and Peekaboo just stick to Luna and Rocket. Like if you can maybe force them off, because we've seen that the strategist Felix for Shroud's team has played a wide variety of characters, right? Maybe you can make them uncomfortable doing that.
True, which also brings me back to the my other thought is that they're probably gonna play Loki if they have to, and Loki really complements and really solidifies that triple heal combo to make people almost invincible, really increase their uptime so that they're effective for a long time, and that's kind of what they did against us on the first game, and we had no response to that.
Yeah, I guess they it must be that like with Invisible Woman not being able to be picked, you just want to lock the Luna in. And you're right, that Loki combo with Luna is very, very powerful. But we might still see like Cloak and Dagger Luna as well. I think Natasha and Lulu, just prefer that. Loki's so strong, that invulnerability they can provide, really, really powerful. Coconut's going to be on the that third strategist here. We're going to see a pretty similar comp from these guys, and Calazo just looked pretty good on that Emma Frost. So it's going to be a matchup. Guru was going to take that mirror. And you called it. It's going to be a torch mirror.
Yeah, and it's quite impressive because, I mean, look at the comps that they're playing. Not a lot of headshots that are even possible with these characters. These are all just flat damage, spam characters, spam heals, spam damage. It's going to be a very long, drawn-out fight, full of ultimates. There's a lot of colors on the screen, and it's just going to matter who dishes out the most damage.
Yeah, this is also one of the scenarios, Felix, that we've seen today where, like, teams are almost playing similar comps, right? We've seen, like, a lot of variety in terms of, like, matchups, right? We've seen similar stuff, but never, like, the same type of comp head-to-head. Really, you're just looking at, what, the Mantis versus, the Cloak and Dagger on the opposite side. I think, obviously, the Mantis is great at, like, pocketing Necros, but I do feel like you get a little bit more value, at least my opinion, off the Cloak and Dagger.
Yeah, off the long fights, it's going to be a lot harder for Necros' team to stay alive against Cloak and Dagger's healing, especially with the AoE of the bubble.
Yeah, she can heal that single target pretty consistently. Her shots are like pretty sticky. Generally, keeping an airborne target alive isn't too much of a problem. Big damage already taken here by Kalazo in the front line, and that's already a Dagger Storm drawn out. Big cooldown for the Cloak and Dagger, very powerful. It feels like Necros kind of has priority in terms of where he's positioned. Play up like up high in the skybox, just get this damage down, and already Natasha, xQc, is out of the game.
A quick pick there. I mean, that's what the Mantis is for, right? Like that gives them that opportunity to get picks a little bit easier to the damage output, but they have lower healing output overall. But they actually do get those crucial picks, and they capture the point.
And that time it's not Necros really kind of putting down a ton of the damage. It's actually Guru in the front line on the Emma Frost. You've obviously played a ton in the Vanguard role, Felix. Like, what Emma Frost, when she gets like charged up in terms of the primary fire, how scary is it when you're like a shield tank, like a Mag, or even like a Gru with her coming at you? Very
impressive, very impressive. When she does hit that spike, it's very difficult to stay and hold areas down or hold corners. You have to forfeit a lot of space and go back.
God, how do you move through a choke against this? Supernova active. I'm glad to see the regeneration domain used here just to buy a little bit of time for the team that's trying to attack the point. Of course, that's Team Shroud. They're being forced away entirely, and they actually go for a CYA. It's such an easy disengage away from this. Pretty telegraphed now, and that's going to be that Rocket Raccoon ultimate going for nothing.
A lot of it was being used, but they were very disciplined at getting out, and now they're all the way back in, and they have all their support ults and all the tools to win this fight.
Necros is going to find Lulu here too, but the Meteor Image, not finding anything there from space, but you're going to get a res, and I don't even know if it matters. As you see Shroud, though, is putting down some damage here, just trying to find the supports.
It looks like for a moment he actually got caught inside that psionic seduction and dragged back towards the point. Natasha goes down. This fight is far from over. Anita has been dealt with, but look at Necros going hog wild, and there's another regeneration domain to answer the damage that comes through. Shroud actually wins the 1v1, now rules the skies.
Yeah, like I said earlier, the Loki was going to come out, and they really increased their uptime. So when they do commit to that fight, and they're up against the rune so that they can stay alive, they have to back out and surrender all that space. And the Loki's being super effective here.
You can also force out the support ult to the other team, right? Like, you can be a little bit more free in how you lose, like a Rocket Raccoon ult, like the CYA. Maybe you get, whether it's like a Fate of Both Worlds out on the other side, and then you just use Lulu's God of Mischief to just dupe another support ult, right? So you kind of like, you're just trading out one of your ults in terms of like damage output for another ult to sustain.
Absolutely. Necros' team, their support ults are not as good as Shroud's combo. It's just not as good.
Yeah, I mean, you make a great point. There's not a lot of healing throughput, like just raw numbers available from Soul Resurgence, and of course CYA doesn't heal at all, so a lot falls on Peekaboo's shoulders. They've already gone for the Fate of Both Worlds. That has now expired, and now they're going to lean on the damage amplifier to help them win this fight, but Shroud has set up a killing field here with this Supernova. Too much damage to handle. No chance here at all for this Team Necros guys to hold up in the heat. They get fried like fish sticks, and it will be an extended hold now. It's starting to become a close game.
2 for 2. Could be anybody's fight at this point. But they're still holding the point. Shroud's team still holding the point, getting those points in. Up by 1. Looks like Shroud's team might come out on top. Shroud putting out that damage. I mean, look at that. All the fire zones. 2 more. Up by 3. That's it. That's gonna be Shroud's team holding the point and pushing Necros back into a final fight position.
And Aspen ends up using that Soul Resurgence, but like we've been talking about a lot through it, Natasha has the Eternal Bond of the Cloak and Dagger. It just lasts a little bit longer. It gets like more value, right? It's putting down healing and damage where you're able to just stay alive on through it. This is a huge pick-off, though, as Necros takes out Shroud at range.
Okay, getting an early regen domain forced out there is going to be pretty massive. Meteor M, though, comes in, and that's the Lunar Snow taken down. xQc, the perfect pick there from space.
Exactly, 2 for 1 so far. But it looks like Shroud's team is slowly dwindling down and falling apart. But it doesn't matter that much. At 81%, they will have a retake, but with the increased spawn time of OT, which is 14 seconds, they might not even make it to the point.
Yeah, Kalazo ends up using the Emma Frost ult there at the very end. And now you're going to come back here. Kalazo actually switches to the Thor here. I think that's just this Lodge Guru coming in on the Wolverine. You're able to like knock him off course constantly. Also can get back to the point rather quickly. They will trigger OT and they'll get another fight. Oh!
Shroud's team coming out on top a little bit here. They're up by 1 now. It's all in the Necros' hands now. He's trying to ditch out as much damage as he can, but he's being pressured by Colazo.
Tough to get in here. Really difficult. Necros knows he can touch if he needs to. Touches down, of course, with that F key. But he's got teammates here. Colazo, a problem, sure. Making a lot of space here on the Thor. And Guru can't get much done on the Wolverine. Just the one pick is going to have to be enough. But Natasha's going to be printed back into the fight. Coconut's playing at a safe distance now as the CYA is ticking. And the strategists for Team Shroud sitting safely in the back line. What a great start for them. Many people, including me, expecting Team Necros to be the dominant force. Looks like this Shroud roster has really improved over these last few games.
Yeah, they're such a strong skeleton of a team. They're so sturdy. They're staying alive throughout all these bursts. And I generally don't know why Necros would force his team into a Torch against Torch matchup when they could probably be doing a lot better with his other picks.
Yeah, and also when you look at the backline for Necros' team, right? There's not a lot of ability for them to help each other out that much, right? With the Mantis, like, well, you can provide a healing over time to, you know, whether it's a Rocket or a Luna Snow. But, like, if you look over at Shroud's team, right, you obviously have the BRB for the Rocket. That's the same on the other side. But Natasha able to just kind of, like, put out, like just large HPS numbers that, like, hone onto the target directly near you. You could use the bubble. You also have those lamps from the Loki. So a lot of synergy in the backline, able to keep each other alive. I think also gives Space a lot of opportunity to make plays in the front.
There's an astonishing amount of uptime because you have the right click from Cloak, and Dagger, the bubble, and then the rune from Loki, and it makes him nearly invincible for such a long time. And I just don't think that Mantis is dishing out enough to go against it.
Notice Necros waited until that Dagger Storm was about to expire before popping the Supernova, and it is deadly effective, folks. Lulu, nowhere to go. No stealth available there for the Loki, so pretty comfortable pick up there for Necros, who, again, clears out this map.
They end up using the Eternal Bond of Natasha here at the start, because you still have Colazo and Space alive. Space going to get up towards a Meteor M.
It's big.
You can just...
Big.
Ooh.
Big 64 charge. Love to see that. Here comes Guru in the front line, though, finally able to run them down. It was a fight that started well. Necros, by the way, already halfway to his next Supernova, which is kind of gross. Pretty drawn out fight, but ultimately it is Team Necros to take the dub.
They will also have to kind of stall out the next fight and really draw it out before they fully engage onto the point, because they have no supportals coming up. While Necros' team, they have Luna ready to go.
The regen domain used really early there from Lulu, because you had to keep the rest of the team alive as you kind of move through that choke. But just big damage being put down here from Necros and Noko, just trying to pressure out some of these abilities here from Team Shroud, as Necros just kind of lining this up as, oh, this could get dangerous here. Don't have anything to really work with here, as Colazo will use a Seduction, but you're going to be able to use a Bulwark to keep Necros up.
And unfortunately for Shroud's team, it did draw them to use 2 additional ults. Both the Emma Snow and the Rocket both used ultimates when they were pretty clearly in a lost fight, because Luna's ult was keeping everybody alive. It's going to be really hard for them to come back in here.
58% and counting now. At some point, Team Shroud have to be able to break through next couple of fights. That's the timeline that they're on. Shroud pretty close here to a Supernova, so can try and set that up for big damage, but outside of that, you're going to have to wait for these strategist ultimates to get online in the next couple of seconds. We could have, you know, a duped Eternal Bond, which is pretty effective, but, you know, it's a little bit of healing over time with some damage. It's not big shock and awe numbers. Natasha and Lulu both just got destroyed. Necros went on a solo mission into the backline and took out all of the healing.
Their next fight is pretty shaky. They might not even make it to the point. Somebody's got to go Strange, which is what Necros team should have done last one as well. It's going to be hard for them to just make it in touch. I don't think they can do it here.
Yeah, I wonder if you're Team Shroud, you just punt on this, right? And, you know, hold some ultimates for that next round. Maybe if you push on in, see if you can get Necros' team to invest anything. They actually use the Eternal Bond here, so they still want to continue to try and fight this. And you just have Colazo Space there to try and help out Natasha.
Meteor charge up there by Noko. Space has one available too. There's a real question about whether you want to invest in this round anymore. Natasha's going to have to go down. She's too low, switched to cloak form and doesn't have the right click at the ready. And no one's really able to pay too much heed to Necros. And this was the problem that we discussed, I think, coming into this game. It really gets exposed in this round. If you're going to mirror Human Torches, you have to probably go after Necros if you're Shroud. You need to clear them off the map if you can.
Yeah. And I gotta add, it's very impressive that Necros' team, the supports, they, at least Aspen was holding on to her ult, even though when things were kind of getting dicey, but having the discipline to keep the ult, so they had it for the next round. If she did use it, it would put them in a bad spot, but very well played.
Yeah, they end up conserving a few of these, right? We were talking about that at the end of the round, right? So you end up coming in with that, I know, Soul Resurgence, your Necros 35-1. I mean, that's a crazy game. 32,000 damage already. Maybe that point was just really good for the Human Torch, and you get that first fight, and you just kind of snowball it. But you'll end up holding on to a few of these coming in. I'm curious how Team Shroud decides to play this, because I feel like they really have nothing to work with. I mean, you have a Meteor M to kick things off. It feels like you just need to draw this fight out at the start. Maybe let, you know, get a CYA here early on, but not a great look for them at the start of this round.
Yeah, their last 2 rounds of support ultimates were pretty like disjointed and just overall lackluster. And now they just don't have another round of support ultimates. So yeah, they will have to stall this out. But with these comps, with the chip damage, they should be able to build them pretty effectively.
I mean, again, with Magneto's in the front line, there's always some kind of AoE going on. Palazzo on the cap here. Here comes a seduction. Space quickly is able to screen that off and back away, but they're set up in a choke for the Supernova. Necros wants to capitalize. Regeneration domain popped. It's a good time for it. Make no mistake, but those clones are being cleared out. And Team Shroud are no closer to capping this point than they were earlier on. But that is a big meteor. Oof. The dunk comes in from Space. And again, he gets 2 backliners with it.
Without any support ults, they were able to overcome the supporters' disadvantage they had. That was a crazy meteorite. Was that triple?
Yeah, that was yeah, at least 2. I think there is Shroud will chase down Necros here. You know, xQc, you played with Space for a while. What makes him so good in like the Vanguard tank role is like, you know, he's been able to be at the top of, you know, multiple of these games for years now.
Space is probably one of the most balanced overall players in terms of playstyle. He does know how to play defensive. He does know how to play aggressive, but he is very commanding and he knows when to attack, and his times are very, very good. So it's not like a one-sided player where he's just gonna like only hold back or only go all in, like a little bit like what I do, right? So whenever he does go aggressive like that, he does find value.
Yeah, kind of a complete tank player, that's for sure. He's definitely been around for quite some time. Here we go to the back line, though. Good pressure from Collazo. Nice sleep, though, comes in from Aspen. Will it be enough? Elsewhere, though, Natasha going down. Necro's doing work, while Collazo wasn't really able to find any key picks. Pretty easy to clear off that CYA. Even the Dagger Storm being mostly disrespected here by Necros is... The Supernova is just around the corner. Shroud tried to make use of his, but it wasn't enough as Peekaboo's able to clean up the Loki across the map. And now you are down 2 of your strategists on Team Shroud's side. Natasha in cloak form, without any other healers, is trying to keep this game going, but it's going to be a tough ask. Big right click to try and protect them, but the seduction's going to come in either way, and eventually it's just more than Team Shroud can bear.
It's going to come down to ultimate usage at this point. All they have to do really is win 1 good fight. Yet 74%, but in Marvel Rivals, 74 is usually good enough for 1 fight. Yeah, maybe they might touch, but it's going to be a stretch.
And I think they're actually set up in a really good spot to do it, Felix, because you're going to have this Meteor M, which Space got really good value over, and then also Lulu's going to have this, you know, Goddess of Mischief, right? Going to be able to, like, dupe, whether it be, I know, another Cloak and Dagger ult, you know, another, maybe you can have, like, mirror a Mantis or a Fate of Both Worlds on the other side. They're set up pretty well.
Yeah, they have to be decisive and go fast before they build their support ults on the counterparts.
Space getting close. Looking for yet another dunk. Last Meteor M was 2 strategists caught up in the blast. He's definitely looking for more. Look over the top as well. Bit of damage coming in Necro's direction, but of course, Team Up's going to keep him protected, and that's nicely screened off there. That's a Meteor that doesn't quite get what he was looking for. Soul Resurgence popped here by Aspen. It's Noko's turn now to go for something, and it clatters pretty harmlessly against Space, but there's enough damage, honestly, to push him over in the end. Here comes a Supernova now from Shroud. They've lost Natasha. Space also out of the picture, so this is desperation, and Shroud's really banking on a big fight. Getting 2 of those strategists down. That's 3 kills for him there. That is massive. Necro's trying to salvage things here. It's getting very, very close, but it looks like Team Necros are going to be able to hold on.
That was very close. Shroud was kind of going clutch there, but the numbers were against him. It was like a 4v2 at the end there. That was just not enough. He's gonna have to go to the next push.
You do draw a lot of ultimates out, though, from both sides. Necros gets pretty low leading into this next one, but you're going to be able to build up to, like, a matching CYA here. And then also you're going to have an advantage here with Natasha having that Eternal Bond coming up here shortly. Oh, but you end up losing Shroud at the hands of Aspen early on, but Shroud will end up coming right back with a BRB.
Necros has ult. This could be the end for them. Noko finds Natasha.
There it is. Going down. Big value there from Necros. If everybody just gets clumped up inside those supernovae, it's tough. And Shroud can't quite get away. Tinataman actually drags his soul out of him with a psychic spear. And in overtime, I think this is cooked xQc. A map 1 heading the way of Team Necros.
Wow. Actually unbelievable. I gotta be honest with you, I hate to say it again, but it really came down to support ult usage, a little bit of lack of discipline on Shroud's team on when and why they want to use their support ults, and it allowed Necros to find these opportunities to get multiple kills with his ult.
Yeah, those storms from Necros at the end, right? I mean, Natasha's like 85-ish% to that Eternal Bond, right? You're trying to probably just keep it contested there if you're Team Shroud, right? Exchange some type of poke damage either way. And then being able to fight it off from there. But we'll take a look at the stats. Necros 29 final hits here with 54 limbs. Pretty insane stuff consistently from him.
So something also impressive, Aspen's 56 assists. She was very, very good at being there for her damage dealers, for him to be able to achieve that. But 43,000 damage, I mean, that's crazy.
I mean, I think like we liked what we saw from Shroud. We guessed based on what the Bands of Protects looked like that it would have to be a Human Torch mirror, but that's tough. I mean, you're kind of ignoring each other and just hoping to have more of an impact on the fight as Shroud and Necros. You know, Necros is very, very well versed in this role. It's kind of what he does at this point. So strong effort, but you can see like an extra 20k almost damage there for Necros, having a bigger impact on the game. At that point, you have to say, okay, I can't match this. Can I counter it? Is there anything I can do to sort of limit this guy's impact? Can I force him onto the Spider-Man? We're going to a convoy map next, right? So we might see something different, but the Human Torch is going to be looked at.
Yeah, something that's kind of a big deal. We're seeing less Cloak and Dagger ults ever since that nerf. Even though they're dishing out so much healing, and it would help out a lot to have these Cloak and Dagger ults come out, because that's where you would have the difference between that ult and Mantis, and that I thought would be the gap between both teams. But they're finding these opportunist kills here and there while pocketing Necros, which is really giving the edge here.
Yeah, I would consider banning the Mantis, I think, if I'm Team Shroud. We don't know based on the scoreboard because I mean, Aspen, you see the assists, so obviously it's healing and damage being applied to Necros, like pretty much as possible. And I'm sure other members of the team are getting it right, but like you don't know how much of that
woman, bro.
You don't know how much of that effective damage though like makes up for it, right? Because like Shroud is trying to battle, let's say you're doing a Human Torch head to head, you're trying to battle a Human Torch who has the Luna Snow Beacon on him and also a Mantis heal and damage boost, right? Like you need to kind of even that up in some aspect.
Yeah, they are pocketing pretty hard. All the healers are on him, and the Mantis is really giving that single target heals that keeps him alive in those crucial moments.
Yeah.
But if you do that, then you let Invisible Woman back through, which gives the team up over to Human Torch, and also gives that Guardian Shield for him to heal off in a pinch. So, like, I know what you're saying, but whichever way you slice it, like, Human Torch is really set up for success here, unless you go crazy and ban both of those strategists. But that lets a whole lot through, including more than one potential counter to the Torch.
In my opinion, if I'm Shroud's team, I'm banning Torch, and I'm playing a very defensive comp that just resists a dive or aggression from Necros, which will leave him about like 50% efficiency.
Yeah, I mean that's another option, right? It'll be curious who gets like first ban or protect, right? I believe it was like Necros's team in that first one, right? So they were able to.
So maybe map loser.
They were able to get rid of Hela right away, right? So Hela was not an option, which we've seen Shroud play a lot throughout the day. Which then you can start to play a little bit more of like a bunkery type of style, right? Like Hela is able to get out when, you know, whether it's like a Human Torch or an Iron Fist or Spider-Man gets on top of her, and then also have those supports in the back line. But yeah, you're kind of just picking, it feels like, Felix, like the best of the worst option, so to speak, right? Like, okay, like what is the best of the worst paths we kind of have to go down?
Yeah, I agree. It's just, I think in a domination game, it really puts your comp to the test. And in a mirror matchup, if it didn't work, it wasn't really mirror, but in a torch against torch, if it didn't work, I wouldn't try it again. I think it's a risk. It'd be just poor game analysis.
So we are playing Convoy. It's going to be Yggdrasil Path, for those wondering. The reason why I know that is because they asked me what map they should play, and I told them. But we haven't seen that one today. That's the only that's the only Convoy map that we haven't seen. So that map is like really hard to finish. That is very, very long, but it has like a ton of that defender's high ground in like the second phase, and then we're going to head down in towards those caves into the map. So I don't know, fitting, I think, to have our grand final feature this map. We've not sort of seen it yet. And again, I think a lot of the stuff that's worked for this Team Necros team, if it doesn't get banned out, is going to be totally fine here. Like, especially if Groot gets banned once more, like I expect to see pretty similar comps.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen team get full held and then full hold, right? Like
Yeah.
this map will go double OT or a full hold, and it goes both ways. But at least it's snowbally, it's fun, it'll be entertaining to watch.
All right, so Torch goes early on here, so that's going to be Team Shroud's ban. I think if you're... Okay, so Necros' team will get rid of the mag. So Magneto was huge for space, right? He was doing some serious work with the Meteor M's, also just buying the team a lot of ground with the shielding. Does give an opportunity for Groot to end up getting protected, right? So they will actually protect Iron Fist, so potentially not going to go with the Spidey here.
I have to be honest though, especially on this map, the way that it's pretty easy to back up when you're facing aggression. Iron Fist, I don't think it would be very effective, but you never know. Maybe I'll be wrong.
Okay.
And yeah,
obviously his wall run is kind of sick on this map. Definitely, you know, he can get around pretty easy. We talked about how just darn sticky he is against the Heller as well. Pretty reasonable. Can force the like crow form out of Shroud pretty easily, assuming it's going to be him, because they've obviously gone to such lengths to protect it. Again, just like don't want to tangle with the Hawkeye. I think it's nice to finally see them start to target Space, because I think he might be the star player on this team, subtly. There's no shade on Shroud, but Space consistently has been having some crazy games.
yeah, he has, absolutely.
Is there
Space
any...
is, go ahead, no, go ahead.
No, is there anything you think they should protect here?
I feel like they maybe even protect Loki. They're really good with it.
Oh. Emma Frost. That's interesting, because we haven't really... we've seen Collazo play that a bit, but I'm curious what they'll work with it, right? Because you don't have a Groot in the game, and then you also don't have the Mag here, so limited here on the tank options. And they banned Venom. All right, so very limited on tank options.
Especially against Iron Fist. I'd be actually kind of confused that they don't ban Loki, because when you get in as Iron Fist, and if they just use the rune to survive, it can be tricky to get out.
Yeah, having him overextend into that invulnerability field could be pretty powerful. I guess maybe like it's like a last minute thought here is that Adam Warlock hasn't been looked at all, so maybe they just want to try and cut down half of that potential combo and take that away from Team Shroud. Not that we've seen it a ton from them here. Yeah, Luna protected. Definitely an option. We're seeing right now the Invisible Woman being looked at, and I wonder if that's because like Force Physics is really good for like knocking that Iron Fist away. They might already be thinking about like how they can play anti-dive.
Yeah, I gotta say, after seeing that draft, I will say objectively, this is not even opinionated. Objectively, Shroud wins the draft. They have a much superior draft that has a lot more thought to it. I don't even know what the Star-Lord ban was for. It's into just kind of throwing it together at the end. I don't agree with it, but we'll see if it pans out.
And this would actually be, Felix, the first time, at least on your stream here today, we've seen the Thing. We have not seen any of him in terms of the Vanguard role. What could you possibly use him for here, you think?
The Thing? Sorry,
Yeah.
what was that? I don't think I think he was just kind of trolling the spawn. I think he went back to Emma.
So now, okay, so he is going to play Emma. I was going to say, we have not seen that at all today. I was like, wait, what in the world are we going to see here? So they actually will just play Emma with the Strange here to kick things off. So that's what... Yeah?
Oh, sorry, because unless they wanted to ground the Iron Fist, which would make a little bit of sense.
Yeah. If you hit him with that Yancey Street charge, like it's the same as the Horn of Proteus, like shuts down that mobility. I think we only really see him right now in triple Vanguard comps. Virtus Pro, a top European team, are really enjoying playing that. But outside of that, pretty uncommon. Well, they're getting the piss beat out of him. I won't lie to you. The defenders says they sort of have the back around the corner. Noko staying alive, though, is even more important. And you saw that force physics come out straight away as Necros went for some volleys of punches over the top.
A lot of aggression coming out of Shroud's team, and it seems like Necros' team, they're not really finding what they're looking for when they're going in, and they're being drawn to go back.
They actually end up catching out space. I was going to say, it actually was looking pretty good for Team Shroud, as Shroud's trying to find an off angle here. Taking out, Anita or, Peekaboo would be quite huge there, as you actually see Noko rotate his shield over to the side. But this fight, definitely not over, right? You're going to have Natasha end up building up towards this Eternal Bond here. You lose Necros, but he's going to come right back into the action. But I think Team Shroud realizes this is an opportunity to go.
Oh, seduction on the Cloak and Dagger. What a big one. Caught on a 3. Damage follow-up is pretty good. Natasha also going to get frozen up now. He very quickly has to go into cloak form, get back to the backline. But Shroud got caught inside the Maelstrom of Madness. That is a dirty little 1-2 punch there. Can they capitalize any further? Very nicely done by Guru. This is going to be shielded out mostly. Noko, great job denying most of the Emma Frost ultimate coming their way. And Necros has Living Chi active. He is going to be swinging.
They even they throw Coconut Bee's ult, and they're still pushing in. It looks like they're holding on to Luna ult. I don't know where Luna's at.
Looks
There
like
you go,
Shroud
there it
goes
is.
up here. Yeah. Okay, so they use it actually to kind of counter Shroud's ult here as he goes up into the sky, but you also have the shield coming in here from Noko, so just trying to keep everybody alive here on the defensive side of things. Peekaboo using that fate of both worlds, just keeping this team top up, as it looks like, for the attackers here, Team Shroud, you're actually kind of backing up. They're doing everything they can to keep space alive. Oh!
That was honestly beautiful. Aspen, great finish off on the kill. Calazo notices an opportunity there to go straight after, Guru goes straight after Shroud there. Sees an opportunity to really punish the hell out. And they do get taken down. This is great defense so far. We've only got over a minute left, Little.
The team structure kind of falls apart when you lose the Emma, but even the Strange goes down, but he respawns. So now it's like a 5v6 for only a little bit. If they hold on, it'll be even. Oh. Woo.
Oh. Cancelled. Wow. That's crazy. I would be molding if I am Space. Guru just sent him back to Lumbridge, bro. That is ankles busted by that one. That would have been a massive Eye of Agamotto. Now 50 seconds left for this attack side. They've got to make something happen here, but after Space molding in spawn, it's going to get harder and harder.
It seems like after this one fight, they're only going to have one left in the tank, but Necros is, their ults, they're looking pretty dry here.
So they do get Necros. We'll see if there's actually a beacon enough to bring him back in the fight. At least for now, it does not look likely, but with Guru swapping over to the Wolverine, just some extra damage here as well, as you do end up losing Coconut, as now you're going to push on through, bait out a leap here, but still, there's just a lot here for Team Necros to work with.
Perfect combo. Yeah. Gets the slash combo, of course, into the final stand. And that is going to be that. This one is over pretty darn quickly. Wolverine is dirty here. The flank angles for defenders are far too easy, and that is a fantastic hold.
He is, Guru was really delivering on the Wolverine. He came in clutch on all three of these fights back to back. He seemed like he was kind of found his stride there.
Yeah, it seems like at least when teams have gone to a little bit more of like a tanker, like sustain heavy look against Team Necros, right? Where they actually did a pretty good job of actually neutralizing Necros, right? Like he doesn't just kind of like run crazy amongst the team, but you then have a Wolverine, right, who's yanking, Colazo in space, back into, a lot of the damage that they have. And look, I mean, there's not a lot of grabs in Marvel Rivals, right, Felix? But the Wolverine one is probably the best, right? It just, you can take somebody like halfway across the map.
Yeah, definitely pretty cinematic. Yeah, just seeing him fly through the air and cancel the ult was pretty massive. And I gotta say, the game's not over until it's over. Like I said, especially with the rocket respawn, we see this map being full held. I mean, almost more often than not. So I wouldn't be surprised if Shroud actually holds here.
You're right. I mean, it does happen quite a fair bit because it's just so favorable for defenders. They can play up on this corner, sit back. However, you're dealing with Iron Fist here, and you know Necros is going to be looking to dig people out of that back line. I don't think we are going to get this Penny Parker. Would be amazing if we did, but hard to make work on the attack side. Yeah, we're back to the Wolverine here, and we just saw what Guru was able to do. War crimes were done in that previous round.
True. I'm excited to see it.
Yes, I think also we talked a little bit about in the pregame. Obviously, Space tremendous on all of the tanks, but his Magneto was so effective on the first domination. I think not having that here is definitely hurt Team Shroud.
Necro's barely staying alive here with like 1 HP.
Gets out there. That's pretty impressive. Now, of course, has that counter trigger. I'm not going to bother trying to say the name of the ability because I'm going to butcher it. Either way, Guru charged up, found himself a tank. And there's not much Kalasa can do about that one. He is out of position, almost out of health. The healing came through thick and fast, but instead it's Shroud that gets looked at by the entirety of this Team Necro squad. Necro's back into the fight, so is Shroud. So those BRBs have already used their charges, Felix.
At this point, any kill is lethal. Guru picks up Colazzo. Look at that, they're gonna start falling apart right now.
Yeah,
Goes down. I don't think they can DP.
No.
That might just be it.
Yeah, I was like, oh, at this point for Necros' team, you're pretty happy if you trade, but that was nasty stuff.
Team Necros, get it done. Clean little 2-0. What a take here, of course, on Yggdrasil path.
Wow.
And that is the lion's share of the prize money. xQc going their way. $125,000 to Team Necros.
That's the end right there. That was the grand finals. Team Necros coming out on top with a flat 2-0. Pretty decisive win right there. I mean, full hold and pushing first on first fight. Pretty crazy. They deserve it. That was really well played.
Yeah, I mean, I think teams had a really difficult time. You know, you're so worried about Necros, right? And then obviously Guru, like we've seen him flex over to the Wolverine at times, but you know, his tank play, just a really difficult team to attack in, you know, that ban and protect phase. I'd also give it a shout out to Team Shroud. I thought they played them, you know, just about as good as anybody possibly could here today.
Yeah, I'm actually impressed that even though they banned out the torch, right? They were still able to find a way to be effective with other characters.
Yeah, I mean, like obviously the Iron Fist works pretty differently to Torch. He's very much the opposite end of the spectrum in terms of how you're looking to do damage, and it puts Necros in harm's reach, right? But if your whole team is like trying to dive, and if you've got like a Wolverine like we saw from Guru that sees that Magneto's no longer an option, which is pretty important because obviously Magneto with Mag Cannon could knock you back as Wolverine, and it basically means you're instantly going to get killed. So now that that's not an option, Strange doesn't have hard CC outside of that Eye of Agamotto. So when Wolverine comes, he says jump, you say how high. There's not a whole lot you can do about that at all. The fact that he interrupts an Eye of Agamotto up in the air, and then of course hits that really nice 3-piece. That's great Wolverine play. Remember, that character was pooed on at the start of the game. No one thought Wolverine was good until we started to see people really pick it up and become sort of specialists in it. And look, I'm glad to see Team Necros win this whole thing without having to do it with just Human Torch. It's clear to see like that this team was drafted really well. Just the better squad on the day.
Yeah, the super solid squad. It seems like everybody was covered on their role and their picks. That very flexible players across the board. Guru was like an all-star player. So, I mean, they deserve it, and they played really well. And I think Guru showed his flexibility when he was swapping the Wolverine and kind of throwing out a masterclass. It was pretty crazy.
Yeah, just that disruption, just the extra variable that the Wolverine adds, being able to just kind of take tanks or supports from the opposing team's backline, put them into yours. Take a look at that bracket one more time. Team Necros, they finished the round robin with a very strong showing, and then obviously they kind of run through it here in the bracket to take that final.
Honestly, like, I'm impressed. Like, I really think we saw a number of these teams improve a lot over the course of the day. I think xQc, your team definitely really came alive, gave us like a really good first game here in this bracket, and then honestly, like, decent showing up against Team Shroud. Team Shroud also, I thought, got a lot better. You know, I didn't exactly expect them to pop up the way they did, and you know, Team 10s were kind of like struggling in that round robin. I think they were like 1-3 in the end. Came alive, so it's great to see these teams come together. be able to figure out like where each other is strong, what they want to target through their ban and protect phase, and start to get good results. Overall, like we got a really competitive tournament. I'm over the moon about it.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I didn't really know how it would be with a captain's draft and snake draft, but it ended up being pretty close, and I feel like everybody had a chance. And I even thought that I was at a tournament and we're not gonna do anything, and we're able to win one round. And I didn't think Shroud was gonna make it all the way to the end, but here he is in the grand finals.
Let's talk pricing here. We've got to remind everybody like what was being played for. 250K for the prize pool today's tournament. So $125,000 goes over to Team Necros, split 6 ways, of course, and then $50,000 to Team Shroud. Incredible prize pool. Thanks, of course, not only to our friends at NetEase, but also you, xQc. Great to see you're supporting Marvel Rivals, getting behind the competitive scene, man. I know we've got a bunch of very happy content creators out there now.
Yeah, it's sick. I just enjoy just seeing people compete. Like I like competing. I mean, I competed today, and just seeing people like win money and kind of make that a thing. And we're probably gonna have like a bunch of videos and TikTok. I think the whole kind of ecosystem thrive is a lot of fun, and I'm looking forward to doing more.
Yeah, I know. Fans, everybody loves watching like the content creator events when you kind of get together, put together a tournament. And I would say, this one, sometimes you tune in and it's like one team's completely lopsided. They end up with like 3 or 4 pros on it, and then like they just kind of roll through. But every match here today was competitive from start to finish. So just shout out from you and the rest of the team from looking at it from a competitive lens. I know, hey, obviously it's a creator tournament, but we want to make this a good experience for everybody.
Yeah, and thanks for all the production people. It was very well done, streamlined, start to finish. Not much downtime. We're able to get the whole tournament done in one go. Casual, obviously. Uber, Mr. X, the absolute OGs of castling hero shooters. Big shout out to them. Shout out to NetEase for helping with the sponsorship and the prize pool. Thanks for chat. Everybody watching at home. If you guys just tuned in, people who watch your streamers, people just watching in chat, lurking, or chatting, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for being here, and we appreciate your presence very much.
So, very quickly before I let you kick us out, any chance we get you in the casting booth again in the future?
Yeah, why not?
Really? Yeah. I think it's a lot of fun. I feel like it's like anything, right? When you're learning, it's like finding something that you like, saying it's like good. It's almost like spells, right? Like you got buttons, whatever. This is good here. This is good there. So right now it's like I got all the buttons. I know what they do, and I'm just kind of doing this, So,
yeah.
But I'd love to cast anything though.
12 years in, I'm still doing the same thing, bro. Yeah, no sweat.
Yeah, right, I mean, it'd be fun to cast anything, but thanks you guys for showing up. I appreciate that very much.
Your show, man. So you got the honors of ending the stream. Thanks for having us, bro. Take us away.
Guys, thank you everybody at home for tuning in. Again, massive shout out to everybody. Just shout out to the viewers, people at home that are watching. Thanks for making the stream what it is. You guys made it happen pretty much. So, all the other competitors, other streamers, thanks for being chill. Thanks for showing up. And congratulations. Yeah, I'm done. Congrats to the grand final winners, Team Necros, taking Team Shroud 2-0. It seemed kind of like a breeze at the end there. They were performing. But yeah. Anyway, chat. That'll probably be it for me. Chat, I would do interviews, but with all the production stuff, I gotta keep it a buck. Also, I'm just gonna say how it is. I don't want to talk to Necros. I'm just kidding. No bad blood. That was a good performance. Thank you, everybody. And congrats again. Much love.